Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は、92日目です。It is day 92. Have our second 0 day for Wanikani because of our flip schedule last time for our tentative takes. Our day 90 and 5 Bunpro tentative takes. Alright, so got one cherry pick from yesterday. Was kanji, and I actually written it incorrectly yesterday, I think. Go and rectify that. I think it's maybe not. I'm not sure, but this was it. When I was thinking of impressions, I was thinking more like he can for like opinion or comment that can shake it. But yeah, impressions, feelings, sense, that kind of thing. All right, so let's get into it's April 2nd. Now we got lessons each and every day. So let's look at our 3 grammar points. Zurai. R2. Oh yeah, this is our complement to yasui. Right, yasui. Oh no, wait. Yeah. It's. Let's see what is different about this one, right? We noticed it in the grammar section. Like nikui, it's opposite of yasui, right? Zurai is an adjective that attached to the mas stem of verbs, right? To express that something is difficult to do. The main difference is that zurai express a psychological, emotional, or physical burden on the person performing the action. That's right. It carries a nuance of unbearable or painful to do.
まだ完全に治ってないから歩きづらい。
Okay. 治ってないから。So, まだ完全 interesting. Interesting. Like fully. No. まだ完全に治ってないから歩きづらい。Okay.
この車のハンドルは重いから運転しづらい。
The steering? Oh, interesting. ハンドル handling ハンドルは重いから and using this type of phrasing at the moment, emphasizing the cause or the effect. Uh-oh. Oh no, yeah, the effect. 運転しづらい。
この車のハンドルは重いから運転しづらい。
Fun fact, zurai comes from the e adjective. Makes sense. Okay. Tough. Alright. That's a useful way to visualize it. This reflects how a verb used with zurai will be painful or uncomfortable for the person to perform. Yep.
職場の人たちと仲が悪いからちょっとつらい。
What is this? 職場 Interesting. That's a different character, but it does mean work. What is that, ja? Yeah, 職場の人たちと仲が悪いから chotto kurai. And I imagine this is largely kana most of the time. 70%. All right. Next one. That's supposed to be done. Gradually, little by little, step by step. I got you. Step by step, section by section, bit by bit, part by part. Dandan is an adverb with to, parentheses. Interesting. Dandan is an adverb that is used to express the slight but constant progression of something. Originally, it comes from the kanji construction dandan, which can be thought of as meaning step by step, stepwise, or even steadily, right? Dandan is similar to hotondo. I see. In that it can modify the meaning of entire phrases rather than just single words. Okay. To use dandan, simply put it before the phrase that you want to express as a that is increasing steadily. Okay. And the to seems to be probably the to is plus or minus. Because probably colloquialism. To gets omitted like wa sometimes and ga. If it's a very common construction. So I'm guessing that parentheses is, yeah, it can be omitted sometimes. Oh, because it's, yeah, adverbs and onomatopoeia. Interesting. Okay.
12月になってからだんだん寒くなってきた。
寒くなってきた。Wait. Okay. Yeah. なってから、right. When it becomes, since it became December, だんだん寒くなってきた。Gotten. Interesting. That would be, so naru became natte kita. That's newish. We're gonna have to go. I imagine that's gonna come out at some point.
だんだん仕事の環境に慣れてきた。
環境 is environments. 慣れてきた。I guess a custom in the gotten form. So gotten, it sounds like it's a past tense, but remains it. So it's a te form, and kita strikes me as what, like arrived, like kuru, sort of, but in the past tense, right? Something like, it's kind of like iku, no, ire. Not ire, it's a iku, right? Iku, but it's in the past. So instead of saying that something becomes something and stays that, this is something has became something and has stayed that. Yeah, that's definitely, I think that's in N4. Possibly. Yep. While dandan can take the particle to, it is not required. In fact, to is very often omitted from adverbs, onomatopoeic words that represent a sound or motion in Japanese, right?
最近はだんだんと暑くなってきたね。
暑くなってきたね。Initially, it can be easy to mix up dandan with dondon. Yeah, dondon is also an onomatopoeic P word that represents loud banging, but dondon also has that kind of progression, but it's faster. Dondon is fast and dandan is gradual. So it's used to express, fast changes. This is unlike dandan, which expresses slow changes, which they complement each other, basically. Or, like, that's how I group them. Dandan ame ga futte kita. And then, dondon ame ga futte kita. Related, yeah, dondon. Okay. Decent coverage here. Okay. Alright, next one. And then we have dondon. Of course. I like this. Alright, so now we have the dondon. It's one of the countless words in Japanese that represent a particular sound or sensation. These words are known as onomatopoeic. Onomatopoeia. Oh yeah. Onomatope, right? Onomatope. I almost feel like it goes back down, but we'll probably encounter that at some point. Dondon represents the sound of banging like on a drum or pounding of feet. In this way, it is regularly translated as rapidly or quickly. Like dandan, dondon may be used before almost any phrase. Yeah, because onomatopoeic.
彼女ができてからどんどんお金が減っていく。
Okane. Okay. Okane ga hette iku. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure kita is the past tense of iku. I'm just gonna that's my tentative thought right now until the grammar point comes up, because we didn't do kita yet. Like for past, I guess that's would be called past progressive. We haven't done past progressive yet. Now, my impressions whenever I hear kita is past progressive. Like something is, something became something and it's still that. It hasn't like have an opportunity to change. So like, oh, I was swimming, right? I was swimming, but it's insisting that I am still swimming if I was swimming, but not like I was swimming and then now I'm not situation. So past progressive. I can't think of it well in English, unfortunately. Gotten was a pretty good way, but I don't like the word get. Got doesn't really help a lot, despite particularly expressing that now. And then dondon. Okay, let's read this.
彼女ができてからどんどんお金が減っていく。どんどん頼んでね。
頼んでね。Okay, requests quickly. Literally means more and more in a sense. Okay. Dondon can take the particle. It's not required. In fact, do is very often emit. Same thing.
バスの運転手がどんどんと減っている。
Oh wait, iku and iru? Oh no, wait. There could be a chance. Wait. No. Oh, it could actually be the past tense of iru. Actually, now that I think about it. No, wait. Kita? Oh, no. Ooh, oh no, actually. No, we'll find out. Honestly, in this type of phrasing, I still kind of lump them together. Like, oh, okay, well, it's something that's going on. Initially, it can be easy to mix up dondon with dandan. Right. They did the opposite, steadily, step by step. One is rapid, one is slow. Fun fact, when the to particle is used with onomatopoeic words, it is very similar to the one of to's main usages, such as or as a quotation mark in Japanese. This means that to has a similar role to words like went or goes in English. For example, Oh, interesting. The door goes bang with the wind. Oh, however, the door doesn't actually go anywhere. This is similar to what Twelfth goes. Oh, yeah. It functions like a helping word, right? Like, you are doing something, or you are happy, and but in this way, the door goes, and then the rest. Interesting. That's certainly a way to look at it. Okay, related ones. N4, N3. Alright, we won't read these until we get... Oh, except for Dandan. We just got through that. Okay. Pretty harmless, right? Oh. I need to... Oh, they want me to... Oh. Wait. Yeah. That's supposed to be an Ichidan, right? And then what happens? Oh, what's happening? Okay. Oh, I skipped. I skipped a... I skipped a syllable.
その結果になるとは考えづらいな。
辛いな。考えづらいな。食べづらいな。飲みづらいな。づらい。づらい。Okay.
先輩が後輩に話している。大丈夫。だんだん上手になるよ。
どんどん熱くなる。
Alright, now let's get into our vocabulary. What do we have here? Hannin. No, Hannin. Hannin was a criminal. And in person, Hannin. How do I get the Han from? Is that supposed to be a snake? Animal? Okay. Oh, Kenka. Kenka. We just got this recently. Kenka. For those. Alright, so do we need to write a note for this? Nigeru. This is actually coincidentally within the last couple of weeks. Nigeru. This one is okay. We'll go by this one for now. Presento. 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 Self-explanatory. Motteiku. Motteiku is to be carrying something. Or to take, yeah, okay. But away. Okay. Well, Mo is fine. And this is actually a grammar thing, so that's fine. A grammar form we know. It depends. This is either my, oh no, we already had my, so this is probably Zen as a suffix. Oh, it can be a prefix too, that's right. Oh, yeah, because of days. You think it's possible / realistic to increase your SAT scores by 300 in a month? Realistic? Or possible? It's possible. Most things are possible. But you said possible / realistic. They're not the same thing. Possible means if it can be done. Then yes, most things are possible. If you're talking about realistic, which is funny that you wrote them as things, the answer is no. SATs, SATs is a combination of your entire high school compression. So it's one of those things that if you're doing something that deals with entry, most things like SATs, GREs, I don't know whatever the international versions are, or like MCATs and all that. The answer realistically is no. It's already too late if you're starting to study that, especially 1 month. It becomes a little bit more realistic if you had 1 year, which is where most people start with for these things. Yeah, a 300, and then you said 300 points. 300 points is like that's like a nearly 30% increase in your score. No, not 30%. What is 1600, 300? Like, we're gonna say roughly 20%. That's even, this would make it absolutely no. So like absolutely. Unless you know, the one exception that makes it possible though is you know exactly what to do, which I think it takes about a month to even figure that out. What is it that you need to know? Which, that's what makes it not realistic. It takes to prepare for SATs, you don't actually know. Yeah, 300 points. What, do you need like a perfect score or something? Or wherever it is that you want to go? Alright, Zen we can do. Zen. So if it's a prefix, no, we'll look at that afterwards. What is this? Kanadazu, probably. Certain. I kinda need to refresh Kanadazu. What is that? Itsu? So where is he? Go double. What is this? Like, hitsu. Okay. So we got hitsu, zu, hi. Alright. So ka, da, and we'll use certain. Oh, certainly hitsu. The zoo. Oh man. All right. Oh wait. The crowd certainly the zoo by car for the na near the ra. Oh my goodness. That's All right. Well, we'll try that. Okay. I mean, actually, it's okay. You don't need a perfect score, but you did a test to get a benchmark before studying word lists and weak math topics, and you don't feel like it went amazingly. If you know how to improve, the idea is to not aim for score improvement, but to improve what you don't know, right? So, is it possible? Yes. So, if you know it's possible, then you do as best as you can. Since if I were on the other end, like if I were in your shoes and, you know, I would ask myself, and someone says, absolutely, it's possible, but it's not realistic, then the first thing I think about is, well, that means that the best course of action is to do your best. So when you take, you know, makeup tests or benchmark tests, and then you correct, and what you're doing is you're trying to capture as much score as possible, right? Because now we're not talking about realistic, we're talking about making it possible. So you take an exam, and since it's not technically realistic to know what you are lacking or weak or something, because you already said you're studying word lists and then weak math topics, right? They have an idea of what your weaknesses are. So the idea is you pick your weakest topics and you capture as many points as possible. Is it realistic to get the 300s? No, but it is possible. So you do everything possible. I think that would be the mindset. So you're not trying to spend time counting stuff, which is kind of how I feel about people learning a language. They say, is it possible to learn 2000 kanji in 3 months because you have an exam that you should have started a year ago to try to learn 2000 kanji? Well, it is possible for you to learn 2000 kanji in 3 months. Is it realistic? No, by no stretch of the imagination. So the idea is you take your weakest, which is basically kanji you don't know, and you do as much as possible. And if you get to 2000, then that's great. But you're not counting your way to 2000. I think that's one of the things. So whenever someone says it's possible, don't, in my opinion, try not to count down. Because you're aiming for the best case scenario. Right? You're aiming for the best case scenario. If it's realistic, then the best case scenario is your average achievable. That's what I would say about what I'm saying right now. Like my words that I'm using. When something is realistic, that means you can achieve it, but you can do more than it. You can also do worse than it. But usually it's like a little bit worse and opportunity to do more, because when it's realistic, you're aiming for what's expected and you can even push yourself harder. Possible is best case scenario. So no matter what you do, if you're counting down, you'll always perform worse than it 99% of the time, and there's that 1% of the time you could be operating at your best. So possible, an unhealthy amount of time can be used to counting down. Realistic, you can count up if you want, because you already know you're going to achieve it. And then what you're actually aiming for is you're trying to push past it. So it's good to keep your goals in mind when it's realistic, largely because then you can do better than it if you want. Possible means that if you start focusing on what your ideal case, this is what, in my opinion, most online people think of. They look at an example, right? Like a student that they admire or like a person they admire, and they're looking at it as the best case scenario. So your odds of doing that is possible, but it's rarely ever realistic. if you think it's realistic, the first thing you'll say is, you see that score? I can do better than that. That would make it realistic. So, in my opinion, if you ever want a litmus test for yourself, you look at the 300 point score and say, can you do better than that? If you can easily say, yeah, I can do better than that, then it's probably realistic. If you're saying, oh, it's going to be so hard to get to 300 points, then it's possible, but not realistic, because you're hoping for the best case scenario. And that's the way I'm answering your question there. When I ask myself if it's possible, then I'm thinking that's the best case scenario. But if I say, like, for example, I'll use Japanese for example. It's possible for me to become fluent in Japanese. It's realistic that I can speak, write, and understand Japanese at some point. Like, it's very, very realistic for me to be able to use Japanese in my future. It's possible for me to become fluent in Japanese. That's where I am in my mindset. So I have no aim. I can see that I can become fluent in Japanese, but I'm not spending most of my effort counting down the days to becoming fluent in Japanese. That is way down the line. It's way beyond me, and I can never predict that far into the future. So I focus on what is realistic. And when you're describing your situation, the most realistic thing you can do is take your weakest sections that you believe is the weakest and capture as many points. You don't count if you're making up 300 points. That's possible. But if you spend your time doing that and trying to like plan around it, like spend your time like, oh, but what is the best strategy? Well, you only have 1 month left. So this is focusing on realism. So you can get yourself to doing things. You got just above 600 points in both parts. I mean, that's above average. What is the score requirement? I'm guessing they're looking for like 750 average or something between the two. Maybe they tolerate like a 60, 800 or near 800, probably math. This is usually the setup in the United States. I guess it hasn't changed much. Your math should be near 99%, and your vocabulary is optional. So it's usually around 80%. I don't know if you've ever looked into test taking things, but there's a reason why math scores are inflated in the United States. Lots of other contributors, like cultural contributors, math tends to be inflated. And there has been often these like fun little stereotypes or correlations with like people like minority groups, like self-selection for minority groups, especially like Asian groups, and they tend to overperform in mathematics. So oftentimes mathematics have a much higher requirement, and this is independent of your college that you want to go to. Usually math score is higher. So yeah, I would say if you had to choose, the most realistic thing is to work on your math. Vocabulary can get a bypass a lot of times, and you're going into you know, a computer related, a science related field. I actually did terrible. Like I think my math was below average. Now you have to keep in mind that I think it's still true. I'm pretty sure math, the average is way higher, but you're gonna have to check. I think the math is like, you need to score 700 plus to be like above average, because there's an upper limit. There's an upper limit to the math. While in vocabulary, it's lower. The average, I'm not sure if this is still true. I think it probably got worse over the last one or two generations, and I imagine it's somewhere around 600 is the vocabulary average. And I already mentioned that I was not great in math despite that. My math was average. It was probably it was somewhere around, like, it might have been below average. It was like 630 or something. It might actually even be lower, like 610, because I ran out of time. I didn't finish math, but my vocabulary was near perfect. I was like 790 or 800 ish. So I still managed to work in science, but yeah, that's the thing about standardized testing. I didn't grow up learning how to take standardized tests because none of my family did any of these. I'm not even sure. I'm kind of curious if I was the first to go to college. I think I was in my extended family. Now I have other cousins and stuff that have, because there are second gens after me. But I scored terrifyingly poor in math. Pretty sure this is still true. Math is, in the United States, math is well above average. In fact, it reaches a ceiling. It has a ceiling at 800. That means that, like, most people can't tell what, like, it's hard to tell between like a 750 to an 800 student in math. But in vocabulary you can, because it's like I would say gravitates towards a normal distribution at like 400. But this, you imagine 600, that means that the tail end of this is shorter, right? Total score, I don't know if they emphasize total score at all. I feel like they typically emphasized out of 800. So like if you scored out of 800, so math is 800 and vocabulary is, or like English, we'll just call it English because it's but this is 800. And usually if you get a good math score, it's the default, so you might not need to get like a 1500 plus. You simply have to do well in math. The worst ones you looked at were 1350 plus, and the best wanted is 1550. Where are you going? An Ivy League score or something? 1550. There was, in the best ones, emphasis on 70 plus. Okay, yeah, 70 is where I would think. 70 plus would put you in math. Yep. And then I'm sure then that leaves like about 70-30-ish in vocabulary. That's probably like on a good, you're in good standing if you can get 1500. And then if you have a disimbalance, it has to be math. Math has to come first. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, I didn't score a 1550. I barely scored a 1400. There is a difference though. When I was growing up, I'm Asian American, right? And without saying too much, I obviously took the advantages that I had. My family background made it so that I used my family background in order to explain my poor scores, because it's not like I can make up like many years. But the thing is, I was able to explain this. So as I grew older, I was able to explain where all my time went, because standardized tests, this, like, even though I scored, I'm pretty sure it was somewhere around like this score, 1430, I was below average. I had below average SAT scores. I went to a college that did not emphasize SAT scores. Like, I got into the college based on my grades and my position. I went to a private liberal arts college that did not determine specifically by standardized testing. In fact, the college that I went to did not emphasize standardized testing either. So like when I was in college, when I was like preparing for the GREs and the MCATs, I had to do extra stuff because they didn't emphasize standardized testing too. Because standardized testing doesn't really evaluate other things, and in private liberal arts colleges they emphasize other things as well. And my GRE scores were not great. So was my MCAT scores. They were not great. So my entire life was pretty bad with standardized testing. In order to make up for it, or try to make up for it, I made up with it with experience. So scores aren't everything, but it does shut doors at the time they happen. So hopefully you can find a way to improve your scores. Can I explain my poor scores with 2 to 4 years of missed school? No. When I say explain, you have to do. So the question is, did you do things in those 2 to 4 years? When I mean explain, I mean I was able to demonstrate where those 4 years went. 2 to 4 years went. So if you say, can you explain your poor scores with 2 to 4 years of missed school? No. If your explanation is you missed 2 to 4 years of school, that's an excuse. Excuses are unacceptable. It actually will probably get you not in the school. They will probably look down on that. Like, it would lower your chances. I demonstrated what I did when I was 2 or 4 years behind. So I showed that I caught up. And when I wasn't focused on standardized testing, which I didn't understand what standardized testing was, I did other things with my time. So, like, in my opinion, the only way that I would become more acceptable is that just because I didn't know what to do, like, for example, I wasn't told to study for standardized tests. Like, I didn't know what the heck college was. Right? My parents clearly don't know what college was. They barely even took standardization things when they were growing up. They were working class people. So they understood the idea of tests, but not like national and domestic and international testing. So I didn't study for that. But what I did do is I got 4.0, right? I took AP classes, even though I have no idea what they're for. I improved my score from being like 96% to over 110%. Right? That's what I explained. Like, I did what I thought I could do or know how to do, and I did it better over the 4 years. So even though I was 2 years behind, I'm not saying that I missed school or somehow that put me behind because of that thing. What I explain when I missed 2 years is I closed the gap. In fact, I exceeded the gap. So where it went, even though my SAT scores were embarrassing, I had embarrassing, like, approximately embarrassing SAT scores, I had well above average grades. And if you're saying, like, can it explain your missed school? Someone could explain missed school by saying, oh, I have average grades. I have average grades because I was behind. I missed like 2 years of school, right? This would get you rejected. I was 2 years behind. I didn't actually miss any school, by the way. I was simply 2 years behind because the low income place that I was their curriculum was 2 years behind. So in those years, when I was 2 years behind, I caught up and beat, like exceeded 98% of the students. So I started immediately like below average. I was below 50% of the student body. And in the same amount of time, the same delta, I became the top 2% of the student body. And that's what I wrote about. I wrote about that. I made sure that it was clear that despite being behind, I have an unreasonable, like a very possible way that I could cover the gap even if I start as a 1400 student. So it's kind of like trying to ask like if you're in an interview and say, oh, your SAT scores are 1400, and then they're looking at another student who has a 1550, and now you have to make a reason, like, how do you close this gap? Like, what do I have to offer that is 150 point difference? Like, or try to convince the person, the institution, like, what can make up for this 150 gap? Well, I mean, I was a below average student when I moved into the district, and I became top 99th percentile. So what are the chances that if they accepted me as a 1400 student, can I reach and surpass a 1550 student? It's not the greatest, like, again, I don't like standardized testing that much. I'm not the greatest advocate for standardized testing. I think that there can be more done, but it would bog down the school system. Like, the educational system would require a lot of money to assess students in different ways, and then parents would have to pay more, and like education would get really expensive because of privilege. You need privilege to have more ways of entering a school. So these grades are used to level the playing field a lot of times, ironically. And it is most definitely going to work against people who are privileged. So if you come from a privileged background, you can't, the standardized testing is supposed to limit the privilege. That's not true though, because you can study for it, right? You can get good tutors, get good teacher, pay more money to help your student along, like your child along. So the privilege is still good, is very good, and it's almost untouchable. However, privilege is only for the edge that they're trying to maintain. And then standardized testing is supposed to try to limit the amount of privilege. And the thing that I'm talking about here, I don't think this is unfair. When I was like in school, I didn't think this was unfair. As in, like, I'm clearly underprivileged. I was underprivileged. So yeah, I would have to make up the score. So when you think of institutions as a business, or sort of a business, like a pragmatism, right? Business is pragmatism. It's being objective. So if someone sees that I have a poor SAT score, I have to make a reasonable explanation to how I can close the gap. So that's what I mean when I say explain. If you're explaining something, you're explaining why to take you despite your poor score. You're not making an excuse why your score is poor. So that's the difference. If you're explaining why your score sucks, an excuse is by saying you did nothing about it. Right? And then to demonstrate, which is proactive, you talk about all the things you did do and hope that they are sufficient. Otherwise, you still got to do them, right? And that's like studying and whatnot. Yeah, we'll gotta lock in for a month then. Also, you had your regular exams in a bit under a month to figure out. I see. That's a lot of work. I think, you know, you may want to keep in mind that when you do something and you try your best and you do your best and you try your hardest, also remember how to make that apparent, right? I understand that maybe the UK operates differently, but in my opinion, in the US, you have to be able to communicate those things. And hear me out. In high school is very similar in the United States, or at least for me in the United States in high school. You hope that whatever you do just shows. Now that I'm like postdoctoral and stuff, you have to be able to communicate these things. So if you're working really hard and you're doing the best you can, that's not good enough. It's not good enough. And I'm not saying that this is doom and gloom, that hard work is not good enough. It's actually the opposite. If you can communicate what your hard work is, it actually doesn't mean it increases the workload. It helps people understand what is it that you did. And if they still reject you, that doesn't mean you're necessarily not good enough. The idea is, as long as you communicate all the things, you have to pick a place that will assist you, right? Like, it's two people problem when it comes to college. You're trying to pick a place that will fit you, and the institution is trying to fit, trying to pick students that fit them. And in college, it's harder because students are younger, right? Students are younger, so they might not know exactly what they're looking for, and they're not demonstrating. When you get older and you go to like maybe graduate school or professional school, it becomes even more apparent that the best school possible and the realistic school possible are the things that the two places match. They match well. And if you don't communicate, then the odds are, even if you get into the best schools, you might perform the worst in them. You might perform even worse in the best schools. The best schools. You didn't feel like you could genuinely tell someone that you tried your best or worked really hard at anything before? Yeah, and you gotta work on it. Now hear me out. There's also the problem of like imposter syndrome, right? There's also imposter syndrome and like deprivation, right? Self-deprivation that can be conditioned. Imposter syndrome is bad news bears. And this is what I had to do, what I had to learn from high school to college to graduate school. In fact, right now as a streamer, I suppose, I still sound like I have imposter syndrome all the time. Like whenever someone says, oh yeah, like, man, you're like really motivated and consistent and stuff, and then I would try to explain everything. I'm like, and then my first thought is, you can too. I didn't do anything special. You can too. So that's my behavior most of the time. And when you need to get into a school, a college, a graduate school, you have to be special in the United States, in my opinion. Like, you're trying your hardest to be special, not because that's how you separate yourself from the competition. So over the years, I was bad. I was bad in high school. When someone asked me like, hey, do you think you get good grades? I'm like, I'm just trying my best. They're not the best grades. Meanwhile, the reality was I was a 4.0 student. But I didn't feel like I earned the 4.0. Like, what I mean is, I wasn't working very hard. So despite getting 4.0s, I didn't feel like I was working hard enough.
Like I was brutally honest with myself, and I said this to my college mentor too. After I went off to graduate school, me and my best friends met up with our college mentors over like some pizza, and the first thing I said was I could have worked harder. Like something age, you know, age kind of does this to you a lot of times. The first thing I legitimately tell him, and obviously my mentor, he's a really, really great guy. He said like, that's nonsense. There's a reason, you know, there's a reason at the time he chose to pick like me and my best friends and stuff as like representatives and invest in us. So obviously I would say the exact same thing if I had students of my own. Like at that time, you were doing your best. You were working hard. I saw it. So I chose you. There's no regrets in those things. But age constantly does that. And imposter syndrome is pretty tough. Especially, it's even harder a lot of times when you combine deprivation, which is you live around a time with internet, and successful parents. Now, the thing is, successful parents are double-edged. There are parents who are incredibly successful and they want everything for their children, but it doesn't resonate because of how strongly polarizing it is. Now, there are successful parents who are incredibly nurturing, who has like a smaller gap to cover. So privilege is double-edged, right? The bigger gap you have with your parents, the more insurmountable and unrelatable it is. So that works both ways. Pressure goes up when the gap between you and your parents are gigantic. But there are those who step up to the challenge and do not develop self-deprivation, or there are those who grow up feeling like imposters. And for myself, thankfully, or maybe like serendipitously, I didn't feel like an imposter to my parents, because my parents did something different. Their lives were completely different from mine. But I did feel like an imposter compared to all of my peers. Because I go to school and I just see these kids, like, they're living the life. Their parents know how to guide them. Their parents know what the gap is. And sure enough, you could, in my experience, my life, I did better than 99% of them. But that's not because it was some, like, to me, obviously, I'm going to sound like an imposter now. But to me, I didn't think it was all that special when I was younger. Like, you just did schoolwork. Do good in school. Like, how simple is that? But now when I'm older, I can see what the other students did, right? They're married. They have a interesting life that they celebrate with their children and stuff. And obviously I'm alone. It's not a bad thing. What I'm trying to illustrate is I can explain what I did with my time. And they can explain what they did with their time, right? They had things to deal with. Like, they had to deal with the idea that their parents were incredibly successful and they decided not to go in their parents' direction and whatnot. My parents, they had different lives and they wished the entire time that I have a different life from them. That's the immigrant family situation. My parents spend all of their possible time constantly reinforcing and telling my sister and I, we don't want the same life for you. You're not here to have the same life as us. Like, we don't want you to be in a restaurant working like 24/7. And here's the irony. My sister might not like that, like might not want to do that, but the older I get, the more I kind of just want to start a restaurant and like raise a family too. That's besides the point. There's something about, like, if you're close to your parents, when you get older, you kind of increasingly appreciate what they do. But here, imposter syndrome is great. Like, I understand when you say you don't feel like you could genuinely tell anyone that you tried your best or worked really hard at anything before. That's a tough one. Pride can be tough, especially in my opinion. I emphasize this so much because in the post-internet world, most people, you see the best version of most things. So it's difficult to know whether you can take pride in working hard or pride in results. And I think that's a really warped perspective about the post-internet world. Working hard is not the same as getting the best results. This is very different. There's such a huge leap of logic here. And hear me out. When I was a high school student, I felt the same. It's a coincidence though. Like my peers did not feel the same. I felt the same because the high school was the internet for me. Like, and this is a pure coincidence. I say most of my peers didn't feel this same way when they were growing up. Because when I go to high school, I see people that I kind of want to be. Like, I want to compete with them. So I have to get to their level first. So it's like watching your internet. Like, I go to the school, it's practically watching a YouTube video. Like, that kid, I'm looking at that kid and they're so different from me. So it's like watching through the YouTube, you know, like a YouTube video about some kid doing something amazing but they're like my peers. I'm compared to them. Now you just replace that with the internet. And now whenever you're talking about your pride, right? Having pride in what you do and always trying your best and doing what you're able to do, aka being realistic. Pride doesn't get developed because most of the time, the only way you'll find pride in doing your best and working really hard is that you're expecting the best results. Like, you should be proud if you are scoring right now. Like, say you're scoring around at your worst and then like 1350. You should be proud if you're doing your best and it went up to 1450. Like, it's an improvement. That's what pride and confidence comes from. It comes from within. But on the internet, you're being told that 1550 is like decent. Then no matter what, you can't possibly feel pride of this because your results are worse. Right? So hopefully you find something along the way. I think, and I'm not saying that I felt differently when I was in high school. I felt the same. Like, I looked at my score and I'm like, yep, I don't think it's possible for me. Like, for example, I got here, I'll give you one last thing about I'm not regretful about this. I share this openly. My MCAT score was so bad that it took me like 5 days to recover how bad recover emotionally and mentally from how bad my MCAT scores were. Like, it was so bad. They were terrifyingly bad. But then after the 5 days, I'm like, I can still get into med school if I can make realistic goals. I didn't end up going into med school because my advisor, it was fairly clear that I didn't care about med school as much. It's one of the reasons to explain my less than stellar MCAT scores, because my heart wasn't in it either. So I ended up getting a pretty decent GRE score, and I went to graduate school after that. Anyways, so it's not all sunshine and rainbows, right? You're going to head out to discuss mistakes made on the test with parents. All right. Good luck. Kind of sucky how your school grades are largely based on standardized exams too. You got to learn how to explain it. Explain how it sucks and then what you did instead, right? Like, you had to do something with their time. If you think that the standardized exams don't show your aptitude, then you have to show that. You have to demonstrate why. Like, my SAT scores were poor, but I can do a lot of other things that I didn't get the chance to do on the SAT because I spent my time doing something else. The equalizer is you did something else. So if it's not enough to explain it, then yes, you're not going to get into the school. But it does explain it and make you competitive, then you get into school. It's an opportunity. School is an opportunity, so you can find opportunity elsewhere. Good luck. Good luck with everything, Mika. I look forward to hearing the rest when you get back. Alright. Anarazu. Alright. Is this just... What the heck? I don't know this. Watakushi? Watakushi. Interesting. Huh. Very polite. Alright. Well, we'll come back to it. Dekiru. Dekiru. Look at that massive wad. There's... Alright. Zutto. For this coming exam set, you need to do better than last time to keep showing momentum. So far went from F- to B, C. I mean, that's something to talk about. And then if you get an A for the next set, yo, that's something you should talk about. That's doing. Shows progress. Here's a, since you shared that really quick, I would, for me personally, I'm a biased person, I would bet on someone who can improve versus someone who stagnates. You can be at your best now, but this person could be average in the future. A person who is average in the currently could become the best later. So, by the way, the F was when you started talking. Oh. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. So, like, hear me out. So, I'm biased. I'm not sure, this is not representation of, like, I've never been on a school board before, or, like, in a professorship where I hire people. But for me, I am most definitely, I would put my money on someone who's able to improve over someone you can't know if they can improve anymore. Like, if they stagnate. So, like, a superstar student at the age of 13 is questionable because you don't know their upper limit. You would like to bank that they would improve, but that's not a guarantee. A superstar student that showed that they were nothing and they became very excellent by the end, I don't know where their upper limit is, but I know that they can improve. And then obviously the ideal case is a superstar student that's doing really good and have the capacity to improve. So if you're not at the best game, you got to demonstrate that you can improve. That is your safe haven. If you suck now, there's more room to improve later. That is your assets. You have a chance you have a bigger range to capture realistic gains. And that would be your silver bullets. And that was my silver bullet. I didn't care how low I was. I cared to show them that I can close the gap at any time. So, keep that in mind, in my opinion. Personally, you might be able to sway someone who is like maybe have my similar perspective. Maybe you can even look out for schools that look for that. That's who I looked for. I looked for people who would take a chance on improvement, not on being the best. So you can even start looking for who matches you. I worked for people who believed that improvement happens. as you go. I didn't look for people who wanted easy street with someone who like literally is a superstar, so they do nothing. So I don't gel really well with people who think that everything they do is gold and they have no reason to ever change up their stuff. I look for someone who's adjusting, who has a lab filled with different people of different levels and stuff, but they all somehow improve over time. So those are the people that I ended up matching up with, and those are the people I hang around with and look at. The question is, when you get to understand yourself much better, there's a place that you can look for and apply and match. If you're going to a place that you're not, of course you're going to feel like an imposter. So whenever I thought about Ivy League schools, which someone made a joke before, I'm like, I did sit in a room deciding if I wanted to go to an Ivy League school. And I looked around and I'm like, am I old enough to know that I don't want this? And I didn't. I barely could even hold a conversation with my peers. Like, they talked about Stanford, so, you know, Berkeley and stuff, their college things. And I'm like, so yeah. And then as you grow older, you'll become more and more obvious of who you want to hang out with, who you want to be, what do you want to communicate. Obviously, don't grow up too quick. Leave your options open. Alright. Zutto. This one's kind of rough. This is just a kana. Is there a... I'm guessing zutto is gonna be a grammar point. It's gonna end up being a grammar point because I really would love to know where zu is coming from. It says continuous. Oh. This one's gonna be tough. Well, take it as it is. Yatto. Oh. Oh, these are gonna be tough. This is considered onomatopoeia. Alright. Christmas. Yeah, Christmas. This is oh, tsuma. Yeah, wife. Tsuma. Tsuma. Okay. How is that different from... That different from wheat? Okay. Alright. I see. Okay. Gotta double check. Hibishi, right? Hibishi. Kibishi, not hibishi. Kibishi. Strict. Okay. Fuko. Fine. And we got the other airport, the classic airport before this airport. Daiso. Oh, Daisoryo. No, Daitoryo. President. Shinjiru. I don't think I need a... Yeah, I don't think I need a kunyomi reminder for it. Shinjiru. Thank you, anime. Like, it is very hard not to pick up this word. After watching enough anime, they just constantly... I mean, I'm a millennial, so Naruto was definitely one that happened in high school. Shinjiru. Believe in me that believe in you, that believe in me, that believes in others, that believes in the power of friendship, etc. Shinjiru. Okay, what is that?
Yeah? That is... oh, thin. Yeah, that's thin. I think I might need... Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna need a note for... What was thin? I wanted to say it's Sol, but I don't... It is Sol. Okay. Sol... Seru... yeah. To become thin. The Sol... Oh, I remember this, actually. I remember the mnemonic I written for this. Let's try it different. Let's try a little different. The Seru at the Ya. At I don't know. Sold. Soul. Maybe like your soul, hope. There are Seru or at the Ya or to become thin. That's very Americana thought there. Seru, okay. Yeah, Seru. Actually, yeah, okay. What is this? Fuan? I'm just not at peace. Uneasiness. Fuan. Gakkari. 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 Whoa. Okay, this is new. I'm not sure if I'm gonna need something for this. These are the hardest ones. The hardest ones are... I think it's such a... what am I trying to say here? The power of habits, right? I still remember a time when people said, oh, why can't the whole thing just be in kana? It's easier. I've heard this before told to me, right? Like, it's like, oh, you know, then you don't have to learn kanji and stuff. And then now, like, I was really actually never under that impression. The idea is if you have more information, most of the time in the long run, it is easier. Like, there are less points of failure. It's more consistent if you have more information. Now I look at this and I'm like, I don't have any information here. This gives me 0 information. Okay. Is there other forms? No, there's not a kanji form. So gakkari. I have to write a note for this. This one is tough. One's tough. So we have ga, silent, and the, and to be disappointed. Okay. You got to a silent car and was disappointed that it was noisy, too noisy to be in. Read a book. Read a book. Got Cuddy. Alright, let's go back to the beginning and read these. Okay, so that just says criminal in person. A person who has committed a crime, right? An offender. Oh, Hannin is fine. Hopefully. The Han is a little weak. Smidge weak. A verbal or physical confrontation between people, often characterized by anger and conflict. Right, quarrel, brawl, fight, squabble, scuffle. I haven't used the word scuffle in a while. It's kind of cute. Squabble, I have used before. Quarrel, I typically joke about it. Like when I'm running away from a mob in like a video game, it's like, my quarrel is not with you. Please. I come in peace. You know, friendly, my quarrel is not with you. Scuffle is kind of a cute word. Scuffle sounds cool. Brawl and fight are a little bit too intense for me. I typically do not use brawl or fight as much as I use quarrel and argument, I suppose. Or discussion. Discussion's softer than debate. Kanka is fine. Pretty recent too. Nigeru is good. The act of quickly moving away from a dangerous or undesirable situation. Escape. So void, interesting. There's also a void. To win without being overtaken. Okay. That's certainly a different way to think about it. Escape of heat, right? To fail to hold an ideal posture. Oh, like to bail out. Like to bail out of something. Like if you're trying to balance or something and then you bail out of it. Like to fail to hold that posture. Ideal posture. Interesting. Nigeru is gonna be fine, I think. See, I feel like it's pretty solid. Nigeru belongs to a to escape belongs to a larger group of characters, like Noga. Like Nogasu, right? Nogasu is like to miss, but there's also like Nogareru and Nigaru. Wait, not Nigaru. It's no. It's definitely a Ni somewhere. There's a complementary one. And those are different characters? Oh, well, I'll come across it again. Presento is fine. Present. A non-Japanese word, right? For something given to someone as an expression of goodwill or celebration. And then this is using the kind of like progressive. It's progressive form, iku. And then it's the te form of motsu, which is to take. So it's a phrasal verb indicating the action of bringing something along when you leave a place. Yeah. So you're
taking something, right? You're holding on to something and you continue to hold on to it. So this is the present progressive phrasing for holding on to something using motsu. So motteiku, which is fair enough. Iku transitive verb, right? Or going to, I guess. Going to is the idea. And then zen. So zen, this is specifically the entry for the prefix and the suffix. We already got mae. Oh, yeah, we already got mae for before as a standalone on its turn, but this is the prefix and suffix. So a prefix indicates something that existed because it's before, or it occurs or occurred before in time or order, right? And as a suffix, it's still before. So pre, last, or previous, and then as a suffix, it's to before as well. Like it's like before the noun, which most of these are in line with each other, despite prefix and suffix. Sometimes prefix and suffix can differ kind of with the different aspects, so gotta keep that in mind. This does create a ruffle though, because I am not that great at paying attention yet to neighboring words, so I'm kind of working on that at the moment. Sometimes I just think of whatever read, like whatever read just blurts out, I just go with it. So mae would be first, and then zen would come up when it's part of another word. That's why prefix and suffix, seeing an entry for a prefix and suffix is like weird. It's a bit weird to me, largely because you won't see it as a separate thing. So what happens is whenever there's a blank, I think of the whole word. But I'm probably gonna get this wrong, so to speak. Whenever, or it's gonna be a little weird when they show the sentence. Actually, let's look at the example sentence. Okay, so they use formal and previous. Yeah. So like, I see it as the whole word, right? It's like zennendo. Zennendo is the word, not zen and then nendo, right? So I've gotten somewhat used to it since the last 3 months that I'm like thinking about it as you could kind of break some of these up. Anyways. Kanarazu, we did a meaning, right? Itsuzu, hit the zoo, right? Nice, naka, but not. Okay. All right. An adverb indicating that something is done with certainty or without exception. Right, certainty plus zoo. And then this is new. I'm not sure if I'm gonna need something to remember it's ku. Watashi. 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 It almost seems like the shi is a little bit weak. Watashi. And so watashi. I haven't heard this too often. A very polite and humble personal pronoun meaning I use mainly in formal settings. Yeah. There is a chance I might have, but my brain, right, when they say it, it sounds like they just said watashi instead of watashi, right? I don't know, and now I gotta listen more carefully in like business scenes and like formal scenes if I could hear the k. And oftentimes like k is like a t. So watashi, so it kind of still kind of sounds like watashi, right? Watashi. So I you know what this reminds me of? This kind of reminds me of like if you say wanna, versus want to. So wanna is the making it so that it blends together into a single thing. But if you like articulate want to, it's like watashi, right? Watashi instead of watashi. So the tashi kind of like runs together a little bit. Watashi. So, but if you want to really emphasize and make sure that you're being polite or articulate, go watashi. And that's kind of how I'm going to try to remember this. But it's very similar. Like in my opinion, the feeling is similar between someone who's trying to be formal in English and articulates a lot of the extra syllables or sounds in a word to be polite, right? Like polite versus polite. Like, oh, I'm simply trying to be polite, as opposed to I'm simply trying to be polite, where it just trails off and you lose the ending to polite. Interesting. Dekiru requires like just basically no introduction. It's everything. I'm just kidding. A verb indicating the ability or capacity to do something. And Dekiru can be like verbal phrase, and it's typically written in kana. But yeah, kind of get used to this. I like seeing kana. I mean, despite, or not kana. I prefer kanji because that's what I practice. But objectively, it contains more information. From my perspective, it's more discernible. Right. Zutto. I'm not sure if I'm gonna need something for zutto. An adverb that denotes a continuous span of time. Okay. Or distance, suggesting something has been happening or a situation has been present for a long duration. Okay. I'm gonna add something. So zu, silent, just say tall, continuously. So at the zoo, the silent keepers continue to toll food back and forth for the aminals. Alright. Zutto. Wait. Keepers continuously. Alright. Okay, I got it. Alright. Yatto, probably need something for this too. An onomatopoeic adverb that indicates that something has happened after a period of time or effort. Kind of reminds me of yatta. Right. Yatta. Maybe is a variance of that. No. Curious. Alright, so we got ya, silent, and to as well. Okay. After ya, you silently, you finally, silently celebrated going all the supplies. Okay, I'm gonna play into my yatta. Okay. Christmas. I mean, that's fix my toy. A festive occasion that is celebrated globally involves exchanging gifts and an old man who drives a sleigh. You know, this occurred multiple times before. The idea of driving a sleigh is such interesting. Like, I don't think I've ever phrased that before. No, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, but I don't think I've ever phrased it. The last time this happened was in HanziHero, to drive a chariot. Like like the idea of driving horses or things that are pulled by like carriages and stuff has come up recently in my units, in all the like the vocabulary, and the idea of driving animals by something that's drawn by an animal is very interesting. It's an anachronistic thing for, you know, someone who grew up in the postmodern world where animals are not used. Like, what I mean is, I see horse-drawn carriages, right? And it is the horse that that carries the carriage, but I rarely ever think of it from the driver's perspective because I've never been on a horse-drawn carriage or like a thing moved like a cow towing a plow. Yeah, the horse is driving. It's such a weird thing, and I'm joking about this and bringing this up is because it's very similar nowadays. Like, instead of horses, you can just replace it with phone calls, like your cell phone. Like a kid growing up these days, they're gonna say like, "Oh, hey, just use your phone to text your friend." And then, you know, I grew up in a time when the first thing you do is you use a phone to call a friend, to call someone, and that's very similar here. So the whole idea of driving a carriage and like driving a chariot, because the it's become anachronistic in a linguistic terms, it's very interesting. Like, here's the funny thing: the word tell and talk to no longer infers literal speech, and now you can text with your car. Yeah, like, here's the one that really gets me each time. It happens each day, like on a daily basis, when someone says, "Oh yeah, I talked to them." I'm like, "Oh yeah, what did they say?" And I'm like, "Oh, here's their text." I'm like, oh right, that's right, you mean you exchange texts. Like, that's kind of, because I'm still old hat, like I'm pretty old hat still, and I still imagine people talking to each other. Like, when someone says, "Oh, I told them," and I'm like, so what did they say? It's like, "Oh, they haven't responded yet." I'm like, "What do you mean they haven't responded yet?" It's like, "Well, they haven't responded to my text." I'm like, oh, so you didn't talk to them, you text them, right? So that's kind of one of those things that occur on a daily basis when someone says, "Oh yeah, you know, I already told my teacher," and I'm like, "So what did your teacher say?" It's like, "Well, they haven't responded yet." And I'm like, "What do you mean they haven't responded yet? I thought you said you talked to your teacher." And they're like, "No, I sent a message to my teacher and I'm waiting for a response." I'm like, oh. So even in those situations, hear me out, in those situations, I'm inferring that when I suggest to the person, "You should go talk to your teacher," I literally mean pick yourself up, go to your class, and talk to your teacher. But that's where like anachronisms are different now, right? Like, or like they're anachronistic. When I say talk, a lot of the current generation refers to any form of correspondence, basically what James is saying. In fact, they shared a correspondence. Yeah. It's even more general now. Talking does not require the act of speech, or even the act of speech in a digital way. because speech it used to have an inherent nature of being simultaneous or like concurrent, right? When you're talking about speech, there used to be, now it's anachronistic. There used to be an inference that it happens live, whether it's through the mic, whether you're on the mic, you're on the phone, in a in a VChat room. When you talk to someone, it's happening concurrently. However, it's no longer the case for the younger side, Gen Z and Alpha. Talking does not mean synchronous. It's no longer synchronous conversation. It's asynchronous conversation. So like, oh, I told my teacher, and I'm like, okay. I like sit there and wait. I'm like, okay, so is there more to this? Like, oh no, I talked to them. I'm like, what do you mean you talked to them? Did they say anything bad? It's like, well, I mean, I sent them a message. They didn't respond back yet, but I did tell them. I'm like, what do you mean you told them? To me, why is this important in my head is because I have to remember that's how people interact a lot of times. When they say, oh, I did something, now gets the tricky part. When someone says, oh, I already did it, and then the action was to tell someone something. So they're like, oh, I have a problem, so I went to tell my teacher. And I'm like, okay, then your teacher must have said something back, right? And help you solve the problem. Like if you said you've already told your teacher, it means that you have had a transaction already. But it's never, that's rarely the case anymore. When someone says they have a problem and they already did everything they could, they already told their teacher, they meant they had a one-sided conversation that may or may not have a transaction. Kind of like when someone says, oh, I always say this, right? Like, for example, someone comes online and say, oh yeah, lots of people say this. And I'm like, say what? Well, they say this game is really good and say it all the time. And I'm like, okay, so are you suggesting that these people talk to one another and agree that this game is really good? Or are you saying that a lot of people just type this and that's it? Yeah, actually a lot of people type it. So that means that all those people, they don't really know if the game is really good because they talk about it. They know it's good because they simply see a lot of people typing it. They're not corresponding with anyone. And that's what the parasocial relationship happens. So the I would say nearly 70+% of my interactions with people, when they say, oh, this is what I know from interacting with someone, this is what I know from reading and talking with other people, no correspondence has happened. They simply inferred and presumed it was true because they either typed it themselves and convinced themselves it's true, or a bunch of people did the same thing but they never interacted with each other. So that to me is like the major vehicle for me to spend like hours of talking about why communication is important, like human communication, because communication, and even deeper rooted than this, when I say communication, greater than 50% of people think that's one-way exchange, quote unquote one-way exchange. You're not even making an exchange, but they would think it's a one-way exchange. So like, hey, I have a problem, I told my teacher about it, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. It's like, yeah, I emailed them, they never responded. I'm like, that's not talking to someone about your problems. Or something like, oh, I have problems. Semantic broadening. Oh, interesting. Semantic broadening. Oh yeah, the idea. Yeah. semantic broadening. The terminology is expanding. Yeah, I agree with you. I didn't realize there was a formal. I suppose it's no surprise that linguistics would have a name for it. Yeah, semantic broadening is a very apt name for this. And right now, this is why I focus on communication, because I don't think communication is the same anymore. And hear me out. The number one problem so far in my last 2.5 years, like it's not that long, 2.5 years, I suppose, talking about communication, is that people think that they have a problem with communication, and the solution is to have one-way exchanges. Like, because it's their default. It's the default. Their default of communication is a one-way exchange. As in, when you communicate to improve communication skills, you only have to worry about what you say. That is the social norm, and it's very difficult to emphasize that. I legitimately sat down and talked with a couple people, and I would ask them, okay, but you're not explaining anything to me. You're not like telling me anything. When you ask me for something and ask my opinion and I say something, when you talk, when you continue to talk, it doesn't sound like you heard anything I said. Like, someone would ask me something like, hey, I have this problem. What are your thoughts about this? And I would explain something for like a minute, and then I would say, hey, I can explain it longer for 5 minutes. And then they would say something else. I'm like, I'm not are you on the same idea, or did whatever I say mattered at all? Like, and they would then respond like, oh yeah, it did matter. And like, but you don't talk like we are having a conversation. You're talking in a way that you feel like I should be telepathic, as in the person's like, oh yeah, that's good, that's that's good. There's no evidence of communication between two people. It's like, okay, and then they go on about their way. Like they continue with their statement, and they continue with their statement. I'm not saying they're ignoring me. That's different. Like, we're not talking about understanding here. There's a very good chance that they understand what I said, but their communication skills are one way. So, like, if I said something that they agree with, there's no acknowledgement or any form of exchange. Like, if they largely agree with me, they don't largely agree with me and then expound upon how they differ. There's no acknowledgement. There's no two-way communication. So for me, I'm a bit old hat, right? The only way this would work, the only way one-way communication would work, is everyone's on the same page. And that is the normal thing. So how do I bridge this? I try to get on the same page first. When you interact with Gen Z, like younger Gen Z and Gen Alpha, who's been online for a very long time, the first thing you have to do is get on the same page. Because if you don't get on the same page, it's like you have no area, you don't have enough information to ever know if they're listening to you, or if they're actively communicating or listening in any possible way, because the assumption in one-way communication skills, like being online, is that when they go somewhere, everyone's on the same page. When you get into a stream of a person who's playing like a Souls-like game, and you like Souls-like game, when they make a comment, they're assuming the other person knows what they're thinking about, so that when they communicate, they're like, oh yeah, this boss is hard, and then the other person's like, bruh, same. That's it. Like, that's how one-way communication works. That streamer saying bruh, same, is also doing a one-way communication. They don't require acknowledgement. Like, you don't need to explain to the other person, because they're on the same page. So that's the default. This is the default strategy for everyone. The internet targets you. They offer you channels to the exact person that best matches you, and the only time you ever have a quote-unquote communication is basically not having communication. To me personally, it's not the same as communication. You say like, oh yeah, man, this game is so good. It's like, I know, right? That's at the extent of communication. I would say if you are 20 years or younger and you spend more than your major form of communications online, that's what qualifies as communication. And it's not a bad or a good thing. It's where you work from. Like that's where you start. So my goal has often use a bunch of similes, use a bunch of analogies, and try to get on the same page as soon as possible. And when you're on the same page, then you can like maybe start working towards what I consider as communication, which deals with an exchange of ideas as well as acknowledgement of ideas. So most of the time I'm playing a guessing game, and I gotta get better and better at guessing, which is what I use archetypes for. So the most common comment that I get when someone stays around for more than 30 minutes is, oh, you have interesting ideas. It's like you're reading my mind. And that's the typical thing that you have to do. You talk in, actually semantic broadening is a great concept. You talk semantically in a broadened sense in order to capture their perspective, despite sacrificing nuances and specificity. So you go as broad as possible to reach similarity, right? Encompassing what they're saying, and then you try to slowly get closer to nuance, because the moment you have nuance, then two people have to exchange ideas. Because if they disagree on a detail despite agreeing overall, that requires active exchange between the two people, and then they both grow, the two parties grow from each other's exchange. But it takes a really long time. I think it takes so long that nowadays this is, and I'm talking to like 4 people now who has to do interviews soon, or they have to do some form of interviews in like that depends on rejection and like careers, right? And the last time I checked, interviews are not mediated, are still not mediated by solely data or some form of automation. Not yet. I'm not saying it's not possible, right? Realistically, it is actually, it's not even the matter of being possible now. It can be realistically implemented, where data-driven employment in the interview process is pretty typical. But for now, in the near future, these individuals, I literally talked to Mika just now, for example, and she demonstrated that it's very difficult to genuinely tell someone that they tried their best and worked really hard at anything before. That's required in an interview. You have to be able to do that at some point, because your employers and your recruiters are not automated yet. They're not susceptible to one-way exchanges. And because of that, the communication skills are lacking. It's wild though. Wild. Funny and wild. Such a fun challenge. Like it's a fun challenge for me, but I want to take, you know, I got to make sure that I take it seriously. It's really hard. That's one of the root problems right now. Whenever someone says, could I get your advice? Could I get your recommendation? The root problem, in my opinion, the really strong driving force behind why advice and recommendation is so cheap and readily available now, but with incredibly below average consistency especially online, you know, when you hear don't get your advice online, or, you know, go seek an expert and whatnot. It's like, yes, go seek an expert and whatnot, but to get value out of the expert, you need to be able to communicate. So whenever someone can communicate, the first thing they will tell you is, oh, you should go and seek an expert. Do not get your advice online, because the way online interactions happen is one-way exchanges. People tell you what to do. They tell you what's best for you. They don't explain anything. You are not in the conversation. When someone asks, hey, do you have any advice for me? The first thing I would ask them is, what do you know about the thing you're asking advice for? Can I explain some of my background? And then can you explain some of your background? That is the first step in communication. You have to know who you're talking to, and that person needs to know who they're talking with. Otherwise, advice and recommendation is cheap. That's 90% of the internet. It's one-way exchange. They don't care if you exist. They don't care about your background. They simply talk to an ethereal thing that isn't the person. And then those who do actually talk with people, their first advice is, okay, well, you can use the internet to create converging evidence, but you may want to actually communicate to an expert, because experts engage in communication. And now we have a problem. It's kind of like, how do you make money? You need money, or you use money to make money situation a lot of times. Well, if your advice is to go talk to someone posts on a forum, right? They post on a forum, like, guys, I need some advice on how to get better at learning kanji, right? And then you get all these blanketed one-way exchange statements, and then you get the occasional person who relies on communication skills, and they would say, maybe you should go talk to a teacher, or like interact with a tutor and whatnot. But here's the catch. This is a problem, because that person has reasonable advice, sort of, but they're assuming that the person who made that forum post actually has the communication skills to take advantage of what they're saying. And that's a lack of compassion or empathy. Like, you can be a genius, for example, and give, ironically, one-way advice and fail to help anyone. Because this would be the phrase being out of touch. Right? Like, a genius could say, well, you just do your homework. Do your homework and you'll get better scores. Like, it's that easy. And that's what I did. Like, that sounds like sound advice. But now, online, that's what an internet expert is. An internet expert lacks experience. And when I mean lack experience, I mean human experience. Lacks human experience. So when they give advice, it's often a one-way exchange. But hear me out. It still works if the person is on the same page. Right? So nowadays, whenever someone asks me for advice or like whatnot, how do I combine go see someone and talk to someone with one-way advice? Whenever someone says, oh, hey, do you have any recommendations on staying consistent with studying Japanese, for example? And my first comment is, okay, well, what do you consider as consistency? I can describe what I consider as consistency. And if we're on the same page, you might gather some inspiration from me. However, if we're not on the same page, which I can determine by asking them and then me sharing what my idea of consistency is, I can try to find someone else So the goal is you have to establish the parasocial relationship with a lot of people, and then see if you can cross-reference this person. It's like, hey, you know, I heard about this content creator who does these things that you are talking about. Maybe you'll find them more relatable and more appropriate in a one-way discussion. Because when they go and see that content creator, what the experience was is that I looked at that content creator and I had experience of determining who that person is on the surface, and then use that experience to match up the people in their appropriate vehicle. Like whenever someone says like, oh yeah, you've been very helpful, like it's great that we have this discussion, they're never gonna, like, to me, in my mind, they're never going to have this discussion again for a really long time. Like oftentimes outside of you're reading my mind, or you have interesting ideas, number 3 comes in as I've never had a discussion like this before. I'm like, exactly. Like for me, after someone like they come along like once or twice or comes back, and then the very first like dominant comment would be like, oh, you know, I've never had an opportunity to talk like this before, or at this length, or spend like 4 hours talking about some trivial matter that really bugged them. So it's not trivial, right? As in, like, you get this feeling when they are thankful that the things that they find important, they don't have someone who has a one-way discussion. It's like, your problems don't matter, get over it so that you can improve. Because that's what you have on the internet. When someone starts expressing something, a bunch of people will make a bunch of one-way comments. They, like, when you release content, right? What are the one-way comments? Which, by the way, this is related to P5X, the update this evening. The character Hashimoto-san, or Hashimoto-kun, I guess, maybe Hashimoto-chan, she is an influencer. And the first thing the stereotypical influencer want to be like, become up and coming influencer encounters is one-way exchanges. And that's the comment section. So when you release something and you try to explain something, it's a one-way discussion. You're trying to explain the best about why you want to put out this content. And then all the comments are all one-way exchanges. Like, oh, suck it up, man. Like, you get good. Or like, oh, I totally get what you're coming from. And then this person describes their life in the comment section, but they're all one-way exchanges. There's no feedback between the person making the content and their fans, and also all their haters who also simply state like, nah, you're just like asking for donations or something like that. And that's kind of like the new age thing. And I haven't really figured out if this is for better or for worse. So far, for me, I'm a magnet for, I run towards problems. So I don't know if whatever I'm doing is making me more approachable for people who have problems with communication specifically. Like we're talking about like motivation skills, executive function. But from my perspective, most people go online to look for solutions and answers. So, and this isn't exclusive to me. I don't have like some special predisposition where the 90% of the people I interact with for an extended time are people who are looking for solutions. But I do have to admit that I hope that one day I could say this. 90% of people come to me looking for like advice and recommendation, or like just someone to talk to. But also those same 90% people become independent like 2 or 3 years down the line and become successful people who don't simply look for solutions from others. That would be like the dream, right? Like the unfortunate part is that's also terrifying and terrible for content creation, right? Like if your whole spiel is gravitated towards making people independent, then you need a platform that thrives on the quality of independence, not the quality of dependence. And I've often, when I started 7 years ago, I had a difficult time explaining this concept to, you know, the one-way exchange where someone comes by, it's like, dude, it's like, just do this and this so you can get more views and subscribers and viewers. And I'm like, that's not how encouraging independence works. Like, I personally do not agree with some of the fundamentals of how business is done for education and for these platforms. So I do what I can without being upset about it, because I understand. Like, how do you get good viewership and, you know, consistent subscriptions and stuff? You create dependence. You're offering a service, right? You're trying to convince people that you want to watch your stuff, and that's what most people do. Not for better or for worse, or like morals and ethics. We're talking about that's how the business model works. If the business model was to emphasize, oh, here's a co-independence group, like nowadays it's not based on viewer engagement but viewer quality in some way. I don't actually know how that would work in a business sense. I genuinely think it's very difficult to create a business where you're trying to encourage your clients and customers to not want your service or like not need your service ever. That's like having the cake and eat it. But anyways, that's kind of my digression. I in the first, like, after 5 or 6 years, there are still occasionally someone would come by and say like, dude, you know, all you have to do is do this, sell some merch, make some really awesome product that no one else has, or put your face on everything because you're trying to be unique so that people want to collect your stuff, or release a bunch of limited edition things and then sign stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's creating dependence. It's also why FOMO works really well in a business context, because when things are limited and scarce, like creating scarcity. Hot take, don't get me started on Nvidia, AMD, and like the AI thing right now. But creating scarcity when there isn't scarcity, that's dependence. And YouTube platform and Twitch platform creates that behavior. It incentivizes for that behavior because it's good for business, right? Like, you have to play by the rules. I'm not one to shy away. If I need financial support, you create dependence through a platform that supports dependence. I don't know what it's gonna be like in the future. I don't even know what like a platform that doesn't create dependence looks like, because I mean, hot take, Facebook is already facing charges of that, where you take dependent people like minors, right? Kids are dependent by default. They are dependent on something, and then you target that dependency using your platform. That is up for debate and discussion right now, but I absolutely love it. Like, if I'm able to like turn over, like, it's a turnstile. So hear me out. I'm not saying all humans should be 100% independent, but they also shouldn't be 100% dependent. It's a great balance. Maybe one day you'll be like, I see 5 people or 10 people on a regular basis, like once a year, or like I see it on a daily basis, but I meet the same 5 or 10 people like once every year. So there would be like enough people in a turnstile situation where like, oh yeah, it can be sustainable in that way, so I don't get rusty. Like, if you're wondering, well, if you're always successful, why do you need more? Like, what would be the reason to keep on doing this? You need to practice. Like, time's going to change in the future. Like, in 2 years, if I don't practice interacting with people, I would be behind the times. I would be AKA out of touch, right? So people constantly practice. You have to practice your craft all the time. Like, how do you get excellent at communication? You can't simply communicate the way you always communicate and think that somehow that's going to be the GOAT in communication. You're going to become out of touch. Services require the human touch if you're serving humans. And I understand some people would joke and say, well, nowadays Gen Z behave more like AI than they behave like humans, right? And it's a funny joke because like there are a lot of stand-up comedies that do talk about that, where Gen Z and Gen Alpha behave like detached people, detached humans, where like they're missing some elements of human experience, right? And it is a funny joke, but it's also, it's funny because there's an ounce of truth in it, and it's kind of just like, it's a little concerning to me that we're kind of living in an era where you can see an entire generation of people worldwide, independent of culture. Like, certain cultures don't even create resistance to this. Like, it's not like the banning in Australia of social media. Well, we're seeing it. We're seeing if it works or not. Like, because China is instilling minors, you know, restrictions on minors, and in Australia is too, and then there's precedents and arguments here and there. Several states in the United States have been implementing things to see if it works. But I think nowadays one of the biggest root problems definitely just goes back to, it's tangentially related to semantic broadening, because the need for semantic broadening is creating a rift, a dichotomy in communication skills between those who can communicate and those who can't, or those who don't. Not like they can't communicate at all, they don't have a form of communication, is they don't explore communication, not sufficiently enough to bridge the gap. So it's kind of like people who have things and people who don't have things. So without communication and human experience, you have no way to get out of yourself. So whenever someone says, like, I can never tell someone how hard I've worked, it's because you never told someone. So going way back to the beginning of this, like, digression, one-way exchanges is the root driver to why it feels like most people can never be heard and can never create, or they feel like they can never have the capacity to communicate their intent properly, express things properly, and kind of get people to rally around them. Because one-way exchanges doesn't help you practice that at all. You like, it's not their language. Their language is not that, like, here's a crazier thing. We can go even deeper. Some people think that you need advanced English or advanced Japanese or whatever in order to improve in communication skills, right? That contributes to communication skills, being comfortable, right? Confident with what you're saying. But man, I can tell you now, there are geniuses who speak in very advanced English or even specialized English that are so out of touch, and they still speak and people listen to them, but it's not like people are talking to them. And if you know that if you can cherry pick a genius who can speak with other people and it's very charismatic, it's because they have communication skills with their language. Who believes you need to be advanced to improve? No. Being advanced in English is an improvement in communication skills. Not the need. It is correlating. So for example, when someone says, oh, I'm N4 now, that means I can communicate better in Japanese. That's not the same. Not the same. They're involved with each other. And I didn't use the word need. Correlating. They correlate. Like understanding advanced language, right? Becoming more studious and scholarly in the breadth and depth of a language somehow correlates with an improvement in communication skills. It's spurious at best. You might actually get worse at communication skills. You don't know. Communication skills does involve linguistic advancement and like semantical knowledge, right? Advanced knowledge. But without experience, communication skills are dependent on two people's experience or like more than one group. It depends on an exchange. Like we're talking about human communication, sorry. We have to be a little bit more specific because you can increase in non-human communication. Like your communication in text to a machine learning program, that semantical knowledge can improve that, right? Like in your communication, like IT services, communication in monitoring or like scripting to a device, that semantical knowledge goes a long way, right? And that is the social norm right now. Most communication skills are emphasizing that. So whenever like, and that's the majority, by the way, like for me, if there are 10 university students that talk to me, 9 of them will be in IT, in computer science of some sort. But IT, there's also telecommunications and like different forms of communication. But that in that place, or communication skills with horses, yeah. So for me, it makes sense. I'm talking about it absolutely makes sense. Like they're doing what they are appropriate. Like you have to learn a lot of semantical knowledge in order to communicate using technology, right? Like how do you script? How do you tell a computer to do what you need it to do? That's incredible high level of semantical knowledge. And you still get experience from doing it. Human communication doesn't go up with natural language correlated strictly with like semantical knowledge for computers. So oftentimes people are disappointed. When I mean those people, I'm specifically talking about those who believe that somehow when your aptitude of a language goes up, it correlates specifically with the increase in communication skills between humans. When was the last time when someone said, oh, you've read a lot of books, it's time. Now you can go and talk to a tutor or go talk to someone, right? Like they're different stages. They do overlap. It is a part of the process, right? Like all of it is related. It's not sufficient to completely substitute it. So there's quite a lot of things where there's this hyper emphasis, like, all right, so, and you've heard, James, you probably heard this before, where when someone says like, oh, I passed the N1, it depends on what metric you're judging communication skills by. I don't think so. I disagree. I'm judging it by the idea of interacting with a human being. Human being is not the same as linguistics. You're not judging human communication by linguistics. Linguistics is the measure of the language as it is. Human communication is the summation of the experience involved in the actual interaction. I mean, that's a hot take, but no, I disagree. It doesn't depend on your metrics by judging communication skills. Like the one that I set. Like if you're saying human communication, tell me a metric you would use. Like describe any metric you would measure in a human communications. And tell me if it depends. So like we can use time. So the time you engage in communication skills, you could make it a depends. Like if time goes up, somehow it gets worse. Or it gets best, so that creates dependency, right? Usually it's not. So metrics, right? Or words you use. Does it depend on words you use? Right? Does it depend on visuals? Or like the presence or absence of visuals? I would say these two things that I'm describing are exclusive enough that no, you wouldn't confuse these, at least in my opinion. I don't know what you meant by it depends, so I might have to ask you what you mean by metrics in judging communication skills, because I specifically said human communication skills with semantic heavy communication skills that deal with communicating with technology. Like with technology, like to technology. To me, to technology is the default for the belief that if you learn highly technical things, it allows a higher level of communication. So like someone can think you're really smart because you know a lot of fancy words. Or someone thinks you're really cool and good at communication because you're able to convey extraordinary nuances through like complex language. And so on. That's the very specific thing. And when you say it depends on what metric you're judging communication skills, I already stated my dependencies even then. So that to me, when you say it depends on what metric you're judging communication skills, that is the one-way exchange. That's exactly what I mean by the one-way exchange. I already cited the many dependencies, but because within those dependencies, the rest that follow there are fewer dependencies. Human communication and semantical knowledge. So I mean I am more than welcoming any counter arguments, because instead of having a one-way exchange, you can tell me, you know, say some of those metrics that could create different results that makes semantical knowledge correlate with technological communication versus human communication. So if you can convince me that they're one and the same, or like varying in aspects depending on metrics, I would be like, that would be very informative. Yeah, like I welcome it. I think you probably heard this before, where someone said like they passed the N1 or something like that, and then they're like, well, I passed the N1, but I'm still having problems talking to someone, like talking to a Japanese person. And then you could create a bunch of metrics to make a counter argument on how N1 can judge communication skills. Just within humans, someone could argue communication skills involve things like politeness or emotional awareness. However, someone can approach an interaction without having those as a goal. That's what you meant? So you argue that when someone communicates and it involves things like politeness, but their readout was not having them as goals. So you're giving me an example where this person has cognitive dissonance. So I will add one condition to it. The person doesn't have cognitive dissonance. Or ignorance. My argument now is that, okay, well, if you pick a metric, one is inferring that the metric is dependent on the goal, or the goal is dependent on the metric. That is what you meant by it depends when you ask, it depends on what metric you're judging communication skills by. Well, yes, I agree with you. So don't give me an example where you're measuring something that is not dependent on it. Or like the person is unaware that it is dependent on it. You literally just stated person A has a goal, but they used a metric that is not dependent on the goal in their minds. So they don't focus on a goal that they're learning to use. So like the communication skills that involve politeness and emotion, they could learn that, they could approach it, but they don't have a goal, so it's not dependent for them. By the way, JLPT just doesn't test output, so it's missing a large factor of communication. Exactly. Because JLPT does not measure dependence on the goal. You're saying one person can judge success of communication by the emotion imparted on their partner, another may not have that go. You just described a non-human communication skills to me. I already said that a human interaction is two ways. What you described is that you include one-way interactions. This is exactly what I was talking about the last 2 hours-ish. Well, no, not really. It's like 40 minutes because I was talking to Mika about this stuff. There's a person A interacting with person B, but your counter argument is that they both don't interact with each other because they are both not in this, they're not dependent on each other. Like, so one can judge, A can judge B on its communication skills on things B does not consider communication skills. That's not your argument? Well, that's what I think you're saying. You're saying one person can judge, so A, can judge the communication skills by their emotional impact, right? On what? On their partner. We'll call the partner B. Another person may not have that go. So you compare A not, this is another person, right? A not, and B not, right? 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 The subjectivity of this. You're saying communication skills are subjective because perception of success. But I'm not saying it's. Oh, okay, that's fine. I actually agree with that. Yeah, good. Like, I agree with you that communication skills are subjective because perception of success of communication skills is personal, right? Because it's dependent on each other. Well, actually, you're just saying it depends on the one-way person. You're literally just saying one way. So I agree with that. I absolutely have no problems with that. That the success of a communication skills is dependent on the subjectivity of what the person considers as success. It's a shame that you didn't answer, or maybe you're just telling me these things, because my entire thing about human communication is about two-way interaction. So it is dependent on the interaction of A and B. That is communication that I was describing. I was describing human communication as communication between two people. As in, you're not communicating with yourself. Which is the one-way exchange. So I agree with you. Person A might value something different than person A not on what they're doing. Like, person A might favor politeness, right? But it's not their goal. Person A not might value politeness and it is their goal. Or person A not values something else, right? I get that. That is all subjective as well. I also agree with that. And the success of their communication skills, I disagree with. This is where I firmly disagree. Because success is based on the interaction between A and B. That is the metric I'm using. It is dependent on the subjectivity of both A and B when they're interacting with each other. So the success of this exchange require that you and I exchange ideas regardless of our subjectivities. Like, it takes into consideration our subjectivities. It is a result of the communication between us. You can communicate to me, which is your definition. You can communicate to me what you think is important to communication skills, right? It's dependent on the person who's talking. Fair enough. And then you can even make an argument that B, the person receiving the communication, is also having a subjective thing that is selfish. As in, like, if B values politeness, right? The person B values politeness, and then the person A doesn't value politeness. They both have dependencies on their subjectivity. The success of B's portrayal of A is that they have to speak to them politely in order to be successful. But now, because of that, it requires the juxtaposition of two people. So by default, communication skills require the intent or involvement of interacting with two people or two parties. And that's what I thought I was going to agree with, because yes, it does depend on it. Depends on the value of A, and it depends on the value of B. And it is through the interaction of the two that forms what I consider as communication skills. So I agree with you, period. There's no argument that one can be the judge of their own success. Absolutely. Like, if you think that politeness is the most important thing, then you can work towards it. Or you can also say politeness is not the most important thing, and you can still use that skill but not favor it. Yes, that would be the selfish nature. The selfish nature of, I don't think it's called communication skills. This is called values to me. So communication skills is dependent on the values of A and B. So like the values of success or the values of appropriateness. So what B considers as the successful communication skills, what A determines is the success of communication skills. They would have to then use communication skills to interact with each other, because that's what communication skills is. You're having the intent to communicate with someone. And if you think communication skills is this way, which I consider as dissemination, I still agree that there are going to be people who think dissemination is communication too. I agree with you. If you're going to make a counter argument that teaching, for example, like instructing is considered communication, or like a like a public service announcement is a form of communication, I agree with you. These are all considered communication skills. However, if someone was actively listening to me, in my opinion, personally, and as respectful as I can, if someone was listening to my preface to all of this, I was specifically talking about human communication between two people. That is what I consider as a human communication. When you are communicating and instructing to a mass audience, or like to the stuff, that's what I was talking about one-way communication. And I think one-way communication, quote unquote, one-way communication is the default. So I totally agree with you that most people, if not possibly the majority of people right now, that is their form of communication. And I'm gonna double down. It not only depends on A, right, the person's perspective, and B, independently. The thing you described is exactly what I was talking about what I'm focusing on. That is absent, or it's de-emphasized. So when someone communicates, like say this person has a great command of native Japanese. This person is incredibly good at native Japanese, and they value being natively spoken, like fluent, like accents, whatever they find subjectively dependent on their success of communication, right? If that is what is dependent on when they interact with B will also have a set of all these things. So B will say, well, pitch accent doesn't matter. Pitch accent doesn't matter. So then they would speak based on their success, their projection of their success of their Japanese. So when they go to interact, that's when they're communicating. They're making a human communication. And these skills are not beneficial by this. It is through the act of interacting with A and B that human communication skills dramatically improve, or can improve. It can also deteriorate, but what I mean is there's a delta to this. So you can have your own opinions. Party A can have all their dependencies, and B can have all their dependencies. When they go to interact with each other, it's the act of using their human communication skills. You can still do communication skills. Like for example, you can still have your opinions, right? So you can subjectively have your opinions on what you think is good And then you can post a video about it by communicating all the things you think are important, right? So then you do not have an audience, you have an absence. You have an absence of feedback, so no interaction. You might argue that, oh, you do have an interaction. X can provide comments and feedback of their, dependencies, their variables, their variables that they favor. It's like, yes, then there will be a long list of comments. And communication to me, human communication to me, is when A interacts with these comments that B has or X has. That is what happens when I consider communication skills. That's what I'm referring to. So I'm being more specific now because I agree with you. I was a little bit general. I was very general. So the thing I was describing is the contrast between someone who can use and analyze technology or linguistics or semantics. Someone who has a very high level command of the things, not having a goal. Like the goal is not to engage in human communication, like my human communication, the thing that I qualified. But they can still command all of the essence of politeness, neurotypicalness, atypicalness, autism, all of those things they can command. And they can produce videos in a one-way discussion that serves as communication. Like, I'm not arguing with that. That is a form of communication. This is a form of communication. When you write a book, it's a form of communication. When you write a thesis on the appropriate nature of the elegant and tier system of Japanese politeness, that's a linguistic study on the Japanese language. Those are forms of communication. You're disseminating information. You're projecting your subjectivity. And I was comparing and contrasting that, which this is the internet. NetSpeak is dominated by one-way communication skills. They value one-way communication skills. If someone comes to me and say, I passed the N1, remember, we already talked about, I agree that N1 doesn't emphasize output or anything, but this person would tell me, hey, I passed the N1. You didn't pass any N exams. You should listen to me on the success of communication. That is still a form of communication. The person telling me what's in N1, N2, N3, N4, or someone who lives in Japan and they say, we Japanese people only do this. You are a foreigner. I'm telling you what real Japanese people do. That is a form of communication. They are telling me and disseminating information instructively, but it's not human communication. I don't consider that as human communication because the other human is not involved in this, because that person is simply informing the other person. They are not taking consideration what that other person's goals or dependencies are. So when you said that, oh, that's not your argument at all, and like you're talking about an entirely different point, that's fair. Like, I agree with all your points, but we didn't exchange anything on my point. So when I was ranting and stuff, I thought, right? I thought you were making a complement or supplement or interacting with a topic that I was talking about, but it wasn't. It was a one-way exchange. You wanted to just simply state what you thought and continue that. And now I'm making the attempt, at least I'm trying to, and I could still fail because my communication skill success is dependent on whether you and I can communicate our subjectivities and our dependencies. So that's what I value. I value that human communication skills involve the subjectivity of both A and B. Not because like, for example, your example about neurotypicalness, if you want to bring in autistic people are generally wired to do things, right? Your typical wired things, that if you're autistic and you say you're autistic, does that make you have good communication skills by just simply telling everyone to talk like you? You're saying communication skills are sort of, and then in contrast, in communication styles have come out more often in contrast of neurodivergent and neurotypical people, as expected. You would mention that. Autistic people are generally wired to value very different styles to holistic people. I had a feeling you were going to mention that. And communication skills involves the interaction between the two. But you're trying to make an argument that they are fundamentally incompatible with each other. So you're now making the argument of incompatibility. So then communication skills, the prospect of success of communication skills is an impasse. You're trying to push to the limit where, well, some people are just wired differently. They're born differently or have different propensities, and therefore it creates an impasse between different people, right? People are somehow wired differently. And my thought is, yeah, and yet communication still involves the two parties. In order to create this impasse, you have to know the subjective nature of the allistic people and the, I guess you're going to use autistic or neurotypical, maybe. We'll just say atypical. Still involves them. Your response was on the point of relationship between advanced and communication skills. Yes. My comment, let me clarify so that we are on the same page. Advanced language is seen as correlating with communication skills. Human communication skills. And I cited a specific example that occurs wildly online. Knowing advanced things is seen as a way to compensate for human communication skills because it creates more, like, I don't know, more details or maybe even possibilities. But like you said, all the examples that you have, what if this person simply is neurotypical? Or this person is atypical? That is going to affect their subjectivity, right? Their subjectivity, their goals, however they evaluate their success in the stuff, right? This is part of it. I'm saying this is actually part of it. The belief, the propensity of people saying being advanced in linguistics correlates with communication skills. That was the commentary I was making about this. So when you are very advanced, right, like N1 or like N5 compared to N1. Now, depending, you could argue, all right, well, let's take a neurotypical, whatever neurotypical means. A neurotypical person in this day and age, I suppose, when conditioned through the net, which is what I was making an argument about, would have a propensity, a tendency to suggest that when you have an advanced understanding of a natural language, that it correlates with a noticeable improvement in human communication skills. And my argument is that it does contribute to it, but I don't think it resonates properly. So I don't actually think it creates that large correlation. It's spurious because there are sufficient evidence to know. And then you might be saying, well, then you made the argument, well, JLPT does not train output. It does not encourage output, right? Like, it doesn't measure output. So regardless, or it de-emphasizes output. So regardless, these neurotypical people, and then we can talk about atypical people later, like neurotypical people would say, okay, well, this is because their goals, their metric, or like their metric does not line up with their goals, right? And so I would have to come up with an argument. What if, despite this metric, right? What if this metric, so this is saying that the metric you use is not dependent, it doesn't contribute to the goal, right? That is a good example of when you have cognitive dissonance or a leap of logic, when the metric is not dependent on the goal. The whole time we were talking about their dependency. So when you were suggesting idea, I thought you were going to give me an example where the metric is dependent, right? Like what I mean, the goal is dependent on the metric, which makes the subjectivity important. But now I'm starting to realize that I might have misinterpreted what you said now that I have written this out, because I think you mean whether it's relevant. Like, it depends on if it's relevant to the goal, which I can kind of see that as a miscommunication on my part. Because if the metric, right, if the metric you're using, if the goal is not dependent on the metric, then it depends how you measure success, right? If you use a metric that doesn't measure the goal, then it wouldn't be a good measure of success, right? Because it's not relevant to your success. I can agree with that too. Actually, overall, I don't disagree with pretty much anything you said. I think they're very relevant points. When you said that your response was one of the points between my relationship between advanced and communication skills, I'm talking about how advanced skills, like thinking about advancing your skills in linguistics, for example. In linguistics is something that is represented as correlating with an advancement in communication skills, in human communication skills. And I can see that it does have an impact. There is some dependency. And I'm suggesting my point is that it's overrepresented. And you can make an argument that it's not overrepresented if you want, or you're suggesting that. Your comment would suggest that you're talking about this, right? And I now realize that I probably misinterpreted. Do you think there's a very large correlation? Fair enough. You can make an argument that there's a large correlation. I would take that too. I disagree, obviously. My main point is it's overrepresented because it's not as large as you think. So, fair enough. I think we're on the same page now. I disagree with you because I think because of people that you do, like you, for example, who think there's a very large correlation between advanced semantics and linguistics, that it somehow contributes dramatically to communication skills by other things, there's an overrepresentation of your point of view. I think the way you talk and the way you write is highly dependent on your subjectivity alone. The idea of favoring advanced skills and stuff tends to come from a selfish perspective. That's what I feel the vast majority of people take. They believe that their communication skills, for example, someone with N1 is going to have better listening skills so they can respond more fluently to their partner. I disagree. That's like assuming someone who's very good at English is a good listener. Absolutely disagree. Especially when someone thinks they're a good listener and they're the ones that are better at listening, they are more likely to have a miscommunication. Miscommunication because we're having one right now. We're having a miscommunication because their competence is based on what they believe and not the interaction between the two. Case in point, you can have an expert who knows a lot of things and they listen to someone who's unable, you could use even like an atypical person interacting with a neurotypical person. And you know, their subjectivities and stuff might be, but one person is N1 and one person is N5. Or you can reverse it. One person's N5 and one person's N1. The communication skills is highly dependent on the interaction between the two. And that's what I built most of my stuff on. Like, you have to know how to appropriately talk to one another. And you're saying that because this person's N1, there's a higher communication thing. I'm telling you, yes. But you're saying it's a large correlation. I disagree. It's larger to take consideration of the dependency between the two people. There's a higher chance that two N3s would have a better communication style than one N1 with an N3. Human communication is heavily reliant on the communicating part, which requires compassion, empathy, appropriateness. So, to me and you, if you know a lot about Japanese, there's a very highly good chance that someone who knows less about Japanese would still be able to understand me better than the one that knows a lot about Japanese. My counter argument for that is the native speaker fallacy. Someone with N1, I'll contradict. Let's say the null hypothesis. I will try to support your example. If someone is N1, this is making the assumption that this person remembers what it's like to be N5 through N4 and also shares empathy and also understands the other person. And then when they talk, this person will definitely have a higher chance of being successful in talking to B. This is provided that the person already understands B and shares the experience of B. So this guy could be N5. Well, this is assuming this person's N1 and their references and their subjectivity is in line. So what is this usually called, in my opinion, is called emotional intelligence. And emotional intelligence requires human communication, because communication is dependent on experience. How about the case where a learner is speaking to a native speaker? Same difference. When a learner is speaking to a native speaker, how does the learner communicate with the native speaker? If the learner specifically says, oh, okay, I have goals. I want to become N1 competent, right? And then the native speaker is like, oh yeah, I definitely, the native speaker is definitely N1, right? So you're saying that if this person, if the native speaker is N1, right? Then this would have a higher chance that this native speaker is going to be able to communicate the things this learner needs to be N1. I agree with you. I already agree with you, but you made the argument that it is a large dependence, as in it is more significant than the point I'm making about there being communication between the two people. My argument is that this is overrepresented over this. Communication is between A and B. And when I mention or I'm referring to communication skills, I mean that it takes into account the interaction between A and B. They are dependent on each other. Communication is a dependency between A and B. It is less so on the dependency of one side. So an efficacious teacher is not one that is the expert in the language itself. It is great, it is significant. I'm gonna say it is a significant supporter of it. It's great to have an expert teacher. I think it's overrepresented because that teacher would still need to be able to communicate with their student. So if the student says, I don't understand, and the teacher says, I know, this would not work. It doesn't matter if the teacher knows better. Well, it does actually. I lied. It matters significantly that the teacher knows better. But you're making the argument that it is. I am making an argument, and then you're attempting to refute my argument that the communication between the teacher and the student is arguably, I'm not saying I have cold hard facts or stats. My impression is that the human communication between the human communication skills between the teacher and the student. So it's their skills, their ability to communicate as human skills, which can be divorced from linguistic understanding, right? It's a culmination of all of it. If this is lacking, this is underrepresented. So you can have someone like Albert Einstein try to teach a high school student quantum mechanics. And it will help, I agree with you, it will help that Einstein knows a lot. Like, they're very experienced, they know a lot of things about quantum mechanics. So they have lots of tools, like lots of ways and methods to explain the thing. So it does go up. I'm saying that, I'm not counter-arguing you here, that the communication skills does go up if Einstein knows a lot about quantum mechanics. So then they would be able to give TED Talks. They would be able to simplify things or make things complex. I agree with you. However, if the high school student simply just sucks at human communication skills, you're asserting that Einstein would be able to read the high school student's mind. Like, you're asserting that because Einstein is just that good, that this will be likely driven by the success of the expert being the expert. And yes, I think it is possible. And I even think it's sufficient. I totally agree. Like, you can go around thinking that a native Japanese speaker can teach Japanese to everyone. I agree with you. It is possible and it is sufficient. You can immerse yourself and it is sufficient. I didn't say anything to the contrary. My thought is, I don't think this is significant, but it's overrepresented. It has some impact on the success of communication skills. Like, what I mean is, communication skills go up when someone knows a lot about their topic, because they can respond more fluidly and more similarly. Yeah, but you just made the counter argument, the cyclic argument, that the success of communication skill is dependent on the subjectivity of the person that's using it, right? So the high school student could think Einstein is a butthead and suck at communication skills. So I'm applying your argument that it is based and dependent on the goals and the mindset of whoever is either going to speak or whoever is going to even listen, right? Because listening and speaking are part of communication skills. So a high school student can still call an expert a doofus and a moron and bad at communication skills. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough, is often attributed to Einstein. It's fair enough. I disagree with that. Maybe Einstein was using the word, like during his time, the word simply is not quite the same as comprehensively. Maybe those words are different in his time, but if you can't explain it comprehensively, you don't understand it well. If you can explain it simply, that doesn't mean the other person will understand. That's like the thing I said 2 days ago about the difference between simplification and comprehensibility. I think it's funny, relevant to your example, like being to explain a concept to a student or a child. Exactly. So what I mean by this is when you simplify something, you are treating the person as though they are a child. When you're trying to make it comprehensible, you can still be treating the person as a child. But the thing is, when it's comprehensible, you're seeing the idea that this is a child. So you're trying to make it comprehensible, appropriate for the child. When I think of simplification, again, I'm not saying Albert Einstein is saying this. I have no idea what Albert Einstein meant when the vernacular, like the colloquialism. But I like to believe that Albert Einstein meant comprehensible. So like when he goes into a classroom, right? And I believe in this. I do believe in this. Like if I'm an expert, like say I know a lot about virology, which I really don't. I really don't anymore. If I walk into a classroom, I must know my audience. That's what I do. Like, so for communication skills, like the evaluation of my communication skills, the skills that are talking about my success, even when it's one-sided, right? Like it's one-sided. This is the one-sided take. Basically an expert explaining something. They learn, like in speech class or like when you're in graduate school, you learn to present, right? How do you present your information, like a TED Talk and whatnot? That's part of a communication skills class. You have to know your audience. So that means you are required, or at least in my opinion, one of the greatest assets that are now underrepresented. I'm not saying, okay, we won't make it a competition anymore between whether how much you know improves communication skills. I agree with you, it does. Maybe we are debating about its extent. I think the internet does this really well. So I don't think anyone needs to help you, James. Or like, I would still back you up because most people would agree with you that being knowledgeable in a topic makes you better at communicating the concept, explaining the concept. The idea is when someone, an expert, walks into the room, what separates dramatically between an expert that talks at their level versus an expert that talks at the audience's level. And then going back to what Albert Einstein said, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. I think that's a great thing to keep in mind. If I mean when this is inferring that when he says simply, he means appropriately. Because an expert should ideally be able to talk about the thing at different levels, right? And that goes back to the N1 example. If a native speaker is assumed to have N1, N2, N3, N4, and N5, right? It is assumed that this will help because they can communicate at these levels. They can communicate appropriately or simply. They can place it simply for the student. Right? Now, imagine if the student was, or anything, if the student literally was thinking, like using your earlier example about it's dependent on the person's metrics, right? Metrics, whatever the metric the student has, and then whatever the experts have, right? The metrics of the expert, right? The problem is what I feel is a big miscommunication, and I think it's a problem with teaching right now. It's a problem with teaching. The student doesn't care a lot of times for the same thing. You see what I mean? Like, and that's the root of my digression with like Mika and whatnot. Like, I need to understand what they care about first. I need to understand what is it, and that requires communication skills. And communication skills are not just verbal, it's non-verbal. Like a synthesis of their progress. What is the dogma? What is the dogmatic? What is the idiosyncrasy? So you can study this in a void, right? Like a native speaker lives in Japan, right? But there's a student they meet that doesn't live in Japan, and they have no aspirations to live in Japan. They just simply like to read Japanese, for example. So, despite the native speaker knowing all of the things that they want for the student and want to encourage them and know better and how to do all those things, right? Like, they can do all those things. If they do not understand, if there is no communication skills between the student and the native, this would be comparable to another student. This can be comparable to two students interacting that have communication skills. And how does this link with the NetSpeak thing? My ultimate goal to bring back to the very first point I'm trying to make is this human communication skills has broken down. They have broken down due to the overrepresentation of what it means to be subjectively one way. So I could be an idiot, which I'm an idiot in a lot of things. Like, for example, I'm stupid in baseball. So we live in a time where when I look at something, right, when you go on YouTube and there's someone who's really good at baseball, who's like really good at baseball, and then this is where the content creator thing came in. Like, I would defer someone to someone who's more appropriate because they're on the same page. If I'm stupid at baseball and I'm also not on the same page, which is your argument of subjectivity, right? Where their goals, your metrics and your goals are not on the same page, and you're watching someone who clearly is an expert at it, this communication still breaks down completely. Like, you would get nothing from it. You simply pay attention to the things that are not on the same page. So what happens is this student or the person who wants to learn something ends up doing something that is entirely outside of this person's perspective, right? And that's what happens when there's one-way communication. I'll give an example for physics, I suppose. Oppenheimer and the Manhattan Project. Oppenheimer and his group at the Manhattan Project are brilliant scientists. They're absolutely brilliant scientists. And then I talk about the atomic bomb. Who are they communicating with? Well, military leaders. So despite experts in their own right And they also command they also command good communication skills, so to speak. Communication skills evaluated by themselves, so their perspective, their own perspective of their communication skills are fantastic in their own right, but they're not talking with each other. They do not have adequate human communication skills, in my terminology, because now they're interacting with humans. They're interacting with each other. So the breakdown in communication skills led to the deployment of the atomic bomb. Just make it a little... I know this is a little bit of a darker example, but one of the biggest miscommunications between like science is interdisciplinary communication. It happens, and again, I'm really biased. I'm very biased here. So if I'm pushing really strong, James, I really apologize. But this happens at the expert level constantly in science. So you have a biology department, and your biology department, it has structural biologists, like chemists, right? Molecular biologists, developmental biologists. And when they get into a room, there's still a lot of miscommunication between all of them, because oftentimes, despite knowing so much about their roles, it's very difficult to communicate interdisciplinary. In fact, a lot of times, it's inversely proportional. When someone becomes so enthralled and specialized in something, it actually creates a barrier to communicating with someone who has a different discipline. And I don't have to use science for this. I can just simply use Japan and Korea. And I'm not talking about language here. I'm talking about politics and geography. In fact, if I want to go even darker, war. You can have two groups of people who know so much about what they know and what they are right, and there would be no communication between them. That's obviously very dark because I used the atomic bomb as one of the examples. So I agree with you that it does depend on all the other stuff, though. I think it's overrepresented, personally. For me, an assumption is that the student's goal is to become more advanced, and so part of their success would be to be, linguistically advanced. I agree with you. Like, in that way, it's absolutely true. So the good news is, I think that's what we need to do, and that's part of communication skills. I agree. Like, to me, that's the part that I hope gets better. Because what's happening right now, in my opinion, is that's delegated to technology. Now, you can make an argument, is technology better at that? So now, after 3 hours, the main thing that I'm attacking right now, or kind of attacking, for no apparent reason, like maybe Nvidia might get mad at me, or like OpenAI might get mad at me, is the idea that, do you think technology is better at putting people together than human communication? That's where we are at right now. Do you think it is overrepresented right now? Like, my position right now, for the time being, it can change in the future, is that right now there is an over-representation or an over-reliance on technological communication to hope that it can substitute for human communication. So like when you say for you, the assumption is that the goal of the students to become advanced, so part of their success success metric would be to be very linguistically advanced. So if a technology says like, oh, all the linguistically advanced people, like the people who want linguistic advancement, will get targeted to you, is that more sufficient than having humans be able to determine that through communication? And no, I don't know which is better. I maybe will never live long enough to even see it, but for now, it's technology that is doing the communication skills. So you have no need for human communication skills, or it's not needed because technological communication is sufficient, or it's seen as it's sufficient. So I don't need to look and talk to people. Like talking to AI? Yes, like talking to AI. Like here's a different one. Let's not use AI. Twitch is separated into like game categories, right? But there's also a category for studying. So I'm under the studying and co-working section. And then on YouTube, I'm under people and blogs, because I'm technically blogging. I'm not doing anything else. So because I know better, right? Like I know what I'm doing, right? Because I'm person A. I know what I want to communicate. So I put myself in categories, because technology will bring the audience to me. You see what I mean? So we're not going to even talk about AI. AI is like really complicated. So let's do something more simple, like algorithmic targeting and comment filtering. So on Twitch, when someone clicks on the studying and co-working section, if I have like 10 people, I would be kind of like pretty in the upper sorted stack of people. So they would come in and they would talk to me, but they wouldn't actually talk with me. They would talk about the thing I'm doing. So most people wouldn't talk about what is interesting to both of the people. They would be talking about what should be interesting to both people without interacting with each other. So like when you're playing a video game, like if you're under the Elden Ring category, then the technology is going to guide the audience that is interested in Elden Ring to you. Then their expectation, which is what you're talking about, the presumption is that the people will communicate based on the technological selection. So it is assumed that, well, you might as well talk about Elden Ring. And then all of the following communication skills is one way most of the time, because it is expected that most people are in agreement. Now, I'm saying expected because this is where it gets tricky. When a tech is bad at algorithmically targeting, then what happens in these communities is there are disagreements. And these disagreements are very rare. Like they can be rare because algorithms are really good now, right? They're super good. They're rare. But remember that in terms of the internet, how does cancel culture work? For example, it only takes one to start the fire. And then when people join in the fire because they want fire, it produces this. The technology takes you to the fire. So oftentimes when I'm thinking about this, this is what I wanted to contrast. The overall thing is is human communication not necessary anymore? Like, is it underrepresented? Do you need it anymore? Because if you have experts, and experts are the ones that are putting out content, if YouTube and Twitch is always constantly selecting for someone who knows better than you, then you simply have to take their word for it. So in the long scheme of things, most people want what people who are good at things want, and that goes back to Mika's problem with her school, like interview and scores. The idea is you can live in a world where you can say that you can trust all the best examples of things because it doesn't require any communication skills anymore. Not human communication skills. It requires technological communication skills. So, for example, in Google, if you understand your language well enough, you can get the results you want. Now, when these people go and talk to humans, the question is, do they do the same thing? Because that's very much, if you think about someone who's a Japanese speaker who only speaks in Japanese, and they know a lot about Japanese, does that somehow make them better to someone who doesn't speak Japanese? I mean, they will still learn, obviously. Like one way or the other, both groups have to negotiate, right? They have to communicate with each other. But you don't have to do that anymore. If technology gets better, then you never have to worry about the other group. You don't have to talk to a human anymore. You simply have technology predict what you need, right? So this person, and here's even more than this, or sorry, it's the other way around. So this, whatever they need, technology will predict. But here's even more. That technology could also make this person worse at talking to humans. Because if you're a teacher and you rely on technology, right, but you don't talk to humans at all, technology can train you to be the best at whatever it is that requires technological literacy. So if technology is selecting my attention, for example, like algorithms, when YouTube serves me problems, I worry about this all the time, by the way. I'm very worried about this. And it's gonna mar everything. It's gonna undermine all the things that we just said here for like 3 hours. Like the last 3 hours, it's gonna undermine this because I do genuinely am concerned about my perspective nowadays. And I've been trying different ways to mitigate it or like balance it out. If an algorithm is feeding me problems that people have with learning Japanese and Chinese and video games, right? And then I go to interact with someone. I go to interact with a student. All of this is going to influence the way I communicate humanly with this student, right? And it's reliant on that the technology, that same technology, is putting this student in contact with me. So all is well in the world if the technology is getting the student to have the students with the same problems also be the same problems that I see from the technology feeding me the same information. So in the future, it could be a non-issue largely because it's not based on human communication anymore. It's on technological literacy. And to me, that's part of the equation. It's part of the equation because if you in Japanese, if you know the linguistic the linguistics of Japan, like Japanese language, that is the technological part. It's technological literacy. At least what I mean by that is it's somewhat of an analogous choice of the internet. The internet emphasizes things that are part of algorithmic objective reproducibility, and then they take out the what I would consider as the underrepresented part, which is the human noise. You become more consistent. So in a way, I would argue that in a world that expertise has a super large impact, like the driver of competence is made possible when there is no need for human communication. Right? Because if there's no need to negotiate what B cares about, because A knows better, and then somehow B is conditioned to care about what A cares about, so they both care about the same thing, right? If B cares about the same thing, then you never have to worry about human communication. Everyone's always on the same page. So I agree with you in those situations. I think it is the easiest way to do things. Like what I mean is, it's easier than human communication. I think human communication is laborious, is exhaustive, and I have a catch. Here's the curveball. I think it's laborious, exhaustive, and it's one of the magics, like the magical thing about talking to other human beings. I actually don't, in my opinion, you and I, this discussion that we're having now is far more engaging and important to me, that we share different opinions and talk to different things, than assuming that we both always agree. So this conversation that we're having is possible because we both disagree about the importance of what I consider as human communication. Human communication legitimately involves miscommunications, differing in subjectivity. Like if you have a different subjective meaning or intent than I do, that requires human communication skills. So the success of human communication skills is dependent on both A and B, or like group A and group B. Because communication to me between humans is a transfer and exchange of ideas. Whether they receive it, like A could reject the exchange, B could accept the exchange. That's fair. Like there are impasses all the time. Technology, though, in my opinion, is predicated on knowing that there is a best way. And what is the best way? The most knowledgeable way. And it reinforces the idea that experts are always good communicators. Because it is sufficient. It is always sufficient that experts can communicate what they're knowledgeable in, and then technology mirrors that and facilitates that. It's possible for like AI and machine learning to do that because they would be curated and reinforced by the pool of curated expert knowledge, right? And therefore, in a perfect world, the experts have to represent all of the interest of those who are not experts. So I agree with you when everyone has the same subjectivity. So in order to refine the original axiom, all of us need to have the same subjective values, which, if you think about it, in a very logical way. If everyone has the same subjective values, then it would be objective. Because it would no longer depend on the subject. So if someone is language learning, all of the people want to become advanced linguists in linguistics, then this is no longer dependent, right? It's not dependent anymore. And then technology and expertise is unconditional. Because there's no subjectivity anymore. It's unconditional. Everyone wants to be in advanced linguistics when they're learning a language. Hello there, Procol. How my studies going? I'm thoroughly James, I'm sorry, Procol, but James on Twitch, you and James are kind of like the thing now. Like, so I'm talking with James, not you, Procol. That we were talking about like communication skills. So, like how we differ, how me and James differ in our like prioritization of linguistics. One of the main topics here was if person A and person B are communicating, right? Like if they're communicating, what is the contribution if A is an expert at something, or like they know what they're talking about, like they let's just say a language, right? Let's say A speaks English very well they speak advanced English, and B, they are a novice in English, right? A novice in English. How much do you think being an expert, talking to an expert, would contribute to the communication success, right? The success of communication, right? And I made a comment that James was responding to, where I was saying that this does have some impact. I think the word was some that I used, some impact. However, I concede that it can be dependent, right? It can be dependent. It might have large impact. Like it might be the whole reason. And I just rationalized and agree with James that it probably has a large impact if both A and B have the same goals and metrics. And that, to me, is very likely to happen because of technology. And when I was talking about this, I was saying this interaction here, which is what I consider as human communication, is not participated in. It's underrepresented. So what I mean by that is there's no value anymore. Like you don't really value this. The value of this is fairly low. And my argument was this might actually have a larger impact now, which now we're discarding that. We're not competing which branch has more impact, but more like they're both important, at least in my opinion. But one is favored over the other is my argument here. So like the reason why I made an argument for larger impact is because it's an absence of the skill. So communication skills, there are human communication skills, and then there are technological communication skills. There's like two-way. Humans typically are two-way communication, and technology tends to be one-way communication. These are all part of a greater subset of comm skills. One skill is really good. Technology is on the uptrend, and one-way communication is on the uptrend. And what this does is it really helps this situation where the person who knows more, the person who's an expert, the person who's an expert will likely be seen as the person who is the most likely to be successful at communicating whatever it is that needs to be communicated. And that is part of the equation. In fact, that's kind of what like the classroom is like. Right? When you go into a professor's class, that's pretty much what I think is the social norm. Which is an ironic thing because, or not necessarily ironic if you think about it. People hate school, right? They hate going in and listening to an expert and then having the expert tell you what's important and what's right so that you can learn properly, right? But the irony, it's not as ironic as you might think. Now they go on the internet just to be told by experts or like people who are justifiably favored by technology to be told, right? Hear me out? But here's the funny thing. It's pragmatic because if the internet can do better than formal education, then they must likely compete with the same function. So when I see people say, I don't need to go to school anymore, I can just simply watch someone who's an expert who does it better. And I'm like, yeah. So the function of communication has shifted from human communication to technological communication that gives you that semblance of human communication. And I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. The thing that I'm talking about now is the whole thing that spiraled this is there a lack of value to interacting with humans that's not filtered through technology? Or is it even valuable to have people talk to each other and exercise skills that doesn't involve interacting with an expert or have like a tier system in which someone knows better? I don't know. I was making commentary that that's how most of my conversations go now. Like the reason why I'm highlighting this is my reality. Not that I'm data mining other people's realities or like all that. My common interactions is like this. There's someone who knows more, there's someone who knows less. They do not have any incentive to talk to each other through that. There's no compensation or consideration for what the other person's motivations are, or how it lines up or disagrees with your own motivation, right? And that is the vast majority of the conversation. So someone is listening, someone is talking. That's it. I consider myself doing it right now. A lot of times people come in, they ask a question, and I'm, like everything is asymmetrical. And I know you guys don't have a mic because the platform operates that way, right? Twitch operates that way. YouTube operates that way. Technology creates separation of human communication. Someone has the mic. Someone knows better. Someone has unequivocal more authority and power despite even being on a platform in which it's supposed to be open like discussions and stuff, right? So that is now, in my opinion, the normal way to look at things online. And my commentary is it's overrepresented. Not that it's bad or good. You have plenty of it. So most of the time when I'm talking about things that I miss is the underrepresented stuff. Like when the student challenges my notion, which James is refreshingly challenging my notion. And I absolutely love that because I miss that. I miss going in and I say something and someone's like, though, hear me out. I got an alternative theory. What if we take into consideration and then in the end, this explanation that I'm giving you, Procol, I'm trying to account for James's ideas and my idea. So now I'm placing it in a context of two people's thing. And then the explanation is a little bit more in depth. Like it creates more tug and pull. Now, whenever someone sees this, they'll have multiple perspectives on it. I'm not selling you one narrative, right? However, that doesn't happen when the expert is always assumed to be correct. By the way, I still learned this way. The expert that I trust are also experts that understand me as well. So like we're not talking about all experts. right now, the most classical internet expert is you must unconditionally trust the person that is algorithmically favored to occur, right? Mere exposure is sufficient to create a guru's certification and qualification. If their opinion represents an algorithmically favored opinion, then they effectively become an expert to those who are dependent on expert advice, so to speak. For me, when I see something and a video serves to me, I'm like, time to null hypothesis test. Like, this person is saying that their 3 million followers agrees with them about the consistency of language being heavily reliant on native speech. And my first thought is, okay, well, what if it's not? Let's go look at that. And now I have to make the conscious effort to go against technology to find opposing opinions or contrastive opinions. Because of that resistance, most people don't do that anymore, because a lot of it actually involves communicating with other human beings, because technology favors the majority. They don't favor, like, and the majority is usually representation of expert advice or those who have command the most influence, right? And we talked about like religion before, right? Prokal, about the whole like belief and whatnot. They become one and the same when technology is involved. Like, if you see it enough, you might believe it's true. And then that's how experts work too, technically, before the internet. More people can confirm their data, so... But here's the catch. Before the internet, the people who gain strength is based on influence of independent thinkers. Like, what I mean is, the reason an expert can be an expert is because among their peers, the majority who also independently can think and validate and corroborate this person's finding gives that strength. It's not the same as someone who unconditionally assumes the paradigm that whoever has a qualification that has been arbitrarily determined by themselves represent their expertise in it. So when someone says N1 is a deterministic value of Japanese competence, you should learn from someone who's above you, and then that trends and it's popularized, which James made an argument, well, it still depends, because you have to use your independent thought to know that the metric is related to the goal, right? And in this case, we chose JLPT and N1, which doesn't correlate, or JLPT N1, it doesn't really correlate to output. So we can see that. But the danger is that if you assume this theory that the expert is greater at communication, then you may invalidate anyone who has a disagreement, who may not know as much. And there are far more people who may not know more, but have better experience in human communication than an expert who is a loaf, backed by their thing. Like, that's kind of like dogmatic biology, right? Like, it's very hard to buck at dogma if dogma is so powerful and assumed by unconditionally. Skepticism of sorts. To you, the desire to advance is almost universal for students, but there are still subjective factors. I agree with you. Fair enough. Language is a tool. Having a mastery of that tool means it can be used within different subjective goals and metrics. I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Communication is divorced from language. A lot of times, because of the overrepresentation of specific properties of language. So I agree with you that language can apply to a lot of things. So can the other skills that are divorced from language that's involved in communication. One of them is probably emotional intelligence. the advancement of language doesn't necessarily give you the capacity that requires to be effective in communication. It contributes to it, but you can still divorce properties that overlap with something else that isn't in language, like the mastery of a language. And I do agree with you that the advancement is inherent in most students. What those advancements are, which I agree with you again, are subjective. However, what isn't true is all of them involves language. That's where I stop. So back to the native language thing. The advancement that a student desires, again, might not be the advancement of a language, but to be safe about, you're saying it can still be like applied to everything. Like language is a tool that means that it can be applied in different subjective goals. Yes, and yet you can still have someone who's learning a language and fail to learn a language because their goals can be divorced from language. Like, sufficiently divorced from the advancement of language. Because you can argue, oh, well, this person just wants to read more manga. Then you can go back, oh, that's basically the same thing. It's the advancement of language, right? Or this student just wants to be accepted into a culture. Well, that's still the advancement of a language. It's like, yeah, that's being reductive. You can reduce things to it if you want, and yet wanting to be accepted into a culture is not sufficient for a native person to teach a student the advancement of their language that they're trying to do. Like, one thing that I talked about yesterday that I spent 3 hours was motivation. I suppose motivation is also involved in the advancement of a language, because if you advance in a language, you would get motivation, right? So if you keep advancing a language, somehow most people will be motivated to become advanced in that language. And I find this wrong. And what I mean by wrong is, yes, these are related. But despite all students wanting to advance in some way, and that advancement can be benefited from learning a language, it can often be insufficient to rationalize that you would be able to communicate in a manner that can be successful in advancing what they want. So you can have someone, you can give a student all the tools through language, and they will still fail. Now, I would say I'm cherry picking, right? You could say, oh, but you're just cherry picking. You're picking like students that will fail, so it could be like just 5% of students. So like if you believe that if you give all the appropriate tools through language, because it involves the advancement of language, right? And then all students want to advance in something, which requires probably the language too to advance. It's not it. Yeah, you don't think linguistic skill is the only necessary. Emotional awareness, body language can be important. Yeah. And hear me out, James. I think it's missing. Like, what I mean is, this is missing. It's gone. Like, it's no longer there. You wonder whether expert communicators tend towards an order of operations for conversations? That's a good question. As far as I know, Protocol, this is where I get Inception. This is where I'm worried. Here's my perception. And it's gonna, I already said that everything I say is undermining. It's gonna undermine our very existence right now. Like the very existence of this conversation is undermined because we are on Twitch. We are on YouTube, right? Our meeting is facilitated by this. Now take this with a grain of salt. I sit here each and every day because I don't get to go to a university. I can't walk to a different environment. I should try, like go to like a forum, like a literal meeting forum, so to see if the dynamic is similar. But here's an inception moment. When you say order of operations, the information I'm getting are from YouTubers, right? So inherently, when I see the content of the YouTuber who is a professional, who are professionals, they are ordered in operations. The question is, does that mean they do that when they're not on YouTube? Or is it because YouTube conditions them to order the operation, right? So you can take it with a grain of salt. From my perspective, most of my information comes from YouTube. And those who are professional communicators, like experts in communication, skill training and coaching and stuff, they present themselves on YouTube with an order of operation. In fact, oftentimes when they do skits and like demonstrations, they are scripted to present in order of operations. Now, occasionally, some of these people do record and offer their raw stuff. Like what I mean is they went to like an impromptu meeting or something. Impromptu meeting, and it still comes up structured because they're going to a meeting, right? Like, so the meeting is planned, right? So my thought is, if you wonder whether expert communicators tend towards an order of operations, I do spend a lot of time digging for these things, and YouTube gives me the impression that they are. They also give me the impression that they are, but they are also making content for YouTube. And because I watch their content on YouTube, the algorithm will serve me people with similar things. And that sucks because I don't know. I don't actually know. And I'm not saying this is a bad or a good thing. I did say the word sucks. I mean, I can't answer my questions. The thing that sucks is I can't actually answer my questions because I can't challenge them. However, the ones that are professional, who are very successful and all that stuff, yeah, they have order of operations for conversations. In fact, they do your classical things like tier lists, web, web decisions, like linear binary decision making. And it goes, I wanted to highlight what James highlighted about Albert Einstein. Most of their stuff is told simply. It's told simply. And it's hard to know if it's because they're making content for YouTube, because that's part of their business, right? Like their business model and whatnot, or it's actually happening. It's very difficult. Justifiably favored. Yeah. The whole like technology thing, that's probably where you were coming from. The whole technology thing, I think it's the algo thing. I think it's justifiably favored. However, I wouldn't know better. Like ultimately, I wouldn't know better if it's justifiably debated. I can't tell, because the best I can do is I have a YouTube account, this YouTube account, with no history. So whenever I have to do something research, I would use this account, the Maku PhD account to manually search for content based on my linguistic understandings. Like keywords that I would look for. My personal account is subjected to the algorithm. So nearly all of my stuff when I'm talking, right? When I'm talking right now, my phones are on listen. So what happens is when I go on my personal account, the things we talk about today, I get a representation of that stuff. And then when I need to do some research to like maybe null hypothesis tests, I would go on my Maku PhD account and I would manually look for other things. Because without the history, they usually don't recommend things. However, when I search for things, it is still algorithmically sorted. And here's even deeper stuff. When you think that, okay, well, that's only for content creators, right? But you have to keep in mind, viewers, comments are sorted. Comments are sorted. Everything is sorted. So when you're a viewer and you think you have a certain perspective, when you look at a video and it's like a very popular video and you're like, oh yeah, I'm kind of curious what other people think, it's assorted comments. So like the most popular comments or the most controversial comments are at the top. Now you might be thinking, oh well, all right, then you'll meta this and say, I'll just always look at the bottom comments. It's like, but then that's also bias. That means that you're deliberately ignoring and favoring minority opinion. So in a way, what happens is most things are sorted. They are algorithmically and technologically pre-selected. So whenever results come out, when you're thinking about results, right? Like when you're asking me justifiably favored, or like our expert communicators tend to towards an order operation, I don't know. It's like, it's yes and no. If I would tell you that what are other communication experts that tend to come up in a search engine, the reason I'm a little bit more comfortable, slightly favorable in that it's order of operations is because when I do it without a search engine, or when I do it without an algorithm, or at least as much divorce from the algorithm, the same type of people come up, like the same type of content comes up. And then when I click on one of them on my personal account, those people that came up on my non-personal, like my non-algorithm one, they're different people, but they both agree on the same things. So what I mean is, so I have an algo account, right? I thought about this quite a lot. An algo account and a non-algo account, right? And then the pool of the algo accounts, if they separate enough from the pool of non-algo accounts when you're trying to test something or test a social experiment, then you can reasonably argue that there's a convergence. Like if they both end up, oh sorry, that's not how this is represented. I totally screwed up. Hang on, let me try that again. So if the algo account and the non-algo account, the qualities, right? Like order of operations, right? Order of operations. And the sample size, so this sample size, right? So now we're talking about sample size. If the sample size does not overlap very much, so like algo sample and the non-algo sample does not overlap very much, but their principles do overlap a lot, then it is reasonable to suggest that the answer is probably yes. And I lean towards that. So I think most expert communicators tend towards order of operations for conversation. because there is significant number of people who are not part of the algo as well. So this would be my attempt for this is pre-selection. This is subjected to pre-selection, and this is hopefully mitigating pre-selection. That's how I've been doing things for the time being. How to still use like YouTube's database, but also challenge the notion. Obviously, I'm not a great coder, so and I don't want to mess with like YouTube's backend or something, or maybe something like that. The idea is if I can find a random sample that is significantly, and this is not a great system because now I'm deliberately looking for non-overlap, right? What if they just naturally overlap? I can't rule that out. What if the people who favor order are also people who are those people? Like, what if the experts know the expert thing and all experts agree on this? Then that would be one of the things you have to test in a different way, because it's not double blind. This is not double blind. That's one of the downsides of one-way communication. None of these tests are double blind. I am the person, so I'm looking for something. The only way you can justifiably answer those questions without using the internet is that you get a third-party person to do something and have them tell you what you notice by minimally affecting them knowing what you're actually looking for, right? And I didn't do that. I don't have colleagues who would spend time, like, they have careers, they have families. This would be very long. Like, I would need a group of people to do this. So like, someone would want to test something, they would task me to do it, but they would tell me they wouldn't tell me anything about what's going on. That would minimize some of the effects. The catch is I'm still me and my colleague knows me, so there's still the effect of not being a detached third-party person, but that'd still be better than what I'm doing here. This is biased because I'm the person conducting the social experiment, so there's still pre-selection. Anyways, they may hate it due to the lack of choice rather than nature of the situation and stuff. Yeah, that's definitely one of those things that are happening, at least in my opinion. Politicians will often have an order of operation in terms of talking points or agenda, right? And teachers could also have canned answers to frequently asked questions. I do that by default. So, and I also tell people that I do, and when I do. Or debaters can have a set dialogue tree based on predictions of what the opponent will say. Absolutely. And I do that all the time. So, I think Procall and I talked about this before, because Procall is worried that we constantly hash the same conversations. There was maybe like 2 weeks ago, Procall talked about, it's like whether we constantly end up on the same topics or the same points and whatnot. And then I have no insecurities about revealing this. There's a time when, in my opinion, I'm humbly, in my humbleness, I talk to people a lot nowadays. And through that experience, it's hard to distinguish between a order of operations versus intuitive habits. So this is what I mean by this. When someone tells me, like, Mika and I have this conversation quite a lot. Someone would, like, Mika would talk to me for like a month or 2 months, and then she would talk about her findings and her talking points, right? This is the whole expert situation. I know what I here. If I try to capture what you mean, James, by the expert, like the expert has a higher chance of communication success, this would be one of those examples that would favor this. So me, let's just say I'm the person in the know. Whatever I'm expert in, I won't disclose that, but let's just say I'm in the know. I'm the more experienced person, right? I have more experience and technically more knowledge about this point. Now, when I'm conversing with this person, right, for a long time, after like 4 months or so, this person starts like putting things together. They start putting things together and things make sense. And then it dawns on them that 4 months ago, I already set the thing in motion. So the question oftentimes when people wonder, and I feel like I don't want people to worry or feel like it's less valuable, because it can make people feel uncomfortable. Like, would you consider that manipulation? Or simply knowing your odds? Right? And how does this relate to the whole order of operations things and intuitive habits? If you focus on communication, right? Expert communication, and you do this enough, like most others, it doesn't really have to be communication, but like your job, your virology, or your nuclear power plant operator and stuff, there are predictabilities in how you act, which involves your dialogue, involves your conversation, that can be seen as an order of operations, even if it isn't planned as an order of operations, because you have intuitive habits that are built based on patterns. The human condition is built on patterns. And for myself, whenever this person, various people, get to the point where like Procol is probably gonna feel like Procol already does this quite a lot. He would say like, oh, there he goes. Now he's going back to the first topic we talked about, right on cue. And I'm like, yes. And this will probably happen 2 months from now, 4 months from now, 6 months from now. And it could go back, like 6 months could go back to 6 months ago. So when I talk about order of operations when it comes to communication, I think that would be considered as an order of operations. So here, the thing is, when I'm looking back and I'm reflecting on this technique that I do habitually, it's upon reflection. So I would agree with most expert communicators, their order of operations are sound because they were discovered, in my opinion, they were discovered after having experience with it. So that's kind of what like science is good about, right? Like what you do is you evaluate things that have happened in order to hope to be able to project predictable outcomes. Now, when it involves humans, then it gets a little hairy, because the last thing you want is to be predictable, which is what Procol raised before. Like, do you, like, oftentimes people would ask me, do you think you find our conversations boring? Do you think, like, have you already known the answer or what I was going to do 4 months ago? Like, did you know that this was going to happen? And my first thought is, I usually tell the person, I had reasonable thoughts that it would happen. The thing is, I don't want to take the agency away from someone. They have to willingly want to converse with me to take on the agency themselves, because ownership is very important, in my opinion, in communication skills, personally. Like, when someone is talking, they have to have ownership of being able to converse and exchange their intent in the act of communicating. Otherwise, there's no stakes or commitments involved. That's one-way communication. Like, if you just say what you think is right, you have no stake in things, right? Because you know you're right. So you never entertain the idea that you're wrong. or that someone disagrees with you. That to me is a lack of communication skills. Not lack in knowledge or like how right you are. It's a lack in the communication skills that used to be defaulted to humans. Like when you talk to another person, you're not entertaining the idea that you're always right and you're going to always be right. That's dissemination. You're a teacher, you know what's right, you know what's good. So if you as long as say what's right, what's good for them, then they will succeed. Well, we don't quite live in that time anymore. There used to be a time, in my opinion, before the internet, that there was two-way communication. As in the teacher, when they're talking, their students will be able to communicate back that they have the same interest. Like, they will tell you that your method is working when you're teaching. They will give you proper feedback. So I'm not saying that it's the expert's fault, so to speak. It's not necessarily the expert's fault in the communication. Their communication skills might be great, like good enough or sufficient, even. Whatever they do. The idea is, well, when you're communicating, the person you're talking to would have to communicate back. That's one of the axioms, in my opinion, of this model working. A teacher that is an expert who doesn't have to improve communication skills. They don't have to improve communication skills anymore in different ways. Doesn't have to listen to the student. And they don't, because the student would already have the communication skills. They're expected to have the communication skills to tell the teacher and provide feedback when they have problems. Well, we live in a world where it's one-way communication. So if you're going to make an argument with me, prove to me that there are more students that listen to the expert than simply ignore people they disagree with. That would be a great way to challenge my notion that this trend isn't going up. Which is when a student says, oh yeah, that teacher, it doesn't suit me. Like YouTube serves me a teacher that I like, so I can listen to this teacher. If an expert knows better, it would not be dependent on whether the student likes to talk to someone or watch someone. It wouldn't, because objectively the expert would know better. They would know how to do it. But in the post-internet world, things are served to you. So to me, I actually think this might be competing now with learning. Like, what I mean is, it's becoming a factor that is dramatically driving the low rate of competence, and not because they're unhappy. No one's saying, like, when you're saying like the topic you said, James, about all students wants to advance. Yeah, they do. They want to advance in a lot of things. I totally agree, but one of them is probably not communication. You don't have to work on communication to advance in a lot of things. So the irony here, the hard part here is, in what part is communication related to language? And that's where like we started talking, where like language and communication are tied together. So how does this need for advancement, is the need for advancement good enough to get someone to learn language unconditionally of human communication skills? It's an argument. Like, I would argue that this is growing. It is trending. That the lack of human communication skills is making it harder and harder for students to want to advance in language. because it's so much easier to just ignore the advice or ignore anything that disagrees with you. And also, they don't even need to practice that. They don't even need to even evaluate if they're talking to an expert. They simply go on somewhere, vibe, and see if what they're serving to them is engaging enough, and then have the algorithm reproduce that. When experts are effective, in my opinion, as a collective. Personally, we live in an age of like converging evidence and like needing to validate. So whenever you're thinking about an expert, you're more so talking, in my opinion, you're more so referring to the collective of experts who the information this expert has is based on. So nothing is stopping the student from simply refuting by ignoring the collective. And how do you get a student not to ignore the collective? Through human communication skills. So if an expert thinks that brain rot is bad, if the, and I'm choosing brain rot because this is definitely more than 50%. This is a phenomenon that's happening more than 50%, despite the overwhelming majority of any forms of expert, both linguistics, language, and stuff, right? Despite all of that, which kind of sucks. At this point, this part really sucks. I'm not for this. I am very concerned about this. Despite overwhelming language, like hobbyists, I think it's fairly unanimous that brain rot is bad, right? Brain rot is bad. And it still doesn't stop 50% of students from doing that. So how do we communicate that? Like, how do we compete with brain rot? I'm looking forward to seeing what the experts come up with, like all the different types of experts. The one that I watch are people who are they are trying to demonstrate how brain rot works. That's one of the, like a couple experts are trying to explain what are the triggers of brain rot, and then what are like correlations, that corollary behaviors. And if I look at their content and look at brain rot content is in the magnitude of hundreds of millions. This stuff is in the magnitude of 100,000. Like, it sucks to suck. And what happens here? YouTube is not responsible for this, obviously. Like, YouTube is neutral on this technically. Their algorithm will favor the 100 million versus the 100,000. So regardless of the quality, maybe the subjective, quality is a measure of value, the quality, right? And that's subjective. Regardless of how you think, I think it's really high quality stuff. Absolutely. It is dwarfed by communication, a technological communication. Now, it would be kind of cool if there was an expert in here, which, hear me out, there's a silver lining to this. Some of these experts are incredibly charismatic. So, there are some experts that are great at communication skills. And they participate a lot in human outreach, human communication. So these experts, instead of having like these banal, like, your TED Talks that are very order of operational, these charismatic ones, they do wield like tens of millions of influence. So these people, the silver lining is I mean, it still pales in comparison to the magnitude, but it's still grand. Like it's auspicious. You have specific charismatic people. Now a lot of the experts, right? The experts, for better or for worse, there's a you can abuse this too. For better or for worse, there are some experts that have now decided, let's join them. And right now there's I know Procol is gonna talk to me about this in another 2 or 3 months. I'm pretty certain how politicians and policymakers, as well as like government entities, are using technological communication to compete. And now we're entering an era where, well, if most people don't communicate in human communication skills, right? They don't get challenged. They never get like converse with another human being, have disagreements, or learn how to argue or debate. And then now we have entities that are in it to vie for their, to vibe out their communication skills. I don't know where this is gonna go. It's already happening now, because the biggest, like, if you look at your YouTube, I don't know if other people have this, but in my personal account, right slap dead in the middle of my scroll, so like you have like your popular stuff up here, right slap dead in the middle for me is a whole string of Trump things. Like literally the whole thing is a Trump thing. 6-7, is there an academic definition of brain rot? Not a universally agreed one. Not enough to standardize it. At least right now. There has been some longitudinal studies that address brain rot. So there is some layer of that, but not right now. It is through the longitudinal studies that they are trying to quantify what the aspect of brain rot is that can like maybe be generalized to things. There was, and this is third-hand information. I have to make a disclaimer, this is third-hand information. It's a group that does essays on mental wellness that is reporting on longitudinal studies that have been done for, I think it was like a 3 to 5 year period. It has been that long now. Like since brain rot has become a concern, it's been 3 to 5 years now. So they have done that. But again, this is a group that reported their essay on it. So they have already been looking at making content about raising awareness about brain rot. You don't think brain rot is necessarily bad? I don't either. I don't. It's just a new word for memes. Wikipedia draws a comparison to Dadaism. Yeah, and modernist, literature. Yeah. So the brain rot that they're talking about, I can see why you were asking if there was a academic definition. The brain rot that they were talking about, they were specifically focused on a shortening of focus. So we're talking about attention spans. I didn't want to say attention span because attention span is it's a quality of a person. Meanwhile, shortening of focus is a mechanic. So we're talking about the shortening of focus, not the increase and decrease of attention span. But the essay and the longitudinal study used attention span sometimes. it's correlating. It's trying to correlate the activity of shortening focus to is longitudinal effects, like a lengthwise, right, effect over time on attention span. And I'll give a TLDR, and you can look this up. Like, if you obviously you can dive in very deep. The TLDR was that the aspect of brain rot can impact the immediate, and it's a very important thing, or not even immediate. We'll use a more clinical term. The acute shortness can impact the acutely impact the focus of the subjects. So it's acute because it's not permanent. At least from their studies on their subjects, it's not permanent. But it is tentatively a significant impact in an acute state. So, for example, if you were given the act of participating in brain rot, which was doom scrolling, but the doom scrolling was broken down to they did plus or minus the ability to skip or scroll, so to speak. And when you have the ability to scroll, like to move at your pace, like the ability to speed things up, the tasks that they were given, this group performed worse in quote-unquote their metrics. The various tests that they had. The one that obligated them to watch the whole thing and manually, like as it like for the full length, the task was significantly better than them. So they performed better than these guys. That was one of the essay topics that they looked at from the. So when you say it's brain rot is not necessarily bad, it's just a new word. It's a linguistic take on that. Like it's a semantical take. Well, the aspect of brain rot that they were qualifying is the shortening or the impact on focus. And the concern of the research was, is this related to the shortening of attention span? Because what is a growing concern is that a shortening attention span has a lot of other corollary expenses, like on society and whatnot. Like, for example, ADHD or autism or something. Like, it has a wide range of spurious and tangential expenses and resources that are contributed to these things. So the idea is brain rot can be qualified as one of its effects, and then its effects could simply be referred to as shortening focus. But then where is the source of the shortening focus? The aspect of having brain rot. And brain rot then can be a new word for memes, memes, right? And Dadaism and modern literature, because those are effectively contributing to new things that are considered as brain rot. That's kind of, and then the idea of the rotting effect is that, is the brain getting shorter? Like, is this irreparable? Because then it would legitimately be a brain rot, despite it being the same thing. So like brain rot itself can be memes, which those memes are short and they shorten focus. Does this mean people's attention spans are shortened? And that is the concern that they were having. They can demonstrate that there is shortening in focus. But as most literatures and people who I respect, when they do commentary on research, they're making clear that this is not causal yet. It's not a causal link. It's not a definitive reason to believe that the temporary shortening in focus due to looking at brain rot would lower someone's attention span permanently. And if you're wondering, okay, well, that's just plus or minus. Well, what they did was they also introduced long format versus short format. So they normalized two types of formats, like the video, but one was a short version of it and one was a long version of it. In my opinion, overall, the effects weren't as significant because it's not as exaggerated. However, there are other long-standing, like anecdotal or analogous studies where they talk about reading books. So the idea of reading books is archaic now. I understand for all those book lovers out there, keep reading books if you like. Definitely do it. This has a strong historical converging evidence that when people are engaged in long format things like reading a book, I'm not saying you have to read a book to get the same effect as reading a book. Like reading a long news article and doing complex analyses on or doing research, those are very analogous. So this is extending to this. The basis of the brain rot experiments and whatnot is tied to the old adage that there is a significant divergence in people's competence and focus when you are engaged in longer thought process. And I don't think it's permanent, right? You might be arguing, okay, so what's the harm if it's not permanent? Well, it affects your immediate performance, right? So if you're wondering like, okay, well, I mean, that's no biggie, right? Like whoever focuses on immediate performance, the entire internet focuses on immediate performance. That's the whole point of the dopamine charge. Like brain rot itself, memes is on immediate performance impacts, right? So how does this link with something? There's no theory behind it, like the neurological things, but maybe hear me out. This is crazy and I know it's probably not true, but let's just say flooding, if you flood, like preemptively flood your brain with a pleasure neurotransmitter. I'm not using the D word. I'm just saying maybe there's a analog or some sort of combination of triggering and flooding the brain with pleasure neurotransmitters. This is a natural response, natural biological response to reducing alertness, right? So I'm using these generalizations because I don't want to step on any specificity because I'm not an expert in neurochemistry and neurobiology, but you can make an argument that this makes evolutionarily sense and maybe some rational and logical sense. When you swarm someone with an instant pool of conditioned neurotransmitters that are associated with pleasure or some sort of habit formation, it would follow that it's a natural biological response because it's great to reduce alertness, right? Because something good is happening in your head. So you would have a rest or relax state. So immediately after getting them to perform something, a task right after, yeah, it would kind of follow logically for now, for what we understand about pleasure, fight and flight response, the endocrine system, and the neurotransmitters, that there would be a reduced performance in task, right? And we can anecdotally take this from other people's perspective, like an athlete. An athlete preps before the moment. If they suddenly decide, oh yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna chill and vibe and like hit myself with some pleasure, and then expect that when they get into the moment to perform, they somehow perform better. They wouldn't. The odds are that there was a very rare chance that if they try to significantly engage in pleasure activities before they have to go and perform, that the world would say, oh yeah, you know what, that's true. Like the idea of like relaxing, getting over your nerves, or dealing with your nerves, that's not quite what athletes and performers do. They wield and channel their nervousness and tension functionally to remind themselves they're getting ready to perform. That's not the same as, oh, I in order to perform better, I need to go and watch my Teletubbies. And sorry, Teletubbies is a millennial thing. I don't know what people watch these days. My fruit love Fruit Island, or whatever that thing is that's viral right now. The Fruit Island thing. Like I gotta watch like a couple episodes and doom scroll a couple episodes of like Love Fruit Island thing right before I go and run my Olympic marathon, right? You would expect a diminished return in performance. But like, I think it doesn't, both experts and those who are colloquially outside me, I'm not an expert in neurology or behavioralism or even sports medicine. I would say the large majority of people would say that seems reasonable, and then now trying to explain it scientifically, you know, by way of neurology and whatnot, would be interesting, because that would be a very provocative and not so far leap of logic for brain rot and its immediate impact. Now, you might be thinking, okay, well, it's not permanent though, so brain rot is nothing to worry about. Brain rot is habit forming. And this is where I come in. Executive function, when you do something that creates a habit, that means anything associated with it will become a habit. So now we're not talking about brain rot is not being necessarily bad. I agree with you. Brain rot is not necessarily bad, but brain rot leads to bad things. Brain rot has a capacity, a really heightened capacity, to be associated with undesirable things for the host unanimously, because it is habit forming. When was the last time we think about habit forming things? Alcohol abuse, drug addiction, things that are readily accessible that can be associated with another habit. And oftentimes pleasure ones are associated with compensating for bad things. So when a student comes to class and they hate math class, they habitually go to their phones and start doom scrolling. I literally witnessed this and be told this every single day. Like, the first thing they said is like, oh man, you know, I went to class, it's kind of boring, so I pulled out my phone and doom scrolled instead. So I agree with you that most habits are neither bad or good. It is when they are not sustainable. I talked about this with Procol quite a lot. The difference between a habit, in my opinion, terminology wise, a habit and an addiction, one of the biggest separators is a habit is sustainable. An addiction is not. So while brain rot can be seen as memes and like drawing comparisons with Dadaism and modernism, if it is sustainable, it is a habit. If it's not, it's an addiction. An addiction is not sustainable, which for the life of a human being is bad. If it's sustainable, it can be good or even neutral. Like it's a cost, right? Like it's a cost measure. So no, right? Like I agree with you, brain rot is not bad. So the thing is, what's downstream has a propensity to be bad. Propensity. Right now, it might be not in the future, but right now, most brain rot activities is downstream of things like schoolwork and time management. So, for the time being, brain rot is transitionally bad unanimously. If it isn't in the future, is what happens is maybe brain rot won't take up a lot of time. Like time is sustainable all of a sudden. Then brain rot is not won't have the propensity of being bad. But for now, quite literally, time has destroyed the I guess the status of what brain rot is. It's no longer a euphemism. Pragmatically speaking, it is a euphemism in linguistics. So like if you're trying to communicate with me and say brain rot is not necessarily bad, this is my attempt to be reasonable and to use my communication skills, because I understand what you mean by it's not necessarily bad. In fact, I typically think most habits are not bad or good. Again, it is when they become not sustainable that creates a punishing effect, a negative feedback that creates the bad propensities. So right now, what happens is brain rot is a reflex that is so easily accessible, which is good for some people, easily accessible. So what's a good one used for brain rot? Like the idea of brain rot, like memes and stuff. When someone can't relax. Right? When someone's like, I don't have time to enjoy myself and to do something very enjoyable. I can't relax, and they're not sustainable, right? They're constantly too hard on themselves. Then you can introduce brain rot to temporarily address their stuff. It's easily accessible. Like if you wanted to choose between alcohol addiction, right? Alcohol addiction and brain rot, I would probably choose brain rot first. They're both easily as accessible, and if one doesn't create a chemical imbalance, that's probably slightly a silver lining, right? The thing is, most things are the things that are most dangerous, in my opinion, are things that are habit forming. So, and brain rot is something that's habit forming. It gives the ability to be addictive. And strong people, well-disciplined people, they can brain rot all the time. Like for me, I doom scroll 15 minutes to 20 minutes before coming on stream. Every single day, it doesn't get past 15 minutes. Because I go on the doom scroll to look for exactly to write about this. So like today, by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but I already prepped this for today. Like the stuff that I'm talking about, I tend to lead my conversations back to what's on my mind. So when Mika started the conversation, my doom scroll was about this. It was actually about the first topic we talked about. And I've already prepared all of these beforehand. So I'm not here sitting making this stuff up. I have already prepared this. So that's why like brain rot can be functional, right? Raising awareness of brain rot requires that you actually look at the brain rot. So most things are functional, at least in my opinion, to be super fair about the objective nature of whether something is bad or good. Like to objectify bad or good, which bad or good is subjective, right? You're very sorry, but you sent those messages just before rank Overwatch, so I had to close stream lock-in, and so you didn't hear most of your answers, you guys. You only had a few. We can't get past the extreme environment of the Van Ellen belt. We can't get past it. Wait. What is that? Oh, that. Oh, sorry, I don't have the Discord up. Oh, I don't have the Discord up, but hopefully that wasn't. Hopefully it's not too Very great though. I agree with you. Dadaism has become more popular. I'm pretty sure the term trended recently. Yeah, I think the trend, it definitely had trended to some extent. I don't know how to pronounce it properly. It's a kind of like a maybe there's a better I usually think of it as a form of art, like it's related to the art movement, but I think recently it has started to semantically broaden as James have introduced me to the term. The idea of Dadaism, it has semantically been expanded recently to characterize something other than art. It is as though it is a Dadaism. Is it an ideology? It is. It's a form of an art movement. I've only known it as an art movement back in like 1920s. 1920s. I think it's German. I don't want to go on that. Something about the World War II stuff. World War I stuff. You would have to read about it. I'm not that. The thing that I came across is I was doing art styles. Like I was looking at art styles at one point for my digital, the digital art thing, and you're sure AI art could trump it? Actually, I'm gonna tell you now, Dadaism is trending because it's related to AI art. Like legitimately, the video that brought that term up recently was because of DLSS 5, and then someone made a comment about Dadaism when referring to DLSS 5. So it's legitimately that. It had to do with AI art specifically. Have you ever asked an AI model to produce a video or photo? DLSS 5 is so bad. It has, there's a practical reason that it exists. I'm not gonna belabor the point at this point. We do have to keep going for today. The P5X update is fairly small, but I was gonna do some gacha today, so that's not too big. I have never asked an AI model to produce a video or photo. No, I have not. May I ask what is your motivation in asking if I've ever produced a video or a photo with AI model? Oh wait, I have inserted my art, like, the things I drew, and I asked him, can you like rotate this? I've done that before. Not a video, but I have done a photo. Like, for example, I would give them like, oh, I drew this and drew this. Can you, and it's going to be like the same subject. Can you rotate it so that this person is looking into the distance, like looking into the, into the distance. And I would have to like, I'm not good at prompts. So prompt design is bad for me. Like I'm inexperienced. So then it had it looking at an angle, and I'm like, oh no, into the distance, away from the person looking or something. So I kind of learned stuff like that, where like I have trouble three-dimensionally turning something. So I feed it something and then see if I can get what it looks like, and then I would draw the thing with that perspective in mind, because I have no perspective. Like, for example, I was talking about this. So the character is looking into the distance, away from me. I was having trouble with that. Like, I had no trouble where it was like this, where like the distance, the character is here and they're looking into the distance over here. So this stuff, I'm a little bit more about it. But yeah, what about the sheet music incident? Yeah, that's what I was doing. Yeah, we were doing the sheet music stuff. We've generated images like that, and it was about looking into the distance. That's what I'm describing, by the way, Mika. That's literally what I'm describing when we use the. I remember that we did generate images for visualization during our conversation. So I have generated something before. Just because of your involvement within the art community, I know that it's a divisive issue, AI art, so just wonder where you stood on it. I'm not part of the art community, unfortunately. Or fortunately. So I don't have any... my thoughts are coming from a place where I do not have to rely or profiteer off of it, so my stance is pretty neutral. Like, for example, if someone says I should feel bad because I make art, and my response would be, I don't think my art is worth anything, so you don't have to make me feel bad about my art. I shouldn't be in an uproar because my art isn't worth anything. Why aren't you? You regularly create artwork? You would have thought that you meant... No, I only create artwork during the 1 month. And it's for other reasons. I don't make art for art's sake. I don't create art for art's sake. I create art as an exercise in human experiences, and AI doesn't deal anything with human experiences. Like, what I mean is, the act of the AI making or not making the artwork does not substitute for human experience, which is what it was at the heart of James and I's conversation about communication. What is valuable to me is something taking away my human experiences. AI art doesn't do that. It is the user that intentionally or obligatorily or profiteeringly or opportunistically taking that human experience away from themselves or from others. So if that is happening, I'm against it. But that's not because of AI art. It's because of the users of AI art. So it's a human component. And for myself, when you're saying when I'm regularly creating art, AI is not replacing my human experience. Like, what I mean is, they didn't take away something that I didn't voluntarily give. So like when I said, oh, I can't imagine this guy looking into the distance, right? I have voluntarily given up my human experience. I know that I didn't rotate it myself. So I was willing to give up that experience in order to learn to do that experience. So AI art has given me a new experience. So whether it's positive or negative, I'm indifferent. I either have to do it anyways. That's what I'm saying. For those who are divisive, it is interfering with their human experience. Whether it's making money, being proud of their arts, owning their arts, those are other things outside of the human experience and additional to their human experience. Like, for example, holding a lot of money, it's a human experience that's really important to other people. Holding ownership of their product is a very important human experience of the other people. When I was creating art, I don't desire ownership of my art. I only wanted to own my human experience. And AI art can't take that away from me. Like, there's no possible way to take away me literally making the art. So I kind of want to, I typically quote Sanderson. Brandon Sanderson is a sci-fi, or like not a sci-fi, well, kind of sci-fi, but fantasy writer. He's a very well-known fantasy writer, and he had a TED talk. He like gives a lot of talks and whatnot, and he had this particular one that talked about the human experience. And AI also tackles literature as well, right? Human experience. So artwork, any form of artwork and creative process, the most valuable thing to me personally, and I'm cherry picking because Sanderson just happens to also highlight this in one of his conversations or his like seminars with other people. I pride on the human experience, because once that's taken away, I no longer am human. Like that, it's the most valuable thing you have as a human. It doesn't matter what other people do or what tools do for you. You don't do those things, right? Like if the tool is doing it, then you no longer do it. Is that important to you? If it takes away that and it's not important to you, then that's fine. So if you're if you're someone who's using AI art and you you willingly give away your ability to experience that yourself, it is the price you pay. Now, the divisiveness is when someone does something and takes away the human experience of another person, be it earning money, gaining credibility, experiencing satisfaction from posting content. It's the human experience. Machines, in my opinion, are at odds, especially AI-powered things, are at odds with the human experience. The DLSS 5 thing, it's not that DLSS 5 is bad because it has no function. It's bad because it's taking the human experience away from someone. Because the human experience is the artist's intent. It's the artist's direction, etc. So when people are when they are finding things divisive, it's impending on their continual human experience. So if DLSS 5 is removing artist's intent, that artist feels like the capturing of their human experience, wanting other people to experience their artwork and their direction is part of their human experience. They want that. They want fans to see their character move and interact the way they want. That is the human experience they seek. So for myself, for me, when I'm creating art, I only want the experience of making the art. Like, that's the most important thing. I'm only creating art. You can make an argument, I'm doing art for art's sake, but technically I'm doing art because it's an experience I can have. And no amount of AI can ever take that away from me. And Brandon Sanderson said the same thing. When you're writing a book, certainly you can tell an AI to generate an entire prose in a matter of seconds and whatnot, but what's the point? What's the point? What's the end point of that experience? It's not like it's your experience. It's not like when people read the things, it's your thing. So that's where the divisiveness comes from. Other people, their art is a part of them. It's a definition of them. It's like, it's a part, like something that they weigh that is being taken away. So ownership is the word, right? Ownership, often, a lot of times people talk about ownership in the sense of property ownership. But if I had to be really much more generalized, it's because the human experience has cost. And acquiring that property requires human experiences that have costs. When something can take that away, you lose a bit of yourself. I don't lose a bit of myself in my artwork. In fact, I'm kind of flattered if people even think my artwork is worth using AI art for. I'm not, obviously, I'm not trying to enable this excuse. For me, I don't have a high stakes in the actual product, the end product. I want people to see me make the artwork, right? Like if I had an art gallery, right? So for example, the whole idea of an art gallery. I'm not an artist, by the way. That's why I say I'm not part of the art community. I don't have an art gallery. I have an art performance. So I'm not there to showcase all the artwork that I made. I'm there to have you join in my human experience. Like, this is where James might come in too about language. I'm not there to tell you that I'm fluent in Japanese, or I passed the N1 exam or the N2 exam, or like I have a PhD in molecular biology. I'm here to show you you can join me and we can do this together. The value is something you can't take away from me. I can easily rob myself of my own experiences by saying, hey guys, I spent thousands of hours studying Japanese. Here's a 10-minute video of those 1,000 hours. And then those people will only see those 10 minutes. It's like, well, yeah. And that works because otherwise they wouldn't see anything, right? Like, most people don't want to sit here through thousands of hours sharing this vicarious life with you, right? So you at least gain 10 minutes from millions of people. That's like 10 millions of minutes. That's fantastic. That's on top. But for me, almost all the reward is already there. Like, what I mean is, if I put out a 10-minute review, or like someone comes in for 5 minutes and say, man, this guy, he's been on this screen for like 8 billion years and he hasn't learned a single Japanese thing. He's just like arguing and bickering about, or like failing to put the fries in the bag about this topic. I already have my reward. My ranting, talking with you, pro call, answering your questions, or like you like throwing something at me, James, like typing 6-7. That's the reward. That's the human experience. Nothing can replace it. Like, it's astronomically on a different level than people who think that valuing the end product that barely captures the human experience is what you stake your life on. Again, I'm not speaking for other people. I'm speaking for myself. So if someone attacks me and says, man, look at this chump, he's not even fluent in Japanese. Like, I don't have to be fluent in Japanese to be happy. I put a lot of work, and I know and describe thousands of hours of things that aren't even related to being fluent in Japanese. Like, they could be tangentially related to fluent in Japanese, but hear me out. If that person or other people who use like AI art and say, man, they could look at this, my program can do your artwork and produce it to the T in a couple of seconds. It's like, yeah, that's great. Now you know how to produce the end product. Can you ask your like AI model, when they produce the product, can you ask them to be your friend? Because if you want to be friends with your AI model, that's perfectly fine with me. Like, you don't have to be my friend. Because if you think that you value AI art more because it's the end product that matters, we can't be friends anyways. You know, why is that? It goes back to 5 hours ago when this conversation started with Mika's question. The human experience is what keeps humans together, in my opinion. Unless you're the rare human that likes to hang out with people who don't care about you, then that's fair. I mean, that's fine. I'm not looking for that. So, going to integrate with when you came in about James' thing, human communication is far more valuable to me, and I'm willing to admit that to a fault. I think human communication is like human language. Natural language is human communication. Technical language may lose sight of the vehicle and the function of communication. When you are insistently thinking that the linguistic values or the systematic values of objective expert knowledge when you're trying to think about interacting with human beings, I personally think it's overrepresented. It makes it so that AI art wins too, right? It's about the destination. This person is already fluent in Japanese, so that's all that matters too. That's the only thing that's the most significant, valuable thing. It's like, no, spending time with that person, working through things, communicating, and having to make concessions between two people, that's human communication. It's irreplaceable. In fact, it's almost transformative to the event that one of the underlying principles of why listening and talking to an expert is functionally applicable to learning is that there is human communication involved. When a teacher and an expert stands there and talks your ears off, you learn way less than you communicating with the other expert. Substantially different. So that was my original premise. I can argue, at least in my opinion, to a fault. Someone can like say I'm wrong, that's fine. I'll take it to my grave, I suppose. That without human communication, when you're doing things, most things do not have value. They lack value, they lack engagement, and ultimately becomes the significant lacking variable that prevents people from learning and wanting to learn or be motivated to do anything. Because there's no motivation when there's a teacher telling you that just trust me, just follow all these things and somehow you'll learn and have a human connection with it. I'm like, okay, well, in this case, probably agree to disagree, and I'll go on my way and be connected with my work. So, despite experts existing, it would be great that mutually there's an encouragement that experts and non-experts can communicate with each other. The expert that knows everything is not guaranteed to be able to communicate to anyone who can't relate to them. AI is probably the same reason. So to go back to the general summary, where do I stand on AI? My hope is that AI art, in my opinion, there's a silver lining. I hope that the human connection and the human experience wins out. And what I mean by that is AI art, or as a devil's advocate, may have people realize that maybe this is the final straw where people have lost sight of what actually makes art, communication, learning a language, living somewhere, having a culture. What is the valuable nature of those things? It's the intangible human experience. You did it. You ate that thing. You spoke those things. You talk to someone else and they talked back, acknowledging reciprocated human experience. That's, in my opinion, probably where I stand on AI art. I know it's a little cryptic. The idea is I don't find it divisive because ultimately it's a tool that people are voluntarily deciding what their human experience is worth. Now, I can sympathize with those who lose their human experience or the capacity to use their human experience when other users encroach and impede on them. So like this person will not be able to go on to make more arts because their livelihood is at stake. That's a robbery of human experience. One other human is using a tool to impede on another person's capacity to continue exercising their human experience. So that's what I would stand for, right? Like AI art itself is, the tool is not what defines its nature, it's usually the people who are using it. So whenever someone says the divisive issue of AI art, people. For me, it comes down to the people. People is it. So if you understand human condition, right now, what would be a people-related divisive issue about AI art? Lazy people. Oh, what are those lazy people? I have no idea. But just people who would prefer to not want to do the work themselves because they have no reward in it. That's fair. That's probably it, right? Or people who constantly talk about themselves and only worry about them knowing the right thing. That's the divisive issue. People who think that what they know is the most important thing, so they never have to communicate it with anyone else. AI art would do that. I made the art. I use this tool to make this art. It doesn't matter what the other person thinks. I can communicate through this tool. Language. All right. That's kind of, I was trying to wrap everything up. All right. Okay. So we're probably just going to skip our review session today and then we'll do these things. Funny. What are your take on AI art, Procol? Do you make any art? Maybe diagrams? Like Venn diagrams, or like, I think blueprint schematics would be something too. Like creating diagrams for like logic loops or like outlines. That can be something that someone might use AI, but maybe they're willing to sacrifice the experience. Like, I'll give you an example of what I could value that could be taken away. I could make a really large web of my mind palace for this word, for this kanji, and someone produced it in 3 seconds and say, well, mine is the correct mind web. I copied that person's work. Then that's infringing on my credibility. So then it becomes divisive, right? That is a possibility. But I have rarely ever done anything publicly so far that I didn't willingly give publicly. Like, you're talking to someone who spent most of their life believing that education and academic discovery is public domain. Like, legitimately. Like, when someone tells me, like, aren't you mad that someone said you copy this person? I'm not. Like, I didn't spend most of my life profiteering. So, whenever someone says, oh, you just think you know everything, you always want to be right because then your pride would be at stake. Like, no, I'm not. Like, if I would be pretty upset about a lot of these things. But I'm not. At least at the moment. Perhaps one day someone will tell me, like, I don't know. I need someone else to be devil's advocate for this one. Because I think if there's any critic that is people who criticize me, who do you think they're competing with? Like, what I mean is when someone tells me I'm really bad at this, right? Like, they come up and say, you're garbage, you don't know anything you're talking about. Who do you think they're competing with? Like, who's the worst critic in my life that they have to compete with? I can tell you one thing. The critic is with me 24/7. Right? The critic knows me the best. The critic knows all of my embarrassing moments because of that. They know what I did wrong. So, oftentimes when someone says like, well, how do you have thick skin? Well, a great measure of this particular critic will probably tell you how thick your skin is. Because the person that anyone has to compete with when it comes to my products or like things that I made is me. Like, cue the person who says that they have self-deprivation problems. And cue the person that says that they have imposter syndrome. Well, if you really do experience these and live with these, and you're a successful person who's like happy for the most part, you have to compete with that. Can you compete with my imposter syndrome? So whenever someone did ask me when I was doing the artwork, it's like, oh, so how do you feel that AI is going to replace your art? I'm like, all right. If it does, what's your point? Like, well, you know, they're just gonna produce your art. And I'm like, okay. I don't see what your point. Where do you think my value is? Where do you think the value came from? Like, well, you know, how good your art looks. What do you mean by how good my artwork looks? Like, you think this artwork looks good? I mean, that's kind of flattering. In my opinion, it's fairly flattering. It's also like myopic and short-sighted. Is that you think I value the very last moment of the artwork? Like what the artwork has afterwards? Have you not seen me spend 5 hours producing the artwork? Because as far as I'm concerned, the 5 hours before it is quite valuable too. And then, you know, someone will argue, well, AI could pretend to be you and do the 5 hours of artwork. It's like, doesn't that defeat the purpose of AI art now? Now you're gonna have our AI spend 5 hours doing something when the whole purpose of AI art was to do it in 5 seconds. But good luck. Good luck. I mean, good luck trying to imitate the value of human experience, because if you really want to compete, like in my opinion, I think I'm a little bit prideful and bold about this. In order for me to feel concerned about AI, this sounds very logical and it's pretty worthwhile telling yourself. If I'm worried about AI, it would have to replace me, right? That's what people are worried about, right? So when you think about that, the question is, am I easily replaceable? That's what I ask myself each day with the AI revolution and all that. Am I replaceable? Well, I do things not so good, guys. Like, I do a lot of things that are weird. I mean, I just argued with James that experts doesn't make them good communicators. Because the last time I checked, an AI can do that. Kind of a deep cut, don't you think? An AI can sound like an expert. They actually statistically correlate most of that expert advice. But hear me out. That's not quite true. I'm bending a little bit. The thing that someone values nowadays is something AI can replace. That's why AI is getting a lot of power. But the thing that I like about experts is the human experience, not their technical prowess. So whenever someone says like, oh, well, you have a great command of a language, you know all the linguistics in and outs. It's like, yeah, to me, again, humbly so, it does not substitute for human communication. Because that's the difference between being replaceable by AI and not replaceable by AI. When you talk with human experiences. And that involves the person you're talking to. Like, I do not bond or value someone who has no connection or attachment to their craft. So you could have a famous linguistic person regale me with all of their like technicalities and how they can recite information and stuff that an AI can do, and yet they have yet to include me in their discussion. They have yet to empathize with me or produce a sympathetic link to their experiences. That's human communication. It's actually emotional intelligence, but the component of human communication that's completely lacking in the technical realm of expertise or mastery, right? AI can replace that, in my opinion. So, it's fairly hot. I understand, but for myself, you can't replace my clumsiness. I stuttered like a bunch of times today, despite being incredibly well prepared. Does that hurt my gains on being an articulate technical person? Probably. It's certainly irreplaceable. Unless you really want your AI to stutter, hallucinate, make up facts, constantly say that don't trust me because I don't have omnipotent knowledge. Always sounding unsure most of the time, but trying to be comforting. Like, if you want your AI to do that, then by all means go ahead and do it. I think they would make for a very crappy tool though. Like, for example, would someone rather be friends with an AI who makes my art, or be friends with me while I'm making my art? If your answer is yes, I would prefer a robot that does everything right, correct, expertly done. You have your answer. Your best friend is an AI model. That's perfectly alright. I'm okay with that. And someone would say like, well, your art sucks anyways. No one's gonna pay for it. It's like, I didn't want anyone to pay for my art. Right? It's self-defeating when someone tries to look for your pressure point and your weakness by projecting their importance. That's happened quite a lot when someone attacks me for not becoming fluent in Japanese, or becoming Duolingo fluent instead of learning the language properly. I'm like, are you sure you're not projecting your own insecurities onto me? Because the last thing I heard was you being upset about Duolingo, but somehow you're upset for me. And for me, like, I prefer to talk about AI art. So what I mean by that is, if you want to talk about the divisive issue with AI art, I'm here. I'm absolutely here. Like, because if someone's really upset about AI art, I'm gonna sit down, let's talk about it. It's the most important thing to me. Like, if you are upset, you got to be able to communicate it. So whenever someone asks a question, I typically ask first, if I don't understand, what is your motivation in asking me this question? Because I need to bring you into this conversation, right? And then it is more likely that the other person is interested in listening to you, aka human communication skills. Not whether you know right or wrong, or you know the technical aspect. I'm not here to create a diatribe on why AI art can be abused. Explain to me how it can be abused, and then we can talk about it together. I would love to hear other people's opinions. Okay, alright. Tsuma, we're finally going. Garnish is pretty funny though. Like, wife is the same as garnish. I don't know if... I mean, but it does say that it's in kana though. Anyways, next one. Hibishi... Kibishi is... okay. We don't need a note for this. An adjective describing something that is demanding may also refer to a person who has an unforgiving personality. Yeah. quite opposite of me at the moment. Bishi. Okay. I genuinely don't remember the vocabulary anymore. Uko is fine. A facility where aircrafts take off, land, and are serviced, of course. Daito pretty self-explanatory. When you check your mistakes, you had about 4 mistakes on English questions for things related to usage. Can you ask for more info on how they're used? SAT, by the way. What do you mean? Yeah, go ahead. Feel free. Daitorio is okay. Do I know this thing? It's like big, unified, or like, yeah, unified, and then a person who like deals with demands and whatnot. Kanjiru. Shinjiru. Kanjiru. Shinjiru. This is okay. We better save some time here. Oh, yaseru is gonna be rough. A verb meaning to reduce one's body weight, often through diet and exercise. Yaseru. Yeah. The yard sale helps one gets thin. Your soul hopes for it. Okay. And fuan is uneasiness, a feeling of worry or apprehension. Oh, wait. Those? Oh, the semicolon. Oh, related to semicolon usage. Necessarily what? What are we talking about in semicolon? I think semicolon is weird too. Man. Like, I wouldn't, I'm not sure if I understand that. I think the one thing that is a deal breaker for semicolon is semicolon has to have 2 independent clauses. So it has to be 2 independent clauses. It's the most common usage that I use semicolons for is that they have to be related independent clauses without a conjunction. It's a substitution for the conjunction. So I like cake. I like pie. Hard to explain. You messed up many times where there was a blank and semicolon was in an answer option, whether it was correct or not. Oh, okay. If there's 2 independent clauses, you have to determine if there's a subject, at least in my opinion. I would first look, personally, I would first look for a subject, verb, and possibly an object. Subject, verb, and object. On both sides. So if there's like a blank, and it's a semicolon choice, you would need an independent clause on one side and another independent clause on the other. You also mess up one with comma usage before quotes and after names. Oh no, that's not good. On whether it was necessary. Oh no. I am not a good person to ask about that. Like, for example, if I said 2, right? The period would be outside. Like that kind of thing. And then like the comma would be like before the quotation. Or 2 Oh no, I'm not sure about this. 2, I said. I don't know if it's gonna be inside the quotes or outside of the quotes. I think it would be this. But you can't quote me on that. Because I don't know. I'm not sure. I think this is what you mean. Before and after. Wait, let me get the example, but that's not quite it. Oh, okay. I see. And then usage before quotes and after names. Oh, is it? No, a comma after a name? I don't know what a comma after a name would do. Okay, what did I do? This got silent car, but it was hard to read, right? It was disappointing because it was hard to read. The silent car was not silent enough. Alright. Let's see if I can remember any of it. We are way over budget. Okay. What the culprit? On something. Oh yeah, person. I've got person
もう
entirely.
その犯人は捕まったのですか？
Oops. My hand was in the wrong row there.
兄と喧嘩をする。
鬼ごっこで鬼から全力で逃げる。
Oh, that's how you say tag. Interesting. What? Ooh, wait. 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 What the heck? I forgot the Z. Sorry.
これは兄への誕生日のプレゼントです。
It's fine. It's fine. I'm not triggered. You're triggered.
遠足に200円分のお菓子を持っていく。
Interesting.
彼はこの大会の全チャンピオンだ。
The other question you messed up both for lack of vocab, you believe? Ooh, what's the vocabulary word? Oh, what's the vocabulary word? And I totally forgot. Heck. Absolutely. Zoo. I only remember zoo. Oh, it's Kanata Zoo.
これからは必ず時間通りに出勤します。
私の名前は佐藤マイケルと申します。
Gender neutral. Get a bump? What did I use that deal with? Oh, really?
タンスに頭をぶつけてコブができる。
Wait, I'm not even sure what that means, get a bump. To hit your head on the wardrobe and get a bump. Oh, like a hematoma? Interesting. Say what? Oh man. A semicolon mistake. Your answer: capture its prey rather. Capture its prey rather the brightly, and the correct answer is capture its prey rather the brightly. Oh, I see. Instead of a comma? Wait, but you need to read the rest. I'm guessing the brightly something has a something else after, right? So it's okay. So it's prey. So you said capture. So that means there's a subject somewhere in the front. Capture its prey, rather. And then my guess is that this is a semicolon because the brightly something is a subject. Subject. And then was there a verb after? It needs a subject and a verb after. If it is, then it's always going to be a semicolon. Based on this thing here. If it's a comma, it'd be a run-on. And hear me out. It's not guaranteed that a long sentence is an independent clause. It could be like a combination of a bunch of participle phrases or something. To humans, it does not appear that the golden orb weaver spider uses camouflage to capture is blank. Oh. Rather, the brightly colored arachnid seems to wait conspicuously in the center of its large circular web for insects to approach. Yeah, you would need a semicolon. What's even weirder, I think it's kind of weird that they used an interjection. Like the capture, you know, ... and then you had rather in front. That is kind of mean, because this is an interjection. In my opinion, this would be an interjection. Because it could be this way too. I feel like you could even do this. Possibly. This feels like an interjection. To humans, it does not appear that the golden orb spider uses camouflage to capture its prey. Rather, the brightly colored arachnid seems to wait conspicuously in the center of its... Not quite same issue. Oh, here's another you'll send context of. Like, for example, to humans, it does not appear that the golden orb spider uses camouflage to capture its prey. Semicolon. Rather, comma, the brightly colored arachnid seems to wait conspicuously in the center of his large circular web for insects to approach. Instead of saying, to humans, it does not appear that the golden orb weaver spider uses camouflage to capture its prey. Rather, the brightly colored arachnid seems to wait conspicuously in the center of its large circular web for insects to approach. That's interesting. I think I'm more confused about the interjection rather. In 1937, Chinese American screen actor Anna May Wong, who had portrayed numerous villains and secondary characters, but never a heroine, finally got a starring role in Paramount Pictures' Daughter of Shanghai, a film that critics. Oh, I see. To be fair, your choice wasn't very logical. Yeah, your answer does make any sense. Why you would choose that. But Shanghai, so what a critic, Stina Chin explains, quote unquote, expanded the range of possibilities for Asian images on site. Oh, because you're talking about, oh, I see. Because you wanted the comma. Oh, no. I see your logic though. You wanted the comma after. But they put an extra comma here. You wanted the comma before the quotes. That was your intent. But the other choice had another comma here. In Chin. And then there was a quote after. So you thought maybe 1 comma, this would be the correct one. Like that's what I would say too. I would say the idea is there might be a comma before the quotation, expanded the range of, but hear me out. It's not the same. This is a paraphrase. This, like, you don't necessarily, it's kind of, you don't know if they're paraphrasing, but I don't know how you would distinguish the difference between that, but either or, the comma before, this one is weird. So I wouldn't know how to explain it either. I wouldn't know how to explain why there isn't this as an example, like this as a choice. However, the answer you had, was this a choice? If this was a choice, then I'm confused. Yeah. Yeah, if that's a choice, then I would have a hard time. I don't know what the difference is between omitting this comma and not omitting it before a potential quote. I have no idea. That would probably get me a 50-50. I would probably get wrecked there. The grandmother house. Okay. An adverb that denotes a continuous span of time or distance. Oh. It wasn't a choice? I see. I would need someone to explain to me why there isn't a comma there. Whether... yeah. If it was a choice. Grandmother's house is really far away. How do I get far? Oh, is it like continuous? Oh, I'm thinking of continuous. Something to. Zutto. Okay, so...
祖母の家はずっと遠くにあります。
So the zoo one is the one that... Wait, how did I do that? Silently... Oh, towing the food back and forth. Continuously towing food back and forth in the zoo. The Arctic Alpine Botanic Garden in Norway and the Jardin Botanico of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil are 2 of many botanical gardens around the world dedicated to growing diverse plant fostering scientific research and educating the public. Oh, it's a series. Semicolons used in a series. Your answer is species. Yeah, it's a series, so it's semicolons. Yeah, that's the other use of it. So when you have like, so A and then native, both native and non-native, that these are this is a interjection clause modifying A, but then but because this would end with a comma, you can replace it with a semicolon, and it's a series, so then B and C. So when you have things in a series, it's semicolons throughout the whole thing. You can kind of still do it with commas if you want it. What is that? What do you mean, what is that? A series? Honestly, here's one thing. I'm not entirely sure if you can do it with just commas there. I mean, the clarity would be fine. An interjection clause? Oh, like a modifying clause, like a plants, both big and small. It's kind of like interjecting, or like it's inserted in here, but it's modifying plants. I don't know what this is called in its like a. Can it be called a? No, that's a parenthetical. Punctuation. Okay, hold up. It might not. Okay, it's a modifier. It's an interjecting modifier. So, or I call these like interrupters. Or okay, they're called interrupters here. Or in interjecting modifying phrase, it could be a parenthetical or an interjection. What I'm using the word interject is because you're interjecting, so you're like inserting it, and then it's modifying the previous thing. So they would be flanked by commas, but the thing is, it's a little tricky there because they also have a list of things. So they were saying plants, scientific research, and educating the public. So since the example already started a sequence, a series of semicolons, then it has to be semicolons. Your answer deals with an interjection, but when the interjection, yeah, man, these are tricky. So like the both interjections, typically they are flanked by commas, but this is in a series of things. So you wouldn't put like a comma and a semicolon on top of each, like behind each other. So instead you omit the comma and then continue with your series. Because scientific research is not modifying plants. So like if you said plants, both native, from Wikipedia, semicolons can also be used in place of commas to separate. Yeah, basically. Yep, if they're in a list by themselves. Yep. And the comma is embedded. Yep. So by chance, that's so tricky. By chance, native, the interjecting modifying phrase ended at the end of a at the beginning, like where a semicolon would be for list. So the semicolon is the most appropriate punctuation. And I do this quite a bit too. I actually do this quite a lot. And oftentimes it's for clarity, because if you have a comma here, like just to demonstrate its clarity, without the embedded comma, then you won't know where the list is. The list would be lost. So what happens then is, if this was scientific research, for example, if this was scientific research, right, you just keep going, then it would be saying plants, scientific research. So plants would be a modifier. It would be an adjective or an adverb, however you look at it, as a plants, scientific research, both the research that is scientific, that's plant, that makes it sound really weird. Like it doesn't even make sense anymore. Like when you try to read it, both native and non-nature plants scientific research, and then suddenly they have a semicolon and says, and like semicolon, and then move on to the next statement. It would be like, it's not how you would read it. So in this case, when you say plants, both native and non-native, pause, scientific research, pause, and then educating people about plants, right? And it's a superseding rule, which does happen. You embed, commas get embedded all the time. In fact, that's kind of what the semicolon kind of looks like. I'm kidding. That's a coincidence. But yes, words you made mistake due to not properly or at all knowing. Rudimentary? How did you... Have I not said the word rudimentary? And innocuous? Oh, I don't say buttress. Ooh, buttress is kind of... You also didn't know some others, but you had enough context to work with to not have issues. I'm surprised I haven't said rudimentary before. Innocuous is great. Innocuous is... The thing about innocuous is kind of sketch because it kind of sounds like boo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if this doesn't resonate too well, but innocuous sounds like boo, as in like a bad thing. But it's actually the opposite of noxious. So it's like not noxious. So basically it's harmless. So it's kind of like how Japanese boo and like han and stuff in Japanese where it's like not harmful. So innocuous, something that's innocuous. It functions like, and that can be tricky, but I usually think of it as like something that's not nauseous, not like toxic, something that is not harmful. And not cuous, the reason why it's cuous is because it's an adjective. But anyways. When you say words you don't know, more often than not, you just say nothing and hope the context is good. Oh, I see. Well, we'll definitely have to throw in some esoteric terminology, you know, serendipitously in order to spark some genuine curiosity, right? About trying not to provide sufficient context without understanding the complexity and nuance of the various word choices. I don't know. It's actually kind of difficult to use non-Germanic things. So, long story short, what is esoteric and serendipity? Oh, these are my favorite words. Esoteric means exactly that. It's obtuse. If you're not familiar with obtuse, it's like hard to understand, or like it's rare, or maybe like it's not well known. We'll just say not well known. But obtuse is another great word that usually comes up. And then serendipity is coincidental, but with a positive spin. If you want to say coincidence, but you want to say good coincidence, you say serendipity. So oftentimes coincidence is neutral. Serendipity is positive. And you could say misfortune. Something like misfortune is a bad coincidence. So like coincidence is neutral. And if you want to emphasize that it's a negative happenstance. Happenstance is also neutral. You can say happenstance. Serendipity is also auspicious. But auspicious, the thing hasn't happened yet. Auspicious is more like it may happen. And then inauspicious is something that is like something bad may or may not happen. Auspicious, yeah, it's like you scored well, right? Your practice test, you scored 1550 on a practice test. That's auspicious for your real test. This is a really great word, like a really wonderful word. Like that means this is an auspicious sign, like it's a good luck sign. Serendipity is very similar in that way, but serendipity deals with it occurring already. So this serendipity means it already happened most of the time. Auspicious is talking about it may happen, and they both are positive. So if you're talking about, oh, I serendipitously ran into my friend, this could be auspicious for future meetings. Like, my friend lives around me. It could be an auspicious sign that we'll bump into each other. So auspicious means future, serendipitous means past. And then coincidence is neutral. Happenstance tends to be like something that could, like, there is some temporal nature of it. And then we have misfortune. Obviously, you're probably far more familiar with misfortune and whatnot. I'm not even sure if people use these words. Temporal is have characteristic of time. So it's characterized by time. So like this problem, like for example, that is a temporal problem. I think most people would say that is a time problem, and that's poor English, like poor scholarly English. It's not a time problem, it's a temporal problem. Like, but colloquial English would say that's a time problem, or it's a problem with time. Right. What's colloquial? What do you mean what's colloquial? Are you trolling me now? Wait, Mika, are you trolling me? Colloquial. Wait, how are you able to wait. How are you able to spell these words if you don't know what colloquial is? I'm not even sure if I could spell colloquial if I didn't know what that word is. Colloquial? Common speech. Common speech. Sort of. Merriam-Webster? Wait, do they say it right away? Oh, the phone is suggesting spellings? Oh, okay. Merriam-Webster is a dictionary. Like, I'm not sure how you're able to spell so well, so quickly. Because some of these words, they don't spell really well. Like, colloquial doesn't spell very well. Auspicious doesn't either. Oh, and happenstance, yeah, we already talked about that. But colloquial is common speech, or layman. We could use layman. Is that how you spell layman? Or is it a no? If you need to improve your vocabulary, read a lot with a dictionary. It is true. Reading a lot of dictionary is great. No, you don't use autocorrect, but you do see the suggestion and read those words a lot despite not necessarily knowing the meaning. Oh, okay, I see. So wait, Mika, real talk. How often do you simply like rely on context instead of having curiosities about the vocabulary word? Do they sit? Like, do you eventually pick up the word like colloquial, sufficiency, the difference between sufficiency and necessity, or like obligatory? Like, do you pick up those? Because that's interesting. It would be very interesting to know how you're picking out words in English, because that would also relate to some of the Japanese stuff that we were talking about. I have some other common words. What other common words that I use that I feel people don't use? Superfluous? Right, superfluous is definitely one. Man, I really have to think about it, because native speech, terrifyingly unattentive. Yeah, native speech is definitely unattentive to my things. What's superfluous? Excessive or unnecessary. I prefer, instead of saying unnecessary, I usually say superfluous or excessively as opposed to unnecessary. What's inattentive? Wait, did I say inattentive? Just not attentive. In is a suffix. In is bu or han. In. What's attentive? Attention. Attention is the so it's the adjectival word attentive. So it's to have attention. Characterized by attention. I'm not sure if it's your vocabulary is terrible or it's spotty. Like, what I mean is, I'm not entirely sure if you have low vocabulary count. It's more so that you have a high, to me personally, I think you have a high preference for particular words, right? Very specific words. And maybe that deals with consistently speaking to a very specific type of group, right? For myself, most of my vocabulary came from speaking to different types of people. So the specificity and like the variety of the words I would use is that's kind of my reason by asking how you pick up words. Like, when you refer and talk to someone, do you start picking up their dialect, their diction? And for myself, the current vocabulary that I'm talking about, like attentive, superfluous, colloquial, that's when I like talk to James, because James has a high, in my opinion, I get the impression that they have a very scholastic approach to talking about linguistic topics. And then Procol and we talk in a very specific diction as well. And if you pick that up, that's kind of one of the assets that you would want when you're listening to a target language. Like, eventually when you learn all your basic foundational languages, right, like your language stuff, you want to be able to mirror or pick up other people's linguistic traits. And in English, it's because I went to high school, college, graduate school, I partied with people and, went to social events and whatnot. So I could still sound like a Gen Z if I wanted to, but we're not strictly trying to be Gen Z right now. You watch YouTube videos and text on Discord mostly, yeah, for your input for English. Sometimes you go through a long conversation with you not understanding words and waiting in hopes the context fills it in. That's kind of my suspicions at this point. Although I do feel like I thought maybe it was simply out of disinterest. I'm thinking about my words. Like, I'm starting to think, if I said disinterest, do you know what I mean by disinterest? Like, the use of the word disinterest. You know disinterest? Okay, so remember that disinterest is not the same as dislike. This is I'm making this evident now because I'm not sure if when I say disinterest, I realized that I'm not entirely sure if I've been miscommunicating now, because a lot of times disinterest is not the disinterest is not the same as dislike. So English class with Mika, yeah, like now I'm starting to think maybe I actually gave the wrong impression. So like, for example, if I say I'm disinterested, right? I'm disinterested. That's not the same as saying I dislike. Disinterested is like a lack of interest. This is more like an interest in hating something, like disliking it, like having an interest, but in a negative sense. So to dislike something, you need to be interested in not liking it. Like you have to actively not like something. But disinterest means a complete lack of it. You're indifferent, right? You're indifferent. So it's a neutral. It's actually a neutral phrase. But I'm not sure if people think of it as a neutral phrase anymore, or a neutral word. Maybe you should have said something. Often if I don't reply much over text combo, you just still am figuring out what's being said. I see. You often reread a lot? Okay. It's surprising, like if you often reread a lot, have you ever seen a marked improvement in your comprehension for English? Because and is marked, I'm not sure if marked is a good word. I use marked because if I'm speaking to a British person, a lot of times I do actually use specific diction, word choices every once in a while that should typically reflect that. But the word I would probably use is like noticeable. Marked is noticeable. Or like significant. So like, have you ever noticed that you had a marked improvement in your like reading comprehension or your listening comprehension in English over time when you're like speaking to other people for a prolonged time? I don't know if I've ever impacted anyone indirectly with my diction. Legitimately, not a lot of people approach me and say, oh, hey, I started sounding like you because of overexposure or consistent exposure to these particular vocabulary words. I don't think anyone has ever come up to me and say, I really like the way you speak, and therefore now I'm trying to speak like you. And I'm like, well, that's kind of flattering, but at the same time, like, I don't think I've ever encountered that. It feels less confusing than it did a few months back. That could just be you not noticing it as much because it happened a lot. Okay. That repetition, though. That repetition. It does make for serendipitous maturity of one's vocabulary. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking like this too often. Yeah, I typically ground my diction when I'm not explaining anything. I guess it kind of defeats the purpose of explaining things, huh? If I increase my diction habitually when trying to explain topics. I'll have to keep that in mind. In terms of sounding like people, you do, funny enough, have half of the accent of someone you were constantly on VC for years. What's diction? Word choice. It's your word choice. So, like, for example, my grandmother's house is really far away. Technically, you could express it, my mother's mother, my mother's mother's domicile is noticeably distant. That is so dumb. Sorry. Actually, the mother's mother thing is silly, but I could say like my grandmother's house is particularly distant. Like domicile is a house or a place where you live. Yeah, domicile. Like that's a bit heavy-handed. That was a bit heavy-handed, but I could actually see myself saying my mother's house is particularly, you know, like particularly distant or something like far away. But I don't really say my mother's house is really far away. I actually don't say this too often. I try not to use very and really unnecessarily. And far away, I don't use far away because away is a preposition. So I'm not the greatest dude to end sentences on preposition, despite this being a prepositional phrase. Far and away are prepositions. So ending a sentence using prepositions when I'm typing is not a common practice for me. What words do you swap around British people, or did I misunderstood? Occasionally, domicile is a British word, typically. Domicile. A residence. And I'm not talking about they're particularly... and hear me out, I'm not saying I'm speaking British English, for the record. But for when I think about British tendencies, I would say something like... instead of a house, I would say residence, probably. Possibly. Domicile is such an old word. Domicile is trying to be like old English. Fairly as opposed to really. I don't have good examples off this, but we can probably find a few fun examples. I like talking about English. I enjoy it quite a lot. Right? Quite is not used a lot. Quite a lot. Quite. Fancy. The rule against ending it with a preposition is old-fashioned. It comes from Latin, which is strictly forbidden in... Yeah, pretty much. And for me, I typically... the rule is not what I'm concerned about. The reason it was taught in English is when students look to Latin as an ideal language to emulate. That's fine. I'm not one of those students. So whatever James said seems like a adequate explanation. I did not end preposition because I knew my Latin roots. It is essential to me in my rule in English to avoid one particular circumstance. And it's not what James said. So it's not for any of the reasons that James said. So I will explain my reason, but those are the reasons that I'm familiar with from a linguistic perspective. Like when someone talks about linguistics, the reason why I don't end sentences with prepositional phrases is because I speak typically in transitional phrases and compound clauses. So when you say something like, I live far away, right? And if you want to do a compound sentence, there's a chance the next word could make you think that it's still part of the first context, because away can initiate a prepositional phrase. So a lot of times someone would think like, I live far away from home. Right? That would be a very common thing. Right? So I often end the prepositional phrase because if you transition into another thought, it could create this could end up modifying the other thought. I don't think this is a great example, but let's say I live far away maybe like interject. I don't know. It only happens when I read other people's comments, though. Maybe comma for the time being. I'm correcting this, but I live far away for the time being is different from I live far away for the time being. When you're speaking, I live far away for the time being. Versus I live far away for the time being. Like there's often a confusion between your thoughts when you end with prepositions. So when you go into something, I like to complete them. I definitely want to complete the prepositional thing so that there's no confusion with the next thing I say. I rarely end my sentences when speaking with the preposition. It's usually ending with the complete prepositional phrase. What's a compound sentence? Oh, a compound sentence is when you have two independent clauses. Kind of like your semicolon example. A semicolon, I think it's considered a compound sentence too. Otherwise, it's just an plus or minus a comma. That would initiate a compound phrase. It's two independent clauses connected by a conjunction. Can you ask, does your English come off as quite basic? Not necessarily basic, but yeah. I think you stick with, I mean, I can't tell. You stick with independent clauses when there's a subject verb. There's minimally a subject and verb in the clause. You don't necessarily need an object, so we'll just put it in the. So there's a subject and verb over here and a subject and verb over here. That's two independent clauses connected by a conjunction. You don't give yourself opportunities to speak dynamically. It's kind of like when someone talks to me and they say, bruh, come on, bruh. 67? Yeah. 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 Bro. That's what I mean. Like, yeah. That's what I mean by what happens. You don't give your yeah. Right. I don't necessarily think you have basic English, Mika. I actually don't. Because you write, what words do you swap around British people? That is a complete question. I think that's better. That's already more developed than a vast majority of younger audience. Like in terms of sounding like people, you put a comma there. You do funnily, I guess, or funny enough. That's kind of interesting. I don't know how funny works there. You do funny enough have half the accent of someone you were constantly on VC with for years. Like that's a complex sentence. So actually it's fairly uncommon for people to text in complex sentences. Actually, maybe I could use an example for preposition. Yes, you don't end things with prepositions either. Yeah, you complete your prepositional phrases. I would love to give an example though. Maybe I could like build one up with oh, here's one. What are you looking at here? So when someone's speaking, sometimes they would say, what are you looking at here? a lot of times when you leave a hanging preposition in speech, not in writing necessarily, you don't have to, like, I don't, the Latin thing about ideal language stuff, that's not what typically is confusing to me, is when people leave a preposition and the very next thing they say feels like it's connected with the previous thing. So I thought they were asking, what are you looking at here? Like, here as in, what are you looking at here? But they really said, what are you looking at? Right here. This is what I'm looking at. Like here, this is what I'm looking at. As opposed to the other way around. So you can put, but it's still terrifying because sometimes I don't know what they're referring to. But that's me personally. That sounds off to you. All your English is probably just intuition based. Again, you really don't know formal structure. I don't know why it feels off. That sounds off to you. What are you looking at? Wait. Just intuition based. That's very interesting. Like, here's one. Maybe, can I ask you this? Would you say I finished? Where would you put finally? Where would you put finally? Oh, the here? I see. Well, because you don't really need it. So I was giving you a great example. I was giving it a common example. Like, what I mean is what James said. It's not important. Like, what I mean is not mandatory. You can say those things. You can say, what are you looking at? I happen to not say that. I don't ask you, what are you looking at? I would say it a different way, but I honestly, what would I say? Oh, I would say, like, what are you looking at the moment? Even though it had 2 ats in it. What are you looking at this moment? But that still doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what I mean is I'm still compensating for something when I'm speaking. It doesn't actually make sense. Like, now that I think about it, I don't even know if it makes sense in writing. Huh. Well, you gave me a lot to think about. This is very informative. If I were talking to friends, finally finish homework, but in a longer way, finally I finished my homework. Interesting. Finally finish homework. Okay. And then finally finish my homework in the long way. Finally, I finished my homework. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, so when you say finally I finished my homework the long way, that's when you're gonna get loose points because it's finally I finished my homework. So when you're like writing it out, you need a comma. To me personally, like if I were like on an SAT thing, a question would be, do you put a comma here? I would. So finally, I finished my homework. Right? So what I mean by that is, if we were doing like SATs, I don't have any problems reading your text. And you probably have no problems reading anyone's text that says that. So that's a good example. Maybe it's just because colloquial English is so far away from like scholarly English now that it's creating a problem. Like it's creating like places where you can lose points. Because for me, if you don't put a comma there, finally I finished my homework. I don't know what is it that could be a little bit confusing, but generally the reason why this is written here is because finally is modifying finish. We talked about this before. Actually, James was here for that. I'm not sure if it's grammatically correct or not. It's not important here. I don't know with the comma or without the comma is grammatically correct or not. Like, that's not my concern here. The idea is there's a chance your SATs could ask you, should there be a comma there? And I would be concerned because I wouldn't know for sure. Like, I wouldn't know if you can do it without a comma or with a comma. That's why English is a butthead. Like, I legitimately do not know if you can say, finally, I finished my homework without a comma there. I place a comma because that's how I prefer things. So you add different punctuations if it's for tests, but over text like this, you just remove it in many places. Yeah, me too. I add different punctuations. Oh yeah, see, here's a good example for reading stuff whenever I'm typing. So you said I add different, right? Different punctuations. I'll abbreviate punctuations, comma, if it's for tests. Semicolon, but, comma, over text like this, comma, I just remove it in many places. And the reason why it's this way is because when you read it, that's how you would read it. I add different punctuations if it's for tests, but over text like this, I just remove it in many places. So for me, when I'm reading your literal text right there, when I'm reading your literal text, that's how I'm reading it in my head. Like, I literally read it like that. I add different punctuations if it's for tests, but over text like this, I just remove it in many places. Why say punctuations? Oh, because different punctuations is, this is non-exhaustive. To me, personally. Non-exhaustive. I'm not sure if punctuation, since punctuation can have an S, right? Punctuations. What's non-exhaustive? It means that when you say different, when you say different, there are more than one choice. Even beyond the choices that you would think of. So I think of it as not making just one choice. So you add different punctuations instead of different punctuation. But that's not, I don't know if that's true or not. Like, what I mean is I think it's non-exhaustive, but I don't know. That's an English problem on my part too. I don't know if you plural punctuations or use punctuation as a plural. I have no idea. Oh, wait. I know why I did it. If you added a different punctuation, if you added a different punctuation, then I would say punctuation. But I read you add different punctuations because you didn't specify if it's singular or not. So if you did add an A, I would say punctuation, probably. Like when I was reading. Yeah. You didn't know you could add an S on the end of punctuation? Oh, yeah, see, I don't know either. Sort of. Like, for example, wait. Do you think you can add an S to developments? Or sciences? These are all in the same group. Stations. So all of these are different categorical endings, and they can take S's. So punctuation is one of them. And then, yeah, so honestly, I don't know if punctuation's I don't know if punctuation is an exception. You would say yes to all three, but not in all contexts. Not in all contexts. But they're not supposed to be in all contexts. Like, what I mean is, they're dependent on context. So, it's never on all contexts. Wait, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Like, nothing is in all contexts. Like, what words do you have that are in all contexts? It would be very yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure what words have S's without context. Oh, well, there are words without S's without context, isn't there? James might be able to help here. What is an English word where it ends with S that is plural, but it's independent of context? I'm sure there's an English word. There's got to be an English word that ends with an S. It's always plural, and it ends with that's independent of context. I'll let you guys decide. I don't actually know at the moment. And I don't know what finally is. Oh, is it like yatto?
やっと宿題が終わった。
You really don't know how to explain. You're probably wrong. No, that's... I mean, you have to eventually try to explain it. From the three? Yeah, that's fair. Do you ever say Christmases? How would you do this? I will celebrate Christmases with my family. This is a comma thing too. This is a comma thing. This is no apostrophe thing. This is a punctuation thing. Maybe this is why you started explaining vocab limitations. I mean, under practice, yeah, possibly. Here's one. This is a punctuation one too. Like, how would you say I will celebrate Christmases with my family? I think that's a thing. Because multiple Christmases, right? Instead of I will celebrate Christmas with my family. I think you can get away with this. I feel like this would be a really annoying SAT thing. You put a apostrophe here. I feel like SATs just try to make it be as tricky as possible. I don't know what this would do, but if you put a apostrophe... Oh, would you put apostrophe S? Huh. I don't know. Hang on. No, it is actually not. You actually add ES. No, this is even more. You could say 3. Yeah, so you can say Christmases. Dang. What the... I have no idea anymore. Like, this... We might as well start learning English again, all over again. Do you know how I get around this? This is how I get around things. I don't... if it's probably rare to see the plural, though. Yeah, so I get around this... I typically, since this is non-exhaustive... since this is non-exhaustive, right? I would go and say holidays. So I would add, I will celebrate Christmas holidays with my family. That's what I would do. Like when this, so I avoid using proper nouns, pluralizing proper nouns. So I would suck at this. I would not know the English rules for doing like A's versus having C's this way, right? Where the apostrophe is, and then having ES's and stuff. Instead, I would take it and I would modify the proper noun. I would use the proper noun to modify a noun that I know the ending for. So I would say I will celebrate Christmas holidays with my family, or Christmas events with my family, or Christmas dates. And that's what I would do. So I would avoid trying to pluralize nouns, which happens. If you're wondering what's a great example of this, calicos. Or I don't know if you need an apostrophe here or not. So like calico cats. So I would write calico, I would say calico cats. But some people might say calicos for like multiple calicos, and you have to infer what they are, which typically they're referring to cats. And I'm not sure if you need an apostrophe here or not apostrophe. Like, I have no idea, right? So instead I would use it as a modifier. These are my crutches, by the way. I'm revealing my crutches in writing. I would take a noun. Whenever there's like some sort of name or a specific modifier, I would simply just... The apostrophe after S is for ownership when the noun ends in an S. E.g., I see. Like James's bag, I see. Except for these, obviously. Except for these, which are... these are a little different, but there can be things like onomatopoeias that can occur, but I don't know how that works. And this is more like what I'm talking about is like dialogue stuff. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Like shortening of words. I disagree, but there is shortening of words where it ends with an S and then you shorten it. Not for pluraling, but I wouldn't say it's the only reason. Or it is a good reason to use, though. The apostrophe after S is the ownership when the noun ends in an S. Verbally, you would use the original for this, though. Oh, yeah, because this is non-exhaustive. Plural would be James's. Interesting. What's an onomatopoeia? Is that what you said? Yeah, onomatopoeia. Okay, now I kind of understand how... Did you spell onomatopoeia? I can't spell onomatopoeia to save my life. Holy. I missed the E every single... Like, I missed the E so many times. So... Like, No, I missed the T too. I also missed the T. I dropped the T sometimes. Yeah, and it's a word that imitates. Dun. Toki. Pika Pika. Pika Pika is pretty cute because it's Pikachu. I don't know if you guys are into that. Pika. Pika Pika is like sparkling. Like sparking Pikachu. Right? Pikachu. Pika Pika. That's not onomatopoeia. They're also very common and important in Japanese. Yeah, there's thousands of Japanese onomatopoeic words. You remember it being said in your 5th grade English class a couple or times and you typed enough in order for your phone to suggest it? Oh. And can be more emotionally context than compared to English? It can be. And sometimes English can be more emotionally like if we're talking about like being a stickler, there are a particular onomatopoeic phrases because English uses onomatopoeic phrases that are way rarer. Some of them are more emotionally contextual than Japanese. Case in point, bruh. Because English onomatopoeia is different from Japanese onomatopoeia, where they would use like a reflexive on their syllables. But in English, bruh would be... Bruh is also an interjection. It is also an interjection. I disagree with you that it is an injection. It is also an interjection. But it is also onomatopoeic. Now it is. Bruh. Bruh is a... To me, yes, I agree with you that bruh is an interjection. I disagree with you. It's just bro. No. Onomatopoeic is supposed to reflect the sound that it's trying to create. And I disagree with you that bro and bruh are like all specific one thing. I disagree with you. It's not imitating a sound, it's just a word. It elicits an emotion in which its source is of the sound. Is someone saying bro in a different way? No. It's saying bro in different meanings that acquire a lot of different emotional states. It has a very strong emotional context that elicits both the sound and the context, and it varies based on what version of not bro. Bro is one of the versions. I disagree with you. You have an oversimplification of this. I mean, you could try and use that rule and apply it and go talk to someone with using it. You can go around and just say bro is just different ways to say bruh, or bruh is different ways to say bro. Go ahead and try it. Yeah, this one you can use your linguistic skills for non-human communication situations, but fair enough. I disagree with that classification.
家族でクリスマスを祝う。
彼女は私の妻です。
私は学校のルール ルールは厳しい。
私の学校のルールは厳しい。
空港に行く。
Yeah, let me know. Let me know. If you go around and tell people if it means the same thing. The formation and use of such as buzz or murmur that imitates the sound associated with the object or object they refer to. Exactly. Thank you for explaining onomatopoeia to me, in which I'm classifying bruh as onomatopoeia because it's trying to imitate the sound. Bruh is an onomatopoeia. Bro is not. So is bruh is not. How does it fit? It imitates the sound that someone reflexively says over and over again. It actually sometimes doesn't even have a meaning, by the way, just for the record. It literally sometimes does not have a meaning anymore. So if you want to go into the realm of NetSpeak, in my opinion, I think it's pretty clear that when you're identifying linguistic formalities to NetSpeak, you would have to have some ability to disentangle them, right? Like, so if you're strict, if you want to be pedantic about this, the formation or use of a word such as buzz or murmur that imitates the sound associated with the object of action, ask someone something, and what is the sound that they make? I'm gonna be real with you. When sometimes you ask, what do you mean, bruh? They would say it doesn't mean anything. So bruh is an onomatopoeia for somebody saying bruh? Yes. It is the net response of basically meaning nothing. Yeah, like sometimes it doesn't mean anything. They simply make the noise. There's another one. Like it's also an interjection. James, if you're gonna like treat me like talk to me like a broken record and constantly say it's an interjection, I already said it's also an interjection. Like, do you want to say it again? Like, oh, it's an interjection. It's like, I know, it's also an interjection. And then you said it's not an onomatopoeia. And I said, agree to disagree here. Something can be an interjection and onomatopoeic. You are arguing that some Japanese phrases or have a lot of emotional context and probably have a lot of meanings and uses. So does the most colloquial and limited use of very specific sounds, and as well as their ability to interject and also be verbs and nouns. And one of them is bro. Bro is also a noun. It's a interjection, a noun, an onomatopoeia. Like, that's the whole thought behind it. So when you're saying that dandan, for example, and dondon can function as multiple speeches, and you're saying how does it feel the definition, it's literally imitating the sound associated with an action, which is the response to something. It is qualifiably onomatopoeic. It's not formally onomatopoeic. And yes, it's qualified as an interjection. So every word is an onomatopoeia for someone saying that word? No, absolutely not. Because there's no action involved in saying I stand. So do you think that someone gets up and say, stand? Thanks for being reductively absurdum, using reductio absurdum on my arguments. There is. There is. There absolutely is. If you don't want to look for it, then that's perfectly fine with me. When you're mid-thought when talking, would you be okay with interruptions asking what words mean or when something generally doesn't make sense? That's fair. Yeah, I'm welcome with that. Also, would you lose your train of thought sometimes? What about ouch? What do you mean, what about ouch? What do you think it is? Is it an interjection? Because I think it's an interjection. Is that an onomatopoeia? It could be. Could be. If there was an action attached to it, and then they would say it reflexively. Oof. Like, literally, I know what oof is. Like, what the action and the object is. For the oof. Ouch, I don't know. Ouch could be with, like, anything. It's an expression for hurt and pain. So, I don't know about that. Probably not. Mm.
その国の大統領は誰ですか？
Yeah, like, I don't say ouch when I get hurt. Or, like, there's no specific action that's attached to ouch. I'm not saying it is formally, for the record. Like, you can tell me how to define onomatopoeia, but I'm not making the statement that it is not qualifying as an onomatopoeia. I'm saying it's like an onomatopoeia. You have to get up for another visit in 6 hours, so see you now. Take care, Miko. I don't think ouch is. Not sure what ouch would be for the... It is one. It's a case where both an interjection and onomatopoeia, it imitates the sound of someone groaning in pain. Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's neat. I said I don't know, so that's a pretty neat one. My examples are NetSpeak examples. Oof. Oof is one. I think oof is an interjection and an onomatopoeia. Ah, as well. 3 A's. Which is typed a lot often. Not ah is another way to say ah. That's not the same. So you could make an argument like ah is just ah. Like you said, bruh is just bro. I disagree with that. So ah is not the same as ah. It's not another way to say ah. Oof is not another way to say ouch. Despite ouch being a interjection in onomatopoeia, I suppose. Do I have another one? It's not equivalent to bro, but it's almost semantically identical. It's semantically identical, but it's not contextually identical. Much like your argument about Japanese, where it's context dependent. The reason why I picked oof and bruh, and you can include bro if you want, but bro has a very specific use. But bruh and bruh, or brew, those are like, they're semantically identical, but they're contextually dependent. Oof and ouch are context. It essentially have that's been adapted into wider popular slang. It's essentially have that's been a transliteration of in have speaker, in a speaker. I don't know what that is. Oh, an African American vernacular. It is semantically, yes, it is, and it no longer like it's a widely popular slang, and colloquialism creates the context for what it is. Like, what I mean is, if you don't see the use of that as something, then you can treat it as that if you want. If you think that bruh always means bro semantically, then go ahead and talk to people like that and tell me if you think it's only an interjection and only an onomatopoeia, because I'm not speaking about semantics. I'm speaking about NetSpeak. It is not only an interjection, and it is also onomatopoeic. Which there, and I was offering it because it's kind of like Japanese. It's undergoing a transformation like Japanese, where the original idea of today I got dandan, right? Dandan. You can talk about the sound of what it makes, but it also can become transformative to be colloquially slang, right? Like, you can call it a slang, but in NetSpeak, it operates as all those things. Like, I legitimately think that when someone says like bruh in certain places, they don't actually mean anything. They want to make the sound of it. Like, there are times when this does not mean an interjection, and there are times when this doesn't mean anything other than trying to mirror the sound. And I agree with you. It mirrors the sound of the African American vernacular English. I agree with you. But then you're gonna say, well, then isn't every spoken word an onomatopoeia? Like, I mean, if you want to reduce my argument to that, then sure, the action is speaking. So then, and they have an object. The object is African American vernacular English. So if the action is to mirror the sound that's coming from African American vernacular English, that is not coming from someone who is an AAVE, then what do you think it is? An interjection? Or is it a transliteration of AAVE speaker's sound that a non-AAVE speaker's sound is making? With the intended definition of the same thing? I'm not entirely sure. I don't actually think whatever they modeled after, right, the AAVE speaker, is the intended meaning of that sound anymore. Or that word, since you want to call it a word. It's just a word, I guess. It's just a word, and it's just an interjection. Again, like, I don't go around thinking that when I'm speaking to people, especially online. Much like 67, I'm not entirely sure what 67 qualifies as anymore. You could say, oh, but it's an interjection. Like, okay. So, does it fill an interjection? Well, yes, it does. Yeah, like, I don't know what this actually means. There's no meaning behind it. What I hear is 67. Like, it's literally 6 or 6-7. Right? Like 6-7. That's all it is. And you could qualify it as an interjection, I suppose. I don't know if people are just saying 6-7 because it sounds like 6-7. No idea. Is there another word for it? Is there a word for words that don't mean anything? Filler words? I don't know what a linguistic reason for it is.
"私は幽霊の存在を信じています."
I didn't pick just any word though. I want to be very clear. I could have picked like Papega or something like that, which I think there's a name for this, where like a typographical emote ends up taking on the name of the meaning of its depiction. I don't remember what that's called because I don't know these terminology. But Papega is not what the image makes the sound. It doesn't make the sound Papega. However, Papega is an interjection, like bro. You can use Papega as an interjection like bro. But they don't make the sound. And it doesn't have an action. It would be a different story if people didn't just simply make those noises when they do something. Hang on. I got something that I want to know. Okay, so let's use Japanese for a moment, James. So Japanese onomatopoeias, right? There are words that imitate sound. So there's got to be like some sort of sound aspect, right? And they are supposed to capture emotions, sensations, and actions. And they're often repeated to add color and nuance to speech and writing, right? And that was that they're functional in the daily activities. So there has to be like a source of the sound that they're imitating. And oftentimes it is not clear whether it is from an action or an object. In what nature is that action or object? So if by the traditional sense of onomatopoeia is that idea that it has to literally come from an object, then I agree with you. Bruh does not fulfill that. as in like it is not coming from an inanimate object, right? The object itself does not create that sound, right? Yeah, it works differently in Japanese to English. That was the point, right? That was the point I was trying to make, but hear me out. I'll continue with this. So that object that's making the sound, right? Let's just say it doesn't fulfill that. So I would say that would disqualify bruh from being an onomatopoeia. Now, you did mention that it's based on an action, right? So when a dog makes the woof woof sound, that would be in action. That is onomatopoeic. But when a human says wolf, you're telling me it is no longer an onomatopoeia if they do it on response in a very fixed, nuanced action that elicits emotion, sensation, and the sound is articulated through that sound, not through its semantics. So what I mean by that is, when you made the comment about Japanese language, right, the context I want to clarify is that my addition of bro was when you were explaining onomatopoeia to Mika about how Japanese had more emotional context than compared to English. And I actually made the comment like, well, yes, I agree, because it's rare in English on some of the things because English rarely use it in the context of Japanese. However, because of NetSpeak, right, inferring NetSpeak, that English has taken on a lot of properties that may even rival Japanese contextual sounds, but there are few of them. There are not many of them. There's thousands of Japanese ones for sure, which I acknowledge there are thousands of them. But the function of some of the English words have taken on Japanese's functionality. And the example I gave was bruh. However, then you said it's interjection, and I agree with you. Bro, bruh, they're all interjections. So are Japanese onomatopoeias can be interjections. They can also be nouns. They can be adverbials. They can be emotional dependency. And bruh has taken on that life. And one of the interesting interactions, and I didn't only choose bruh because it's somehow you think it's only associated with African Americans transliteration, but a large majority of the people who use the word bruh and bro and whatnot, they are influenced by Japanese pop culture. So now ayaya is like bro, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with ayaya, but and this is not the same as aya. So ayaya is not the same as aya, which is Chinese, and these are also interjections. Aya is an interjection, but it also is the literal sound that the people make that evokes that emotion. So I don't know what these are called. Maybe they're called a different name and I'm just not linguistically bound. But what are Japanese onomatopoeia which are just as nouns or interjections? Whenever you bark. Is it Wang Wang? In NetSpeak. We're talking about the furry community, but that's fine. You can still define things by Japanese if you want, like strictly Japanese, and then applying English semantics in linguistic categorizations to these things if you want. I'm actually strictly kind of curious if there's a new class of maybe a new classification for words that are hybrids of like a multicultural thing. Maybe linguistics experts will know what they're called. But whenever someone barks, has taken on a life of its own. Yeah, one. Yeah, like one. In Chinese, do I have a Chinese one? Hi. But this, you can call it a sigh. So what's a sigh? Is sigh an interjection? So not hi like in yes. More like hi. In but it's not quite this. It's more like hi. That's a sigh, so I guess a sigh would be considered an interjection or like an ender or something. But the people actually make that sound. So I don't know if that... So that must disqualify it as an onomatopoeia, and it can only be an interjection by your classification. I think. It's usually like... Oh, what part of sigh is what part of speech? Oh, no, wait. That's the word sigh. Okay, can you... What do you call the audible sound that someone makes that is typed in? That's what I mean by bruh. So, I don't know what that's called. If that's not an onomatopoeia, I have no idea what it is. Maybe dialectic... I don't know. Dialectic transliteration that somehow people make as a audible indicating sound. Like oi. Is oi an interjection? It is. Right? It's primarily used as an interjection or an exclamatory to grab someone's attention, like hey, right? Maybe bruh is... I'll call bruh an interjection from now on because of your disagreement that the sound is coming from someone's mouth. So it can't be an onomatopoeia if it comes from someone's mouth. Much like dogs can be onomatopoeias because dogs are not humans. Kind of an interesting thing. I haven't ever thought about it that way. Here's my cursory understanding. You think a sigh would be an onomatopoeia because it represents broadly the sound of expelling air? I see. Like, hear me out. Okay. I know I'm going to get crucified for this if I don't clarify. So, possibly, in the future. My thought is that onomatopoeia, and obviously it's not, like, I don't have a complete definition of onomatopoeia. And yes, thank you for typing the onomatopoeia definition. My onomatopoeia is that it has to sound like something. It has to sound like what the action implies, right? And it can be used as many as it's independent of its function. And it has to be reproducible. Reproducible due to a known action. Like regularly reproducible due to a known action. So the person or thing or something has to make the sound, and then that sound is independent of its function, but it is reproducible due to a known action that's acted upon it. So like when you said ouch, I don't say ouch every time I get hurt, but I kind of feel like, yeah, like I wasn't sure if people were trying to capture the sound of the thing that's audible from them, from the action, right? And bruh is kind of like if Gen Z stare had a sound attached to it. So like when you talk to someone and they simply need time to process, that would be the sound that I'm thinking of. I would no longer think of it as they just simply sit there in silence. They would probably respond with some sort of inhalation of that sound. But then again, it's an abstract word, so it's not quite a sound that is natural. Wow is an interjection that has emotional context, but you argue it's not only because it doesn't represent a specific sound. That's fair. But what about what? No, I don't see a specific object that has a sound. Yeah, that's interesting. I get what you mean, though. I understand. The sound has to be coming from, like, a sound that is not linguistic. You usually see bruh as a reaction to something like WTF or darn. Oh. The bruh that I know is an acknowledgement. I think the most common use of bruh is generically as an acknowledgement. You see something crazy or stupid, you say bruh. Usually bruh is simply a reflex for me. So whenever like you say, oh, I like this game, bruh. How do you feel? Bruh. So like it's one of those things that I'm not sure what to call it anymore, where people simply say it as a response. It's probably just a response. Like no longer a interjection, just a response. Well, actually, now that I think about it, are all responses not all responses are interjections, right? Yeah, sound other than the sound of a word. Yeah, that's fair. See, for me, the reason why I think is onomatopoeic is that the sound is the sound that something else makes. That doesn't mean what the original sound means. Necessarily. And it gets transformed into something else over time. So, if they're trying to capture the aspect of that emotional thing with the sound, then that's what I was defining it as. That's what I feel Japanese people do. And that was my original context for choosing bruh. I didn't choose like man. Like man would be an interjection. And someone would say something. Yeah, interjection have to be able to exist independent of any other. Oh, okay. So like for example, oh crap. Right? Oh crap. Nothing sounds like oh crap. Sorry, I had to think about that. Yeah, interjection have to be able to exist independent of any other. So bruh does apply? That's fair. Like, I agree with you that bruh is an interjection. Like, oh crap. Nothing sounds like oh crap. At least I don't think. So I kind of get what you mean by the onomatopoeia. Now, the question is then, is one like the dog sound, is that onomatopoeic? Since it's not a human language, right? It's not a human language or a human thing. I guess one of the qualifications that onomatopoeia requires is that they don't have, they're not human language. Probably. I haven't ever thought about this deeply about onomatopoeias, but it will be an interesting thing to note in the future. It represents the sound of a dog barking. I know. And bruh is the represents the sound of a person responding. A Gen Z person responding. But then you can argue like, well, it's a human being, so it's speaking. The dog is speaking. It's not the sound that they made. I'm just saying, I mean, like, I'm going to use exactly what the word you're saying. It represents the sound of a dog barking. I know. A lot of things represent the sound of things. Like, I agree with you that brother doesn't sound like bruh. I agree with you that brother, nothing sounds like brother. There's not a natural occurring sound like brother, and there's not another, like, a natural sounding, like a object sounding that sounds like bruh. I'm not entirely sure if I would call it, yeah, dogs don't speak. Yeah, dogs don't speak. I'm not sure if you're gonna have a lot of people about that dogs don't speak, but fair enough. So I imagine that crows don't have onomatopoeias, right? And parrots don't utter onomatopoeias because they do speak. Or you can make a qualification that imitation doesn't count. The sound imitation does not count. What is this? Yeah.
入院したら痩せてしまいました。
Anxiety? The heck? Anxiety? A feeling of worry or apprehension about something uncertain. I actually don't remember. I was too occupied. Let's say anxiety. What kind of characters would it be? Oh, no, wait. It might not actually be a character because I have a couple kana related things. Oh, no, wait. Oh, anxiety, uneasiness. Yes.
不安で夜もまともに寝られません。
How did disappointment work? Yeah, parrots are an interesting case. I think if you say they speaked, you have to argue a radio speaks in addition of imitations, like you said. Yeah. I don't hear me out, James. I don't think bruh is an onomatopoeia, like in the strictest sense. And I don't think bruh is an interjection, like solely an interjection in strictest sense. I want a word to describe what bruh is. Like, I guess in the broadest sense, an interjection would be what I would use. Because an interjection can then be all the other things, right? Because it's not bound by grammar. And it is the sound that people make. But strictly speaking, that sound that people make might not necessarily convey anything. But the whole idea of onomatopoeia is that they would convey something. Emotionally, right? Emotionally. And it would be associated with the sound that they make. That's interesting. I don't know what those words are called then, other than interjections. If I had to qualify something, in order to disqualify it, it would mean that, is there a word for something that captures an emotion? And it's a sound that is not slang. Okay, that's fair. I would probably say interjection slang then. This is obviously provided that we define what speaking is. Of course. And we're defining speaking as it has to be semantically associated with a known human language. So if the word is semantically deriving from a known human language, then the emotions and sounds are considered slang or in an interjection. So for example, like when a parrot says hello when it's asked to speak, then that would be considered a interjection or slang coming from a parrot. Or like an imitation or something, as opposed to seeing it as a sound that a creature makes. It's also kind of a meme too. You know, honestly, James, I think meme is gonna be the word I should have used from the start. But would that apply to like saksa and like others too? Or would their mnemonics also be considered memes? I'm really deep into it. I think it's really funny. Or like I'm really genuinely curious how linguists categorize these. I don't think it's true for any other word though. Like what I mean is I don't think it's true for like a swear word, for example, or like, oh goodness gracious, or others. Although ouch is so interesting when you mentioned ouch. I'm like, how that's so when you wait, did you say ouch was a onomatopoeia? Yeah, so I don't know about ouch. Ouch is kind of weird. Oh yeah, and then wow is not an onomatopoeia, right? Do you think here's a little belaboring point. Do you think it's because we're using English to describe things? How do I get disappointing? Disappointing. It's something about how do you disappoint? Tomorrow is gonna be a very tough day. I don't think this has they have kanji? No, this doesn't have kanji. You already said it today.
彼はがっかりした声を出した。
gakkari. Yeah, gakkari. That was what I was staring at the whole day. Okay, so we do have to go and move on to... Oh, that's awkward. Well, I'll do it tomorrow. It's fine. Whoops. Tomorrow we have to edit because it's already after midnight. So it's already after midnight because we were having too much fun. We can still do 20 tomorrow. The nice thing about Bunpro is you can simply say, I want to do more. And this was a low volume day, so I was just gonna push it. Okay, so that's a wrap for Bunpro. I want to sit down with like a linguist. Do you want to be a linguist, James? Because I think this is fun. I think we can have many conversations about like exceptions and categorizations and semantics, because it wouldn't be fun otherwise. Most of my stuff that I'm talking about is coming from that guy who does like NetSpeak. You're not a linguist? Oh, okay. Like the NetSpeak guy, the guy, the etymology nerd guy. Most of the inspirations for these discussions are coming from. Hats off to that guy, because it's really interesting how it's not. Oh, here's one before we go, or before we switch. Sorry, before we switch paces. I might have to do the P5X tomorrow. Just interested, always enjoying reading and studying English, and now through language learning. I think so too. Like I love like what Mika was doing when she kept asking me questions and stuff. I love doing that. I genuinely love that so much. Like I'm not shy in saying that I don't know something. Like I really don't understand some of those comma things. The idea is like we share about it, and then maybe we can come to some reasonable like summary of things. Here's one that came from the other guy, the Arabic speaker guy, I think. And that's what is it? Tonalization. And this guy explained the thing that happened with my English. Tonalization. So he was actually talking about, the hot take was that Korean is undergoing tonalization. So what happened was like the new age, like the new group, the new peeps, the younger generation, they're starting to pronounce specific words, right? And then those specific sounds are becoming the same thing. I forgot what the example they had was, but I can use an English example that created tonalization for me. Or actually for other people. Like, for example, the word review and review, right? Review and review, right? So he was making a statement that right now there is an event that is possibly happening right now where the Korean language is undergoing tonalization, where since there are two words that are becoming the same, in order to differentiate them, and he showed like one of the linguistic like graphs from like a linguistic journal, where it showed that there's clear segregation in preference. So it's kind of like review and review. Review is the noun, and review is the verb for me. Most people just say review both times. Like some people say review. I would argue the vast majority of people say review for both of them. Like you write a review and you review a review. I review a review. So for me, as I was growing up, I had tonalization for the same words. And that example was really cool because it's happening now. And I don't know how often, I don't know if this was an actual term yet. And like this person talks in linguistic, or they're trying to talk in linguistic terms, and I'm not entirely sure what terms exist in linguists. So that's why I was asking if you ever wanted to become a linguist, because tonalization is a very appropriate word for this. And I tonalize my English. Like this one is a good one. For other people, right? Like read, right? Read and read, right? Read and read, or read. Like I don't differentiate between read and read, but I do, like most people, and it's not a tonalization for this one. This is pronunciation, right? Like I don't have a good example, or like not too many, but present and present and present. Yeah. Thank you. That's it. Present and present. Yeah. Exactly. And apparently the neat thing is, I mean, I don't study Korean, and Korean is a phonetic, like, you know, their thing is really neat because their modern style is like alphabetic, you know, like the alphabet decided. So Korean's thing is undergoing something that is similar, that is already present in English. But here's the cool nature of it. Only it's recently that the depiction, right, like the way their writing system works, is also mirroring phonetics stuff. So now we're not talking about like Hangul, right, like the old Chinese script bases, but their phonetic, like their phonetic script. But I'm genuinely curious if that is a coincidence that when there's a language that is emphasizing phonetics, that they end up undergoing tonalization for very specific things. And it feels like Korean might end up having these examples, like these occasional examples where, like, you don't bat an eye. In English, it's stress, pitch is an element, but it's also volume and length. I understand. I talked about this at length before, that stress is triple dynamic. It actually you can do all three, and you can even separate all three, and so, and a tonal language is all three too. It's not that it's not functional. So oftentimes when you think of stress language, you're talking about it's the combination, a very specific combination of them. right? But in a tonal language, you still do all three in various places. The idea is that tonalization creates separation of homophones. But oftentimes they might be associated with the idea that the script, there's a chance that the script can't differentiate them either, which is a little interesting side note, but I don't know how well that correlates. But stress is always pitch, beat. I call it beat, but because I think of Mora a lot of the time. So stress, pitch, or volume. It's volume, length, and pitch, right? Those three. However, when you mix up the volume and the length, you can still get audibility. In like a you can still comprehend in English. But the idea is, it's called a stress, in my opinion. The stress language is the idea that there's often a predetermined specific pattern. Now, if Korean is undergoing tonalization specifically to address the two things, then it could be any change in pitch, volume, or length to create it. So like review is shorter in length here and longer here. Review. And then review lengthens here. Review. And they're basic, for me, they're the same length. Review, right? But I could also make it in volume change. Review, right? So, and then you could make it the same length. Review. And the reason why I'm saying this is because a tonal language is when you compare the two. So review is view. This is the 4-1-4-5 stack in Chinese. Review. And when you're holding stuff in Chinese, like tonality, you still hold things and not hold things. In Japanese, you still do that too, technically. Like sa versus sa. That doesn't mean it's like it obeys like the generalized rule. Like generally, it doesn't do that. That's fair. Like I totally get that. Like English is built on exceptions, right? So you can cherry pick exceptions. I think it's neat because the Korean language, it's starting to develop exceptions, which kind of is what I mean by it's also neat about Japanese, because the more popular, right, like when the language becomes more popular or they age or something like that, and there's like some sort of separation, it's cool to see the language change in real time. Not that to the consternation of like people who are trying to categorize these things, I suppose, or like old hats that want people to sound the same way. Fair enough. It could be a point of consternation. Myself is it's more so interesting to draw parallelisms. And I do agree that stress accent, English is a stress accent. So you can adjust pitch, length, and volume. In fact, if you kept all of these the same, they would still be English. The nice thing about English, in my opinion, I talked about this in terms of voice acting, when it talks about voice acting. Because English uses stress accent, they are more inclined to change all three of these properties when voice acting. So what happens oftentimes is I always wanted to understand, why is it that some people get hit and miss with English? Like when they're thinking about voice acting, they're playing their favorite video games. Why is it kind of consistently hit and miss with English? It's because when you change these pitch accents, like the pitch accent, the length of the mora, and change their volume when you're flexing in and out, there are many different ways. There are far more ways to still speak English. So you're still speaking English, right? Those characters are still speaking English, but their voice acting would be inconsistent. And whether you like inconsistency or not, it's heavily regarded. Why do you use the word moda for English? Because I feel like the thing that captures my inclination between Japanese and English is the length, the moda. So that's what I use it for. I say moda because length, to me, is very analogous to Japanese moda. And how I visualize that and impart that on English, you can do it intentionally by thinking of it as creating the same length. And then volume is optional. Actually, a lot of times, in order to sound monotone in English, you simply preserve the pitch and then keep the length and the volume the same. Moda is characterized by each syllable being the same length. I understand that. Yeah. So, how am I using moda in English? They're keeping the same length in terms of its function. So, this is a bit of a meta. Like, if you want to be pedantic... Okay. I mean, I'm still going to explain it, even though you're just gonna supersede me. So, moda is keeping the same length. Like, the idea is that every syllable is the same length, right? And that is the property of length. Okay? And when I said moda, I mean like if English kept the same length of every syllable, it will still be audible. It will still be comprehensible. The idea that I said moda is because there are people who don't extend or contract their length, and it's still a function of English. So yes, thank you for explaining to me what moda means, but I am saying moda is because it's the property of length, right? So I'm relating Japanese with English. Now, if you're wondering, oh, well, English has different lengths, it's like, no, it doesn't have to have different lengths. It can be spoken as it's not, but that's besides the point, right? That's besides the point. If you think that, for example, ing, gu, ri, su, English, still English, right? Still English. Right, still English. But then you're saying that, well, no, because glish is one syllable. Glish is one syllable. I'm like, yes, it's one syllable with 3 beats to a person that speaks probably Japanese. You can adjust the element written English stress. What's important is the relative stress within the words you want to give you a present is wrong. I want to give you a present is wrong. I want to give you a present is wrong? No. I mean, it would sound weird, but fair enough. You can cherry pick the exception, but you can also say, I will review your paper. And you can say, I will review your paper. And it wouldn't be wrong. So if you're wondering what I mean by English, I'm talking about, yes, English is, I'm not sure your usage of second review is in common use. I didn't say it was in common use. I was saying it's not wrong. So if you're going to go around and tell people that development is wrong, you're wrong. Like development and development are two common usage. So good luck with that one. That is in my opinion, cherry picking something, I can cherry pick too. So whenever you're thinking about stress accent, right? There are times when words have the same length and they are trying to preserve the same length, and then there are times there aren't. So whenever you're asking me like, oh, why did I use that term and why did I use that term? It's like, yeah, I can cherry pick too in English. Pretty standard stuff. Development. No. Development, the stress is on the first. Development is, yes. It's the, what do I call it? Colonial is one of the colonial stresses. Probably the closest I would say is any Indian person. Development. Without pronouncing the, yes, development. Yep. I say development. Yeah. Or here's one. Sure, we'll go with something. You can talk about commons if you want. Formidable. I say formidable. Most people would say formidable. Oh, sorry, I missed the D. Somehow my D and my A turned into the same. Formidable. The stress is on the first syllable again. So like development, formidable. Potato and potato. What is that called? Is that like what is that called? It's just a different word, right? Like some words do have more than one common use stress pattern. Yeah, I understand. But what do you call what do you call when the vowel sound changes? Is that a pitch change? I don't think that's a pitch change, right? It's just simply a different read. Potato and potato. There's also potato, and potato. Like what I mean is potato. Some people say potato instead of potato. I say potato, but some people say potato, 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 potato. So I don't know what you call this, but maybe it's like a vowel change. Formidable is how I say this, and the vast majority of people say formidable, in my opinion. Divisive, I say divisive. Visage. You know, you have like garage and garage. So like visage, right? The English would be visage and garage. And then when you get fancy, you get visage and garage. No, I'm not kidding. I'm kidding about the fanciness. I don't actually know which one's more fancy. Typically, visage and garage sounds a little bit more fancier than visage and garage, but these things too. So the accent stays the same, I think. No, it doesn't. And then the length and then the pitch also changed. So visage, visage, this would be going up, this would be going down. So visage, visage, or garage, garage, going up. Yeah, all three changes. Well, actually, not all three changes. The length is kept the same between them. So that's what I mean by, yes, I understand that Mora is about keeping the syllables between each other the same. But when you have these characters, the length of these are preserved. So garage, garage, like garage, garage, the length between the two in respect to each other is kept the same. It didn't say garage and garage. Garage or garage and garage. It's garage and garage. But you can still lengthen and shorten things in English and it would not affect its comprehensibility. Now, do I have an example of a English word that lengthened over time and shortened over time? I would say Japanese to English is a great example. You can pick a lot of things, like, well, let's use a common one. Coffee, right? Coffee. I say coffee. Coffee. A lot of people say coffee. So that's 1 beat versus 2 beat. But they still stay like relatively, it would be in heard audibly, it would still be respective to each other. Coffee. Yeah. Oh, here's one. Cafe. Cafe. You know, I just thought of something. When I think what is great about Mora in Japanese is it gives you, yeah, cafe can use both stress accents, yeah, stress patterns. Here's one that I really like about Japanese Mora. It tells me, I like Japanese Mora because it tells me when they go to use katakana, right? Like, or like when they represent it in katakana and they say English words, it kind of tells you where the length is that they think English sentences or English words are happening, right? So like meika, meika, right? Meika, it's maker, 1-1. But if you make it 2-2, it's still the same thing in English. So that's what I mean by the length. Sometimes English has mora, which is, it's not necessarily because your English has like 1 and 2 lengths, like 1 length and then 2 length. Is there are quite a lot of times where the people's length is relatively the same to each other. So I say maker. Maker. Sometimes people say maker, which is 1-2. And then, you know, in Japanese, I think maker is probably interesting why they would do that, right? So the length is still preserved with each other. I don't know if I have any like I think what this highlights a lot is why I fail. For the record, I fail at katakana, like I fail at English loan words, because I don't hear the same lengths. One of the really tough parts about Japanese loan word is I don't hear the lengths that Japanese people hear, or like that Japanese perceived when they came up with these words. Like coffee maker is a great one. Coffee maker is still mora, but they decided to do two. Coffee maker, but it's coffee maker. That's 1111. But 1111 is the same as 2222. Let me see. Coffee maker. It could be 1112. 1112. Coffee maker. Yeah, it's ironic how hard English... I know. Dude. Which one do I still have problems? Like, here, I can easily tell you every single long word is rough. Like, right now, volunteer. Oh my goodness. Volunteer. Journalist. Journalisto. Journalisto. Volunteer. Volunteer. Yeah, it's 222. Yeah. What I mean is, in English, for me, is 1111. So in English is 111, but sometimes if it's at the end of a sentence, it can be 1112. But Japanese decided to use 2222, which is still the same as mora. Like, what I mean is, it's keeping each of the syllables the same. So it's humorous that they didn't stick with 1111. Like, coffee maker. Coffee maker. Because coffee maker is what I say. Now, the thing is, it's probably, what they probably heard is 1112, because cur, right? Cur is seen as two, right? Is seen as two syllables. Like keru, like cur, right? Because you can't have that. But in and in English, people really do emphasize the R at the end, like maker, right? So I totally concede on that. I think it's 1112, like coffee, right? Coffee maker, possibly. However, oftentimes when I say maker is 11. Coffee maker, not coffee maker. And that's where, like, I struggle so much. Like, sometimes I don't know if they're holding one, and then they have glottal stops, or what I call glottal stops. You know, the silent, right? Like chotto. It's capable. They are capable. I can't think of a loan word that has a silent right now. Oh, pick like hattotoku. Yeah, like hattotoku, or picnic, or backpack, backpack. These things, I'm like, yeah, you could do glottal stops too. Anyways, this is enough nerding out to it. I think all of this is why it's fun. If I can talk about this for days. I absolutely love learning about language. Some part of me is like, I should have just become a, should have just done like, no, I'm kidding. I think if I had to retrospectively say this, someone could say like, well, if you love language learning so much, why didn't you just become a linguist or like be a polyglot or something? And my first thought is like, it would be kind of an interesting thought if I didn't become a scientist, for example. Like, these are all these hypotheticals. If I didn't become a scientist, would I be as interested in language now? I don't know if you've ever wondered that. Obviously, I don't live a life of regrets, so most of the time I would say I'm nerding out here and having conversation with you because it's made possible by my interest in science. And then my interest in science and categorization is how we constantly end up in heated arguments about categorization. And I wouldn't trade it for the world. Honestly, this is fantastic. I don't know. I know you said you're not a linguist, but it would be kind of fun to develop our linguistic understandings together. Apparently Old English had moda. Yeah, it did. So did if you read Shakespeare, it's very important. Like, not that Shakespeare did entire moda stuff, but the example that I had when I was in high school, when I'm thinking and learning in Japanese, is Shakespeare. The sonnets, like lots of Shakespeare's like heroic, heroic poems. Actually, like even like the couplets and pentameters. Yeah, like Beowulf. Yeah, Beowulf is a good one. Is Paradise Lost? I'm not sure if Paradise Lost fits into that. But the older you get, the more like English had moda. Yeah. Shakespeare is at the turn of the century. He uses some moda intentionally, but it's not called moda. It's like heroic couplets and like sonnets and proses. It's Middle English. Okay, Paradise Lost is Middle English. Yeah, but the moda in English, yeah, it's early modern. So like as you get closer to modern, only specific parts use moda. Like only like the aspect of deliberately maintaining like length and stuff, like a play on length. So as it keeps going earlier, yeah, I read I saw Beowulf, like the Old English. We read an abridged version of like a modernized version of Beowulf, and then we compared it to the Old English version. And this is where then we moved to Paradise Lost, and then Shakespeare was in high school. So a lot of times, lots of writers that wanted to evoke in older English, you can see the remnants of the length stuff. And I usually think of that when I'm going. I took a class. I refer to my general education class a lot. I took a class on classic British literature. So Beowulf was part of it. So was Paradise Lost. I think English is obviously very new, but it also is very interesting when it comes to trying to pick up all the things. To me, learning another language really gets you to appreciate. Paradise Lost is actually early modern too. Oh, okay, that's fair enough. Let's see. We'll have to talk about this in the future. I'm genuinely curious how one can do it. Like, for example, some people can talk. Maybe I can read this. Like, can you undo a question? Like a question, right? Question. It would be very dictating now. But if you maintain the same length in the words, you can still get it. So what I mean by this is like, can you undo a question you've already, right? So that kind of thing. You watch a really great YouTuber who does old English stuff? Graham? Ooh, okay. Hold up. Graham. I'll have to teach yourself medieval philology? Conversation between Frisian and Old English. I'll have to check this out. That sounds cool. Lots of stuff about etymology. Okay. So this is like going in reverse. I have to check this out. Thanks for suggesting it. I haven't gone the other direction. So far, I have like the guy that does NetSpeak, right? And then in the middle is the guy that does like Slavic stuff, which because I don't know anything about Slavic stuff, but I haven't gone backwards. I haven't gone back to Old English. That's a good question. There is one guy in between. He's like a British guy. I forgot his name, but I'm sure we already know who he is. But there is a guy who studies like from modern, kind of like early, like post old to like now, and he does quite a lot of things. But I haven't really gone way back to Old English. So we will have more discussions when I check him out. All right, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. I really gotta wrap it up. Okay, folks, thanks for hanging out, James. As always, you are more than welcome to pick up Bunpro, right? Follow along, pick up. N4 is going okay, I suppose. It will start ramping up after a week or two. Probably a week is when we start hitting like high volume season, so more on that later. You're more than welcome to come on by, yap, talk about onomatopoeias. Yeah, I need a lot to think about that. So, you know, talk about onomatopoeias, talk about grammar. I think people, well, I would love to be surrounded with people who simply like to talk about the weird things in language. I think that would be a fantastic way to keep one motivated. Like, did you know? In fact, nowadays, hear me out. One last thing, too, as a hot take. I use tone markers. I use Chinese tone markers in English as accents because English doesn't have anything. So like whenever I tell if I had to like really emphasize something, right? English. Whenever there's a stress, it's a Chinese tone 4. If you don't modulate your volume, just say English, right? Like this is same pitch, English, or like English, right? English. It would be the English, and this would be shortened into a 5. So English. Despite having 2 lengths, 2 beats, but it would end up being a shorter beat because of how Glish works. Anyways, I'm sure that's what other people do all the time. Like, the funny thing about etymology people are like, oh yeah, this is like this, but a little different. Oh, if you take this idea and you combine it with this idea, have you ever noticed that this kind of sounds like this, but not really like this? And that's our onomatopoeia discussion. Like, have you noticed that, you know, that kind of thing? We can do this for days. Maybe in the future we'll leave it up for like a section to talk about. And I would highly encourage, as an outro, I would highly encourage other people to do this, or like find some time, have fun with what you learned, right? Have fun with doing finding fun analogies and maybe even argue and debate about how we should change the classification system or like have an argument with that, because I think that makes things entertaining, motivational, and then you have other reasons to learn language, like reasons that you might not be used to. Like now I'm gonna go and look for old English stuff, and also hear me out, I'm totally gonna go look for more onomatopoeias. Okay, and you're always welcome to come on by and then yap about it, because I can do this all day for sure. Obviously we have to use our time responsibly, and I stand by what I answer to Procall about AI art, and then earlier about human communication and technological communication. Personally, I don't think there's a substitute for the human experience, because we are in fact human. So if more and more of us are continuously finding ways to reduce the amount of usage in engaging with other people, I think there's often a breakdown in communication, right? If one is speaking to someone and they are incapable of communicating back to what they're listening, it's kind of a tough one. Today I obviously made some mistakes and miscommunications, so hence we can never forget it ever. Well, we can try to remember more. It's a priceless event. All right, folks, with that in mind, right, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna quickly get up, go to the bathroom, quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for a shorter session of HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第440天 is day 445. We're gonna have to hit this quick, fast, furious. I overindulged, and boy, would I do it again. Okay. The question, man, there's not enough time in the world. There's not enough time in the world to be nerding out to some language things. I do have 5 characters. You know what? Let's do it. No time like the present, right? I do want to do some gacha in P5X because it's been a long while. Maybe we'll go with the whole 9 yards and self-indulge. Oh, I'll do the specific 5 characters. I think we stopped at 5. 切是什么？切是打字和女 right？ 是 yeah 切 which was coupled with Ying. Oh yeah, welcome. Yeah, 接 处是商出 something like that. 处 how does that work?选和什么？田 yes 就and it was linked up with 选 田 being the field underneath, right? 田 so this is 选和田 right? I don't actually know what guard Li, I suppose. Li和女 together. There's also shi and ko. Shi and ko for ji. I think I can change it up now. I'm fairly comfortable nowadays. Shi being soldier on the top and ko being mouth on the bottom. And 会是wu or yan. Yan. Yeah, yan. I actually have no idea what tan heights are. Maybe like wei. Perhaps wei or ge. Oh my gosh. I keep writing the wrong. Alright, it's good enough. So, hui. For taboo? How did I do this? Hui was lined up with wei for defend. And then lie. Wait, was there something underneath? I'm not sure there's something underneath. I actually think it's just... This is crazy. 不知道这是对的。列是人和三个田 right 三个田 and then it's lined up with 列 for ramparts. All right, cool. Alright, let's get into this. Alright.
蜻蜓
Xingting makes sense. The two dragonflies.
蜻蜓青苔
Qingtai. Yep, fresh moss.
青苔膏
Gull. Oh, lamb is gull? Really? Wait, why does this look so familiar? Is this... Wait. Is this Shaw? Like char? Hold up. Are we cooking? Hold up. No, it's not. It's turkey. Sorry, I'm thinking of Shaw. Shaw has turkey on top. Different. The bird. Sorry, I know the difference between lamb and turkey, I think. Do you? If you really think about, like, squint, like here, you know, if you squint really hard, just squint really hard and like move this stroke over here, right? And then you just need to imagine that there's one more stroke, and then you add it to lamb, right? Okay, it's not even close. I'm just kidding. They're not even close. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. Gandalf is in front of the barn. Oh wait, does this look like Gull? It does look like Gull. Which Gull? Dangal, right? Dangal or cake? Now we're just thinking of shepherd's pie now, right? Basically just a shepherd's pie at this point. Where's Gal at? Gal... Dangal...你在哪里? Here it is. Gal... Right. Cake. Cakey. Cakey. Alright, Gandalf is in front of the barn where he's cooking up some lamb. He gets a small burner and lights it with magic from her staff, then puts a dead young lamb on top of it, slowly cook it. Gandalf loves lamb. It's his favorite meat. He sits there cooking lamb, which he got from the farm, smoking his pipe, hungry. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, there it is. Young Gao. Interesting. Alright.
膏
I'm so, like, energetic from James, like, entertaining me and talking about language stuff. I'm so invigorated right now.
困
My throat is not working very well though. Kind of harsh. Quinn. Quinn, we have a Quinn. The right hand. Trap. So this is Quinn. So Quinn, I think I'm very close to transitioning all the radicals to Chinese. So what I mean by that is, like, this is Yan. It's fine. Yan he Quinn. This is Quinn. Quinn is over here. Yan he Quinn equals Quinn. And sleepy. Interesting. Trapped. So you're like trapped. Your eyes are trapped. That's kind of cute. Let's see how they wrote it up. Koopa. Koopa's in the bathroom of the infirmary where he's feeling extremely sleepy. Sure. Infirmary. He goes up to a tree and his eyes hanging from his branches, and that his eyes hanging from his branches, and tries to sleep. However, that has eyes. Alright, no. That's not. It's fine. You don't need to go that hard, Kevin. So Koopa sneaks off into the bathroom of the infirmary, where he found a nice wooden... Wait, what was couch? From yesterday. Was it Hua? Was it Chua? Was it Qua? It might have been Qua, actually. No, maybe not. Dang it. Oh, a nice wooden seat, or a nice wooden, let's just say nice wooden bench, where he is trying to escape and rest from the relentless demands of Bowser. He sat and closed his eyes as he, I don't know, close his eyes and mouth and becomes sleepy immediately. Okay, that's fine.
困如
Rule? You what? Okay, there is a prospector that encounters Rudolph. But that's taking the cake. Oh no, wait, it's not a prospector. That's Rain. Oh, it's Ru. You know what? I can't believe I'm remembering this. I think Confucius is Ru. I swear, Rain and Comb is Ru for Confucius. Where are you? Am I crazy? Oh, there it is. And now we're substituting a child for a man. Man. With the child. So Rudolph is inside the living room of the house where he sits on the couch. Next to him is a child, and rain falls through the broken roof into him. Rudolph takes his little hooves and uses it to move a comb through the hair of the child. It's fine, I think. I think I'm okay with this. Largely because it reminds me of Confucius. I could blend it with Confucius if I wanted to make it memorable.
蜻蜓如
Chinese is fun, man.
困
When I've gotten to the point where after maybe 2.5 years, it's not awkward to speak Chinese anymore. So that's kind of neat. Like, what I mean is I'm never quite like, it's far less apprehensive when I'm just like, oh, rule? Yeah, okay, sure. Wait, did I write the... No, that's fine.
高青苔
Ting Tai. Okay. All right, we gotta book it.
全
Running out of time. Chen, curl up. Chen? I mean, there is a Chen in it. Or not a Chen, but a Chen off the headdress. So Chen for circle, or Chen, and then there's Zhen. So we gotta make sure we don't Zhen it up by accident. Okay. Although I could use the scroll though, and then we can just nip it in the bud. Nip it in the bud. All right. Let's see. So Quasi is inside the pawn shop where he is trying to help out with the pawn shop owner with all the scrolls, with preserving all the scrolls. Quasi, he carefully collects all the insects and release them outside, and then proceeds to curled up. sure all the scrolls curled up properly and stored away. I don't know. It's kind of a flex because it's the like curling up. It's like a thing curling up, not you curling something up. It's well, yeah. So it's a little bit of on a.
全
It's more like a bug curling up.
边
But we are using scroll. 边 is fine. Because 边 this is 边 这是边 这是 what? What is insect alone? I don't actually know what insect alone is. It just doesn't have any sound. I swear insect is alone, right? Oh no, insect is never alone. That's why I can't figure out what it sounds like. It makes so much sense. Insect alone is never alone because it has no sound. Alright, that's fine. I'm not crazy. Bien is flat. And then you get bats. Interesting. A flat insect. Let's see. Bigfoot is in front of the pawn shop where he's trying to break into grab some supplies. It is late in the night. Sure. He opens up a booklet and instructs him to put an insect on. No. This is too much. Let's use flat. So Bigfoot is in front of the pawn shop where he is trying to. This is supposed to be a bat, like an animal bat, not a like a mammalian bat, not a swinging bat. Where he's trying to sneak into a pawn shop. He's trying to find some supplies to deal with a bat and insect problem in his cave. Okay. Alright. Bien Fu. The heck? Is Fu bat? Dang. Okay. Batman. Bien Fu Xia? Oh. Night. Interesting.
边
Like a knight's errand for vigilante, or like a knight, like a shining armor knight. Interesting. Wait, does that sound like Batman? Bien Fu Xia? No. They could have used Man instead, like, or something. But it's fine. Cool. Okay.
诺
No. Gluttonous. Hold up. That's also rain and comb. But I think we're boned. Ooh, it's another example. It's probably No Chang. Probably No Chang. Oh no, sticky rice. Oh, Nomi. That's cool. Alright, sorry. Let's go and figure out where the No came from. Where the No did you came from? You didn't come from anywhere. Now we're gonna have to pay attention. Naruto is so rare. How rare is Naruto? Naruto is definitely one of the rarest. If not the rarest. Okay. No, Naruto is in the bathroom of the office building where he's making glutinous rice. Of course he is. He has some cooked rice and uses his ninja powers to summon a small amount of rain to go into it. Then he takes a gigantic comb. Wait. Yeah, we're gonna have to stick with comb here. I might simplify. Wait, I could have simplified this, right? Rain and comb is want. Or need, sorry, need. No. We're using need. I should have used need earlier too, but okay. 是书, right? 是书. Bathroom in the office building where he is tired of working and really needs to eat some. Oh, it's starting to sound like Kirby. Really needs to eat something. So he snuck into the bathroom like a ninja and broke out some rice. He's tired of working, really needs to eat. Broke out some rice grains and I don't know, use his ninjutsu to earn to create rainwater in the bathroom sink to prepare glutinous rice. My goodness. Sure. Okay. Oh.
诺
Oh, just glutinous, my bad.
楚
Pestle! There is an actual... There it is. There's pestle. Now I can no longer use mortar and pestle. Dang. I can probably go around it. Oh, chu. There's not much to go on here. A sundial, a tree, and a drop doesn't do much. Wait, where's the drop at? Say what? I don't see where the drop is. Okay. Dang. I just realized how rare sundial is. It's an exception. Cool. Chucky is in the basement of the house where he's trying to make a deadly poison. Okay, he drops a sundial onto the cement floor, then use a small tree as a pestle to grind up the sundial. With this powder, he can hopefully... Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit more elaborate. So Chucky is in the basement of the house where he devised a where he jerry-rigged. We're gonna take a picture from Saw where he jerry-rigged. I don't even know if that's how you spell jerry-rig. Jerry-rigged a wooden pestle that is suspended. Maybe he sharpened a wooden pestle that is fastened to a sundial as a way to drop the sharpened pestle from a high position to take out the unsuspecting victim. Okay. Sharp wooden pestle. Gotcha. Attached to a sundial. I hope that's good enough.
处分
Fin. Does look like a fin. Indignant. Oh, there are so many indignants. And you know what? That kind of looks like... it kind of looks like Nu. Let's go with heart for a moment. Or Nian. Oh no, not even Nian. Nu. Where's Nu at? Or am I crazy? Maybe it's not Nu. Oh, there's Nu. Well, actually, it's reasonably far away. There's also Kan. Where's the Kai? Kan. Kai. Alright. I think I'm gonna use parts here. So Frodo is in the bathroom of the infirmary where he is trying to recover from all his from the parts of his heart that is constantly reminding him of the indignant suffering from his ordeal. See, weeps in the infirmary as he tries to console sanity. Okay, it's fine.
份 全
And
份
ah! No, I don't know what happened there.
边 处
Yo,
末
that is bad news bears.
拐
Why? Pain? Like, Jiang. Wait, okay. How do you look like Guai? Oh, you know what? You do look like Guai. It's a troubled character. Twist? Turn. It's turn, this part. Guai. I'm pretty convinced. And it's fingers instead. Here it is, Guai. The turn. Pain now. It's we can probably do the same thing. Goofy is in the basement of the high school where he finds a strange tree and has a cane hanging from it. Goes over and turns it. No. We're gonna make it like the other one. Goofy is in the basement of the high school where he is trying to find a way into the storage locker. Wait. Storage locker. He tries to use his mouth at first because he's Goofy. Then he found a wooden cane. And finally a sword, which allowed him to turn the lock. Something like that. Turn into it. Sure.
拐
Okay.
家
Yeah, that does look like ja. What is that? What is that? Well, speaking of learning English, a wooden collar. Oh, wait, can I see the image? Oh my goodness. That's what those things are called? Dang. Wow. People playing, what is that game called? Wind of the West or West of Wind or something? That they would be very familiar. Alright. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the auditorium where he's leaning against a tree with a... I don't even know how to pronounce. How do you even pronounce this? Like, how do you use English pronunciation? Alright. It doesn't even have an auto-generated... It rhymes with gang? Kang? Okay, we're just gonna go with Kang. Fine. Dang it, I forgot the... Okay. Alright, so he's leaning against a tree with... Where are we? In the front? With a Kang around his neck for making one of the auditorium owners. Yeah, okay. Unable to feed himself and Kang around his neck, he relies on muscular arms to feed him through his mouth. Maybe both his hands and his mouth are also tied for being like annoying. It's fine. This is gonna be tough.
雷
Lay? That is a lay. Lightning or thunder. Thunder. Actually, there's another one as well. Can't quite remember it. So we got the rumble in the jungle and a flower bud. That's right. Lay. And lay, thunder. I kind of paused on flower bud for a while before. Okay, so now we have beats, fingers. Okay, Legolas is inside the beach house by the bay where he's... We're gonna use thunder here. Legolas is inside the beach house where he is trying to... What type of beats is this? Drums and beats. Oh, that type of beat. Oh no, it's both beats. What type of beat are we talking about? Alright, it's fine. Okay. Oh, he's trying to I don't know. Where he is using his elvish perceptions to take account of the beats of the thunder while he fastens he's dexterously use his fingers to fasten special thunder device to protect the beach house, something like that. I'm not sure which beat this is.
雷 young
Young. Well, that certainly looks like a young with a heart. Why are all of these starting to look the same? I don't know. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the chapel, sure, sweating profusely from an unholy sickness. A priest comes up and performs an exorcism on him by splashing water from the sink into his face. Suddenly a sheep comes ripping out of Yoshi's heart. Oh, give me a... Come on. So Yoshi is in the bathroom of the chapel, where he is helping a humble priest trying to, I don't know, exercise the poor sheep of the sickness in its heart. And she, with his pure heart, hope that the poor sheep recovers with prayer. Okay.
Yang
I'm having a little too much fun today.
Ting
Ting, that does look like Ting with some rain. Thunderbolts. Royal Court? Or no. Is that extension? Or no, it's Ting. It's we got the Royal Court and some rain. Alright. Alright, Timmy is inside the English Manor, where he is being trialed. He's being chastised by the Royal Court for his poor judgment in wishes, in wishing things. Naturally, to escape his trial, he wished rain and thunderbolts onto the court as he makes his escape. Okay.
Ting
Alright.
拐为家样停
Alright, 5 more. Let's go.
桥
Qiao? Oh, this is Qiao. Oh, okay. Well, there's Char. Show that I was talking about over. But Qiao makes sense. Qiao was like burnt, right? Or burn. Where me burn at? Give me burn. Yo. Where the burn at? The heck? Oh, here it is. Burnt. I think we're just gonna use kind of burnt. So Kirby is inside. Oh, what is Qiao, not Jiao? It's fine. Inside the barn, where he was trying to use firewood to create a burner to the turkey. But instead, he burnt it and still ate it anyways. firewood and all. As the other animals look with look on uncomfortably. Fine.
乔鹅
Okay. I do see the for evil. So we might as well go in on evil. So Master Chief is in the basement of the electricity plant, where he is on guard duty and trying to contend with a evil source of nausea that is going around with all the employees that visits the basement. Okay. Fine. I think that's okay.
鹅
Kind of reminds me of what? Oh,
三
sun hairpin. Sun. What are these double butlers? Is that T or G? Qian? Oh no. Oh no. Tan. Oh yeah, the recent Tan. Ooh, those are rough, man. Alright. We're on our own, and it's Zelda again. Zelda's in front of the pawn shop after a day of thrift shopping. She hands to her Triforce butlers a special bamboo hairpin she just bought. They hold it up to the sun and see how the hairpin sparkles with Triforce. A truly special hairpin. It's good enough. I need to finish in like 7 minutes, or else we're gonna not get lessons, which would be bothersome.
三永
Yong, oh, that's a Yong smoker, and it kind of looks like a Yong. Yoshi is in the basement. The large basement has made into a corridor by a huge number of ancient smokers. They pretty much form a corridor that goes from basement to the end. Walks down the smoker corridor, trying to find something for the monk.
永
Kind of okay. Either that or Yoshi is taking care of the corridor. No, really? Double Naruto in a day. It does look like Nu, the top part, the crossbow. Naruto is in the basement of the house where he's fighting a woman who wields a bow. Naruto hides behind a folding stool and uses his ninja crossbow stabilized by the top of the folding stool to return some shots at the derangement. Alright.
母
Alright.
乔
Oof.
三
That's rough.
鹅 永
Yo, what? Corridor is rough. Heck. Alright, we managed to squeeze it in. The lessons. I had to squeeze in the lessons because I already went over budget for my 8-hour rant with James on like random things and Mika and Procall. Oh, is today Saturday? Is that why? Oh no, it's Friday. Interesting. It didn't happen on a Saturday. Usually it's from Friday to Saturday. Alright, so this is gonna refresh soon. I don't know if I want to do the characters today. I mean, I really should do some of the characters. Or else, okay. I want to get to the gacha. We'll do some characters very quickly. Here we go! I had so much fun today. Whoops. Chain game. What? I thought that was Val. Is that not Val? Hot sauce and...
Fun.
Oh no. Not like this.
Lee.
Chicken chestnut. Ugh. Ugh. Who's helping him?
Yao.
It's not shoot. Dang it. Oh, die young. That's rough. Ooh ha ha. Okay. What's happening here? YOLO?
Zha.
What the cha? What? Okay. The growing pains. We'll let it cook. For now. You got the best of me this time. What in the world? Which one is this? Dang it. Oh, goodness me. I have no idea. I'm not sure how I even know it's grasshopper. Ah. But it's not the greatest. Definitely not the greatest.
P.
I have word. Do I think it's explained? Okay. Are we doing Valiant Suit? I don't think so.
Yu.
I guess we are doing Valiant Suit. Abundant? Okay, alright. Good, good. Okay. Okay. That didn't work. Oh, it's 5. What's all this? Just trying to... Yeah, analogy is just so rough. Think of explain more than analogy. I think this is gonna need to work. Tio is the Hornet Chieftain. That is oh, we're gonna pass. I still don't have a great form of inspiration for this one.
球 漏
Heck.
奏 赵 派 玉 真 踏
Oh, this was couch. It was ta. Okay. Oh, solemn. That's. It's gonna pass for sumo. Oh no, I used in. In what? Oh no. Oh no, that's 2. Oh no, that's 2. Everything's going kaput.
度
And that's just a coincidence that that's 2 too. Ah. Oh, Liang. Oh,
桥
save me. Does it live abroad? Oh goodness gracious. Is this Chang?
城
Chang. Like boast and like flaunt. Flaunt is the word I want.
梁
Ugh. Sure.
石
It's experience, but reality is fine too. Say what? I'm gonna go with.
算
Oh goodness me.
蕊
That's so hard. All right, hold up. I don't think I used trombone here, right? I don't think I did. So I used in. But the thing about in is it's a but. So in what?
玉
Maybe it is a trombone. I have no idea. Hold up. Oh, his heckin' taro. That's gonna have to cook. That needs some cooking.
赌饿
Alright, so we used the stress for this, right? And then the finger thing. Hmm.
素香
I'm trying. I'm trying. It's gone. Oh, wait. Hang on. I'm thinking about like an eye on the tree and then resting. It's gotta cook. That's a proper noun. Almost nearly all of these are kind of in that neighborhood. Wait, how did this work? So we got like what type of plant are you? Oh my goodness. I don't know. What are you gonna get Taro for them? Taro is so yikes. Hang on.
剑
What? Oh no. Just kidding. What the heck? I'm gonna just... No, it's not. Dang it, man. Why?
力
Oh, Jasmine. Something else.
碟
Oh, that's chatter.
Xi
Or no, bitter cold, bitter cold. Oh no, this is
Bang
okay. Oh, lychee. What happened here? I really thought this was... Okay, guess not. Oh man. So tough. What? Oh no, that's spray paint. Or that's paint.
叠
This is better.
敲 罗 立 飞
What are you? I'm still really energetic right now, but man, time is of the essence. Tomorrow is gonna be a tough day. I have Wanikani lessons tomorrow. Bunch of insects in a dish. I feel like this is probably... It's cool. Oh, yeah. Alright. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna let that go here right now.
格
What the good? A curse. No, it's hiccup. Hiccups might as well be a curse.
意
That one's tough. That's gonna be a problem.
后 举
Oh no, it's steel. I felt that one.
五
It doesn't seem right. That's because it's not.
鼓 咪
Or narrow eyes. They're both related to each other.
你 豆 齿
A foot. Foot. English foot. Not that type of foot.
蚕
Yo, what?
须 旧
Oh, I went for it. I failed so hard.
脚
Oh, Diao.
篓
What? Oh no. Wait. Yeah, okay. I know you. And now I don't know you. Dang, I paired it up with Jun. Yeah, the right hand is being lost. Wait. Hold up. Or was it Jun? Oh, it was Jun. Dang it. It's Jun. Like, Jun for donate. I'll let it cook. We're gonna let all of these things cook today.
月
What? Ah,
迷
huh.
山 湖
Yeah, it is.
滚 捐
Oh my goodness. Alright, I gotta think about that one. It's probably me. Or something like that. Probably me.
年
That one's tough. Very tough.
仓墨
What the more? What's Jasmine too?
谢
I such a left field. Ooh, is this dang it? Lia. Probably Lia. Wait. What? Oh no. Do I YOLO this? YOLO. Okay. No idea. Oh no, I forgot. Fill in water. I thought I linked this up with E. But E is just the drill. Probably, yeah, okay. I think I can improve on Xie, possibly. Can we do it very quickly here? No, we're fine.
谢
Yeah, double scepters. This is a harp. How do I not know this? So, oh my goodness. That's a cook moment. It's fine. Oh, let that go. Why do I feel like it's... What are you? Oh.
板 谎标
What? Probably sculpture, and I wrote structure instead. That feels bad. What the? Is this the like the 2 arrows and the? Probably neat. Okay. The tired of? Oh my goodness, this is not good. Okay, I got it.
造
Or dry. The heck, man? What? Is this not the? Oh no, it's not.
T 五 坠
Okay. How do I do the tray? It's just so, right?
比 房
YOLO?
意
Oh no. Hold.
西列
Yo, what?
卷 挖
I have no idea. Okay.
色
Dude, that's so rough. Or like, just Wa, like those two. Jia and Wa are kind of on top of each other. What is this? What? What? How do we have a turkey on a stool? I feel like it's like... Oh no. Oh no. Well, that was awkward. Heck, I don't know. Oh. Nothing about this is working. Like, this thing is... Yeah, that is not working. I am gonna change this. Yeah, this thing is garbo. What is that? Abandon's gotta change. There's no... I can't do that.
逆
That is not passable. This is,
叛
abhorrent. These other ones are, like, they're pretty okay. Oh, Bay. Whoops. I have no idea what's going on here. Oh, the single pair because of I think this is okay. That one's okay. Oh no. I went for it and I failed. Oh, goodness gracious.
景
Shadow?
催 之 咬
How do you... Y'all. Like mixing, is it late? Okay.
忧 刚 信
What? Okay. It was the first one. Okay.
悲
Or bad, sad. Okay, okay. I was gonna say bad, but bad. Dang. I need to make sure I don't confuse day for crime. Hang on. So you have the dropping. Like leaving the tracks. I remember the whole track thing, right? Brackets. Probably yeah. I don't know if Chia is gonna hold up. I don't know. Have to. That's a rough one.
谢
What happened here? The top is like oh, whoops. Ching. Whoops, not life up. Lift up.
请
No shit. And this was supposed to be background or something. Scenery. Alright. We're fine. I was being like very lenient, but that's okay. And then now we've already passed 4 o'clock. But I do want to poll today. Play P5X. We're gonna do it. Man, that 400 stack though. Okay. It's the last thing that I have to do in the beginning of April. There aren't too many things after this. So we'll catch up. Gun. Hairpin. And that. Yo, firewood. No, crossbow. Today's set was pretty decent. Outside 1. Clear. Oh no. What the thing? Thunderbolt. Quinn. Sleepy. Rule. Child. That's not it. Qiao? Is that Qiao? Yeah, right? Firewood? No, I screwed up! Hold up. No, that's not Qiao, that's Young. Wait. No, this is Gun or is it Gun? Gong. Cow. Okay. Oh no. Lamb. Sun. Indignant. Oh my gosh, they're starting to look all the same. What's happening? Young. Sickness. Young. Corridor. This one's questionable. Nausea. Wait. Pain. Yeah. Feet. That's a rough one. Mm-hmm. Noah's rough. Goodness. Jia. How's Jia? Oh, a Kang? That's kind of rough. Cho is Chen. Roll up. Okay. I'm not gonna do the bottom. It's okay. Today, pun. Yeah, I need some help on pun. What is pun? Like fingers, elbows, and... That's outrageous. Abandon. Pun is like, I was gone. We got nothing. So let's try something. He's not good. To judge, no. There is to hope for, which is a weaker one too. The other ones they're related by the, what do you call this? The half thing. What is the half thing called? Just half? Okay. So it looks like we're gonna enter the pun area, which is to hope for. Okay. Did I actually write hope? I feel like no, I didn't. Okay. Patrick is in the bathroom. Where he was hopeful, where he hoped for where he recently acquired a fence which he had an eye on some time. He was hoping for that he is able to he was able to break apart the fence with his fingers and then carry the parts back between fingers and elbows after cleaning parts up in the bathroom. But his eye failed to see how big that the fence parts were too big, and he abandoned them. Without any hope. For refunds or something like that. Okay. There are other characters that I skipped. Let's see if I can remember and try to recall some of the characters, because there are some trouble ones. Lychee was on a weak side, but that's okay. What are the ones that need to cook? Oh, this needs to cook. Jiang. or Hunan. It's large. Oh, nearly all of them deals with like some sort of plant or it's a very weak U. What is the U that was weak? Oh, P was kind of weak. How do I do hot sauce? Is it like this? That's not hot sauce. Is it like this? No. It's definitely door. Right? Something like this. Like that? Or was it... Nope. That sauce is definitely... Oh, I have one extra stroke. And what was it? This was P for analogy. Analogy is rough. And it's linked to the other P, which is keep away, or like do out of the way. This P. Oops. There's nothing underneath. This P. Keep out of the way. Chestnut was rough. Oh, it was... What was this? Oh, Tuttle. Tuttle was rough, man. Yeah. Nothing in can help. In is not going to help this. Oh, but in the... Yeah, it's not going to help. I'm like, oh, maybe. No, it's not going to help. That one needs some time. I don't know what to do about that. There's another one that needs some time. Oh, knee is pretty bad. It's so unique though. Oh, it's underneath though. I just have to look at the middle part. This is tired of. There was... Ooh. Or poisonous insect. Yeah, I was staring at him like I have no idea what's going on there. Are there any no ideas? Shit. Which xie am I talking about? There's definitely a xie. Oh, there's also a xie. Xie is kind of weak. Wait, I think I screwed up the bottom part. Oh, it's an elbow. Whoops. So, like, you do this. Oh, that top. This character is something else. Yeah, for steel. There's definitely a xie that I messed up. Did I? Discharge xie. Yeah. Which we're gonna have to throw in Yi and try to do that. Oh, and I got bopped by oh, I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be threads, but that's fine. Right, so for harp, what was this? Discharge. So it was pretty bad. There was one more. Oh, John, I somehow feel really bad about. Beautiful. Okay, I think that's almost all of them. Skip this one. Okay. All right. I told myself that I would save some time, but due diligence is a must, no matter how tempting it is. All right, that is a wrap for today. HanziHero. It's a bit on the short side, obviously. Still gotta rush into it. But this is one of those days that have another update. Alright folks, wrap for HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, as always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. You're more than welcome to come on and yap. Maybe even force me to skip a session. Our Bunpro session today, like this was supposed to be a short day because it's another 0 day on Wanikani. But man, we spent like 2.5 hours talking about something regarding like performances and standardized testing, and then then we dropped into talking about like grammar English stuff, right? Lots of English stuff today, and then Procall coming in hot with the order of operations, like speaking. So it took a really long time talking about the distinction between like human communication and its impact on the human experience versus technical expertise and how that can contribute to potential communication skills, and kind of weighing the two. And then near the end, it was just everything was derailing. We were talking about onomatopoeias and then like the qualifications of onomatopoeia, and I was talking about things, specific words and stuff in NetSpeak that's kind of like transcendent of nearly all of those things. I kind of pretty rigidly still stick by my guns that there are specific English words that are practically become so myriad that I think it even rivals like curse words and whatnot, where they're just functionally everything. They're simply nonsensically everything. We'll come back with more about that in the future. Anyways, until then, you're more than welcome to come on by and yap. I still got one more thing to do. It's kind of short. Like, the update is fairly short, so it won't take me too long. It's largely to do some gacha, right? Some polling, because it's been like 2 months since over 2 months since I pulled anything, and I'm kind of excited about it. So we're gonna cover our P5X 3.5 update next. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, maybe get something, since I'm gonna be skipping evening meal, and I'll be back. Thank you. So until next time, right? 大家下次见，感谢观看。Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next time.
SEGA
アトラス。
ピースでブラック
Alright, folks, welcome back. It is a bit late in the day, or early for some people, I suppose. We are back with patch 3.5, right? Old? Yes, patch 3.5, which is one of the, like, kind of half patches, right? And this is with the introduction of the full throttle thing. That means that wait, I forgot, is her name changed to full throttle? I actually didn't even consider that. I guess she's full throttle, or is she still turbo? No, I think her codename is still turbo. Okay, it's just the promo, the name of the thing. So it's introducing Mayumi, right? Mayumi Hashimoto, which was introduced as accomplice, or not accomplice, a synergy, right? A synergy character, and she ended up being the content creator, the like influencer girl. She really likes to be a race queen, right? And I leveled up her social link. So she offers bonuses for the crane game. And you have your probably the most modern, like Hashimoto chan is probably the most quintessential, like, internet relatable personality. She's 17 years old. She aspires to chase after a dream that is the interesting thing is her parents actually supports, like, her parents is actually in the same interest as her. However, she's female and it goes against the grain on what she's doing, but she's trying to promote it somehow and ended up becoming an influencer. In fact, the last little bit that I encountered was she finally reached 1,000 subscribers, right? I didn't even reach 1,000 subscribers, man. I really like her character. Very enthusiastic, and you're kind of encouraging her. She goes to a different school, though not the same school as you do. They always meet up in, like, the arcade in Akihabara, right? So pretty neat. Obviously encountering the similar problems of finding ideas, starting up a channel, etc. So now she's finally our banner. And the interesting thing, which pretty cool, is that they are this full throttle most wanted thing. If you draw 80 contracts, you get 20 platinum tickets, and then if you draw 70, you get 20 millicoins. And guess what? It's been 5 banners, right? I haven't drawn for 5 banners, and I love the coincidences. We're going to be drawing for both of these and going for that 50-50 on the weapon. I'm not sure if I'm desperate enough to, like, if I lose the 50-50 to draw her weapon. Her weapon is quite essential to her, so we're gonna see if we get lucky. So far, the funny thing about this is, well, we're gonna see how our mechanics work. I'm very familiar with how our mechanics work because we've been waiting for I've been waiting for some time. And before we get to that, you know, Trial of Thorns is back, so there's really not much in the way of content per se. There's still a little bit more, but Trial of Thorns makes a return, which we are familiar with these, and we'll see if there's any changes to them. We're gonna try to do the Asura one, and then I'll be back, I guess, in a week for the Trumpeter, which I think during the will have to look at the timing. I think these things will complete. Trial of Thorns will complete before Akechi, which I'm seeing if they do anything with him, because he's arguably one of the weaker P5 characters. Anyways, there's a little bit more. There's a campaign now, which I'll show in a bit. But we're gonna do this gacha. We're hoping that I get lucky. Now, here's the thing. My track record is pretty kind of insane with standard banners. I don't know if it's because they changed the odds for standard banners, but anytime there was a standard banner, I got lucky. The only instances that I've ever gotten lucky on a limited banner is when it is a standard banner character that eventually will become standard. So Phoebe and her weapon were lucky, like semi-lucky. Cherish was super lucky, like super lucky. And then recently when Phoebe was added to the standard banner, so she was 3 months later, right? I drew her 2 times, like within like 3 pulls. So knock on wood, I suppose. I have no idea, but Turbo is a standard banner character. My thought process in this, right? I'm kind of not a luck person, but my thought process is probably there's a different pool or table for standard banners, and that I'm not exactly lucky is just everyone else also have good draw ratings for these. If I get super lucky, I might actually pull for an A1 on Turbo, because A1 gives her it accommodates some speed for mechanics, which we'll go into in a little bit. So and what else? I wanted to show one other thing. So what else is not on here is the call from the deep. So during this campaign for the next 4 weeks, they decide to, instead of having 2-week Sea of Soul trials, it's every 1 week, and then they're adding extra rewards for them based on the tiers and whatnot. So that's fine. It runs 26 days, so it's gonna overlap with Akechi and stuff, right? And then this is their full throttle promotion stuff, and it's either or, like, you don't have to use the chance one, you can do the targeted one, despite the targeted one requiring 110 once. So yeah. And what is this? Oh, the compensation for the bug preventing progress, I see. And then who's Leo? Okay. Alright, so here we go. We're gonna give it a shot. It's been a really long time, right? And I want to make it clear that while this is exciting, it's nice to draw the stuff like delay gratification and all that stuff, I think this part of the game obviously is not really what I consider part of the game. But maybe sometimes we can get lucky, and I would accept any form of luck, obviously. In fact, one of the fun challenges of this game is to do this. What I mean is to be limited in its scope. Obviously, there is some part of me that says, oh, I would love to play with all the characters, because the character mechanics are genuinely incredibly fun. It's way more so than a Persona game, largely to the nature of the banner. But obviously, each of the Persona characters in a Persona game, like the mainline game, have multiple mechanics, and they are then divided. The mechanics are distributed among all these banner characters. At least that's my impression. I have yet to start my Persona legacy. So hopefully I get lucky and we can make it a little bit exciting. I do have to emphasize that it's not that exciting for me. I'm not the target audience for these things. I simply want the character in order to use it. In a different world, it would have been more interesting to have a gacha game where you get all the banners, all the base banners, and it is through the spending to incentivize you to get the duplicates, and that spending is the duplicates. But it's not the case here. I actually think you are strapped pretty hard for resources, to the point where some of the characters look great, they're really great. Like the designs are great. Like even the most of the new characters and the old characters look great in the transition. However, it's obviously disappointing that you won't either see them or even use them in any way, largely as a baseline experience. Like to be obviously the way that they're doing it is they do like the temporary trials and get you to sample them and then they'll disappear. Anyways, here we go. I mean, I'm a little nervous, sort of. So we're gonna do A1, and then get her do a draw on her her weapon as well, and try to go for the 50-50. I think the most I would be less quote unquote nervous or something like annoyed if there was some sort of banner, targeted banner for weapons too. Because I'm not the like I really find gambling of any sort very they're just not very rewarding. I would advertise and spend again. I talked about fair pricing. I would easily, personally, favor fair pricing and I would purchase that. I would more likely purchase that in order for me to not ever hit unlucky and then for others to never be lucky, but that also means taking all the people who like to gamble and put in a flat rate. That would be my personal if the game was targeting me. But here we go. Enough bantering. Let's see if my suspicions about standard banners continue. Right? It'll be wild. So we're gonna draw at least to get the free tickets and stuff. So that's kind of offsetting the, offsets the investment. All right, let's go. Let's get our A0. Gochari ni sign wall. Interesting. We got 7 carried over from last time as well. First 10? I need all the dupes in the world though. Alright. Give me one more. One time I actually received 4 stars, so that's good. Like, give me more. I feel like that's an extra dupe. Come on. Oh, just Luferu? Come on. Alright. Let's keep going. Katuru. Come on, Katuru. Come on. Let's go. Got them all into my lap. I didn't ever remember her code name. Interesting. Oh, Kian. Kian. Just give me more. Again. I rarely expect that I'm lucky, so. What do you think this is? A non-gacha game? A solo playing experience? Alright. Oh, I forgot, there's a special extra subquest for Chizuko. And it's on the email, so we're gonna go see what's up with Chizuko. Those are the 3. So it's either Vino Kateru or Okian. Come on, give me at least 2. I want to feel like average. Give me at least an average experience. Actually, getting 1 is the average experience. So far we have an average experience. Alright, now we're going into our meta jewels here. That's off
That's off. Not bad. Come on. Kataru. Kataru would be fine. Give me another Vino. They're all maxed out, so it's just for the gems. Yep, still an average experience. The greatest parts of this game. Right here. Wait, maybe she's on the higher rate. Maybe not. I thought it was the other three. Huh. I have to look which banners are increased. Or which 4 stars are increased and drop. It looks like this is gonna be an A0. Oh, it's her. Oh no, it's not even Luferu. And it's not even Luferu or intriguing. So I was okay. I mean, it doesn't change anything, but well, Luferu just wants to be in the stream, you know? It's just like, nah, Luferu show. Throw me a shun. Come on, give me soy. Throw in a soy for me. Where's our boy soy? No, that's expected then. Alright, so at least we got 2 for some gems. I did see the Chinese anniversary, 2nd year anniversary is coming up for this game on the Chinese server, and I did see what they teased. It looks like Motoha is getting ascended, and her costume is fantastic. And then I did see that one character that was teased way back in the main story is finally joining the banner. So pretty neat. There's quite a lot of things that are happening for the 2nd year anniversary, which I can look forward to next year. The 1st year anniversary is coming up soonish. There's still like 2 months, 2 to 3 months, 3 months, something like that. I think. I don't know which date they decide to consider it as the beginning. No luck. No early luck. As expected. Very average. Alright, we're at 77. Alright. That's unexpected. I'm kind of tired, so I'm trying to be a little higher on energy here. All right. Average experience. All right, average experience. Yeah, man. Yikes. So mediocre. Okay.
So we only need 3, so I'm just gonna do 3 polls. It's fine. I don't expect... Yeah, we're just gonna do 3 1 polls. Ooh, nice. That's always exciting. Can we get another one? Nope. Alright. And then here's our expected lukewarm turbo, right? Oh my gosh, we got so lucky! It's amazing! We did a 1 draw! I was gonna try to like stage a funny thumbnail or something. It's like, oh my goodness, let's go and do the influencer perspective on being shocked that this was... There's no shock, obviously. And I would also love if I can do this for weapons too. It would be great if they changed so that the weapons are not 50-50. But we're gonna go do the weapons now, right? But here we are. It's been what, 2.5 months, right? 2.5 months since we pulled anything. What was it? Howler, Matoi. Howler, Matoi. Oh no, Mont. Howler, Matoi, Rin, and recently Violet, right? And then all that, and now we're gonna try to build a new team. Hopefully get lucky, but I think ultimately this game makes the gacha component. Most people are losers, yeah, in my opinion, because they made the average often the worst case scenario, or like the lowest scenario. So if you're always defaulting to pity, you rarely ever feel the excitement of being lucky, honestly. Anyways. So we got her, which makes sense because it's guaranteed. And now we scroll down and start... why did I want these 2 weapons? It's just to fill out horizontally. There is a kind of a reason these 2 are... What are the others that are missing? Actually, I mean, Kuro might actually... Kurotani might be okay because if we fill it in, it's not like I'm gonna get... Oh, no, yeah. I mean, Makoto Yuki is around the corner, right? I'm basically looking for any reason to horizontal the rest of the weapon. No, Yukari is around the corner too. Alright, anyways, we'll just take whatever we can get here. Let's make sure I didn't goof it up and see if you can like retrieve the... Yeah, you can. There we go. So we want to reclaim this. Alright, claim our 20 tickets. Wait, why is this yelling at me? Oh, is it because I got an extra person? Oh, I got her, right. We'll work on that in a little bit. Let's go and see if we can roll on a 50-50. Right, like that's always what I assume. We're gonna be rolling on the 50-50 is of experience. Hey, let's go. First 10, right? Right off the bat, first 10. We'll watch this animation play out. All right. Okay. Average. Okay. Average experience. Okay. Above average already. Okay. Okay. 40 more till the 50-50. Oh, I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take that. The Queen of Winter. Alright, cool. Wait, is that the one that I had? Yeah. So I'll take that. I'll take it. It's a beautiful looking weapon. Like, oh, sometimes lucky. This is, I would consider this lucky. I don't know if this changes the 50-50 though. It doesn't. It shouldn't change the 50-50, so we still have to get the 50-50. But I'll take it. Unfortunately, banners are far more valuable than weapons. I take anything, obviously. Absolutely grateful that it's actually even possible. Okay, that's a bit... Wait! No, I think that actually resets... Oh, I have to look. I think this actually resets the counter, right? Yeah, it does reset the counter. So that means... I guess I'm guaranteed to get this now, right? So... What was that? That was like 20 bowls and failed the 50-50 technically? Because I'm pretty sure now I'm guaranteed. Or maybe not. You will not be to add... Okay, hold up. I think that's how this works. Because it resets. If you didn't obtain a 4-star from the previous 9 draws. If you didn't obtain a 5-star from the previous 69 draws, your next draw 50 will have a flat, right? Which guarantees a flat 2. After you obtained a non-most wanted weapon, if a weapon of the same rarity appears in the next or subsequent draw, a must-draw weapon will appear. This special most wanted will be valid until you obtain a most wanted of the same rarity. It's a play contract. I think that's how that works. So like now, like I already, right? So I don't want this thing. Let's go and fill in the rest. Okay. Because it resets the counter for the 50-50. So I don't know exactly, but I guess we'll try to go up to 50 again. Because now this has a 5-star rate up. Let me read this. I need to understand this. For silent contract you use, right? Draw, sure. You can select up to 3. One of these will be the most wanted and have a higher... One of these 3 will be most wanted and have a higher chance of appearing, sure. You can now be able to add these to the lineup after this contract. Other opportunities to get exclusive 5 stars may be available in the future. Right, sure. So the Nebula Pendant. Content, the selected and the 4-star, sure. So contrary, if you didn't obtain 4 stars from the previous 9, right? You get 1. That's every 10 you get 1, right? That's fine, flat rate 1. If you didn't obtain a 5-star from the 69, your next draw will have flat rate 2, which guarantees a 5-star. But however, if you obtain a non-most wanted weapon, which I'm guessing there's only one most wanted weapon, right? The subsequent draw, a must wanted weapon will appear, right? Because I don't think the other ones are most wanted, are they? Yeah, at least I hope. So anyways, let's go and do... I might completely misinterpret this, but we'll try to get the 50-50 at least. Like, hit the 50-50 once and see what happens. Because I kind of want the weapon. And it did occur early, so we'll give it a go. This means that I'm spending 20 more than... What was it? Like 28 more than expected. It was around 28. Or I can just draw now. That would be great. You know? Or they could just throw a bunch of 4 stars at me. No, that's not another 5-star. Okay. I mean, you can throw 5 stars at me on. That's also nice too. I'm all for being greedy. Okay. Pretty standard. I mean, I'll take 2 anytime. Any day, I'll take 2. It's still above average. At least I guess I'll find out how the description works, right? Alright, and then we have 10 left and then 1 more. We'll just draw the 1. Unless I get it here, that would be nice. Save a 1 draw or something. Oh no, not a spare. Oh, there. Oh no. Just kidding. False alarm. Alright, and then we'll draw the 1. And if it comes up, I don't actually know, but I think you're supposed to be guaranteed because you failed the first draw. But that was non-most wanted. My thought is that the most wanted is always the one that's in the middle, but I think all 3 of them might be considered most wanted. I have no idea what the terminology is, but we'll pull 1 and see what happens. Here we go. Here we are again. It's a similar feeling from the bandit draw. Okay, yeah. Alright, well, I'll take it because it was an early 5-star draw. So that is considered lucky. Getting an early 5-star draw so that you can save like 5. What did I save? It was 9. So it's 29 draws, right? So I basically saved 41 draws assuming if that I failed the 50-50. So I personally would take that. I am even willing to draw like 90 times to guarantee the targeted, right? Kind of like the same way the target banner is, where you draw 80 and then you have to draw 30 more to guarantee it. This is 70. I would draw 90 times to get it. But this way I drew 99 times to guarantee this. I'm okay with that, honestly. I hope that that is something in the future where they simply do not do 50-50s. Like, in my opinion. But we got the Nebula pendant, so that's expected. I hope I read that correctly. Yeah, this thing disappears. So this part disappears. So if you pick an early and you draw an early 5-star, that's lucky. In my opinion, that isn't the pendant. If you're like, obviously the luckiest is to draw the most wanted, which I failed, right? So technically I failed the 50-50, but at least it was an early failed 50-50. And then there goes like pretty much half the stash immediately. Like, well, that's fine. Actually turned out a lot more pleasant, because the pleasantness dealt with being assured when I hit 70, right? So overall, a lot above average experience for me. Alright, let's just equip hers. Even though I didn't ever build her out. Okay, so now we have to be very careful, right? Like, we have to get her speed up. So let's first, I really like her character design. Her mass is really nice too. Okay, so let's go and train her up. Yeah, her mass is pretty neat. Interesting. She is forming like the basis of the future team, so I really want to invest in the next couple. Not Akechi, but Anj and Makoto Yuki are the next ones, and that would form a new team. So I skipped a team to form a new team. Okay. We have so many resources. Okay. So that's it for her. Now her 5-star weapon. Her 5-star weapon's pretty awesome. So now let's do the same thing. That doesn't even cut into like 1/4 of my supplies. I wonder how they're gonna drain all the material, like all the content, like all the reagents and stuff. There's gotta be a way to do that. All right, and then let's go to Mindscape first. Okay, and then we want the speed Mindscape. So we want to max out speed. Okay. I'm not sure about the others yet, so we're just gonna leave the others as is. Actually, maybe probably the skill one. I'm not sure if I want to do that. Probably the highlight. Skill 1 and 2. This is the... This is the skill 1, right? Is this the highlight? Okay, yeah. So I think we want max highlight for sure. And then these ones we'll leave for now, because I have no idea. Okay. Now this is the... Now we have to do some more Gambo, right? I actually set up for her. So I think right now we're gonna do creation. We need a new creation card actually. Unless... Wait. What is my other creation card? Wait, why are there no presets? Oh wait, that's it from this one. Let's go and look at the other creation cards for a moment. Oh, actually, I can probably... Do I have one with speed? Technically... oh, are they gonna be on the same team, though? Because we need a metric ton of speed. And I don't... Oh, I do have a new creation. Ooh. That's a coincidence that I have another creation with speed on it. What are her stats? It's probably like crit rate and speed, but largely we want to lean on speed. There is damage multiplier, so that's kind of nice. I mean, this is as good as any others. This has speed and attack. Attack is not good. So that's still one up. This has... Okay, so... Yeah. By coincidence, I picked up one today. This was from the... This is from the Compendio. Alright. So let's try and get lucky and hope it hits speed. It hits speed twice and damage multiplier once. That's fine. Ailment accuracy is unfortunate, but that's more than I can hope for. That's about average. So I do have reconciliation speeds. Things that have speeds. Plenty of them. So we could kind of gamble a little bit. But we want crit rate if we can. Speed, damage. Ooh, that's good. Actually, this one is already good enough. If that last thing is... Do we have... If that last thing is crit multiplier, then everything is good. It's the golden... Let's see if we have any golden cards. This is the most fun part about seeing all the resources we collected. I have a lot of resources, so... We're gonna see... I think the golden card is definitely that one. We have a couple of tries on other things, too. But I think this one largely will hit most of the notes. But we really want speed. Speed is the... That's okay. At most, I could expect 1 or 2 hits on speed. So I'm not really desperate. Do I have a speed one already? No, I do not have a speed one. Okay, this one, damage multiplier, probably. Or attack, whichever one. It's not really that big a deal. Here's speed, crit rate. That's pretty good. What else we got? Actually, that's not bad either. Attack, speed, crit, multiplier, and that's pretty good too. That's kind of mediocre. I feel like I favor crit rate more than... So, here we go. I mean, we still have helmet accuracy here. Yes! That's above average. We hit speed 3 times. Nice. Alright, cool, cool. Now, this one is... we're probably looking for crit rate here. Here's crit rate, speed. Okay, just crit rate and speed. Do we have another crit rate? Crit multiplier. I kind of want crit rate. This isn't the best. This isn't that great, but I'll do this one and then we can gamble again maybe. If we don't get lucky. This isn't ideal, but let's just see. Alright, that's a dump. Alright. Let's go another one. We'll come like let's see what how the stats work out for the other one. So we have a speed here. This one, it doesn't matter what the... I guess crit rate, if we can find it. We need speed. Here's multiplier and attack. Speed. We have crit multiplier and damage multiplier. And Pierce. Pierce is like meh for her. Here's speed, attack. Alright, I guess we're going with this. Crit rate would be awesome, but I'm not. Crit multiplier. Okay, before we do it, let's go and... I try to gamble with a pretty okay second card, but let's go and throw in some more. Let's throw in like a reconciliation is very good. It's a really strong thing, so I can throw some in. Let's throw 40 into reconciliation. Because I need a couple sets, actually. So let's see if we can do a wee little bit more. I'm willing to gamble one extra revelation. So let's look. What else we got? That's not good. Speed? Crit rate? Oh, this is good. We'll use this. That's pretty much everything. Is there anything else better? Wait. That's pretty good too. We got a couple shots here. That's pretty decent too. Oh, double attack. That's interesting. Okay. So I think we're gonna go with this. This is fine. It's a no. Whoops. Gotta make sure you don't accidentally do what I did. There's a bug in this game that is infuriating. And it's when you select lots of cards, it can select the previous card and make you waste materials. It's happened like 5 times in a row where I've wasted materials because when you select and you go back and select, it will still be selecting a previous card, not the card that's in display. And the moment you hit enhance, it enhances the previously selected card, not the current card you're looking at. And it's happened multiple times. So you just want to make sure, because I've had this happen before. And this is good. Alright. It hit all the ones that I want. Nice. So this is a really good card. Alright. So now let's see if we can do one better. What was I think we want crit rate. Let's see if we found a crit rate one. Oh, here's a crit rate one with no speed though. Alright, I guess we're gonna try it with this one. And that's really good if there was speed involved. Actually, because our current one is like pretty pep. There's no... Yeah. That's pretty bad. So I guess I'll settle on trying to roll for... Actually... There's this one. Instead of using damage multiplier. What's her speed at? What? How do we get how much speed? 194. How many speed do we need? I think we've already passed the threshold. So... Dang. Her crit rate can max too? We've already passed her speed, so we can use an attack card instead. What was currently our damage multiplier? Yeah, we can do attack. So let's try on this attack card here. Unless... Do I have... Pretty sure I don't. Oh no, wait. Is this the crit one? Oh no, I need crit rate for this one. I can't actually do the attack. I kind of want crit rate. What is this? Thank you. I go with this. Try to... Or crit rate and double attack, because we already reached a max. We already reached max speed. 207, yeah, and then it's plus 10. Nah, I think I'm good. But we're okay. This is good enough. It has attack on there. I mean, I've already reached enough speed, so we're good. Now, let's do her skills. All her skills are good. We'll go over her skills soon enough. So everything worked out at least. The revelation cards more or less worked out. Which I am very happy about. I don't have to like go in. The 40 reconciliation cards, I'm actually looking for a couple more spins on some reconciliation because JC needs a little flesh out, and so does Cord. Reconciliation's fantastic. I don't mind putting 40 into that. Okay. I have so many revelation cards. I barely even use I barely use like inscription yet. So hard to sort. And then I have enough of everlasting things to get her to 10 because I basically didn't use any. And she's gonna be forming the basis. By the time Anj and Makoto Yuki rolls around, we'll have enough to do all of theirs. So there we go. 101, huh? Alright. And then we have to grab her passive stuff. Her statue and her billboard things. Claim this. Where is it? Her cutouts and her all out for defense. And then her 100 rating and above one. Probably, it's 100. Yeah. For extra attack. Ooh, that one looks cool. Alright. And then we grab this. Extra rating. Okie dokie. there we are. Now we get to use her. So let's do, is it for a drawing contract? All right. So first thing first, let's go and use her in the thieves skill thing. Right. What is this? Just fire and physical? Okay. Interesting. Intriguing. We're just gonna use our version, right? Yoroshikune. Alright. We need to incorporate eventually for the farming part, not this. So it's probably just we would use JC, because JC has, I don't know if it triggers. I don't think it triggers it. But that's fine. We'll use freedom. Especially boosts. She's a strategist, right? And we'll use the sweeper. And do this. Should be fine. And then we'll try her out. I'll try to... So now we'll do it this way. So let's go review her stuff. So she has Shockwave. It deals physical damage to all foes equal to 134% of her attack. Her attack's on the low side, but it was to get the speed. I don't... I could swap out the second card for attack as opposed to a damage multiplier, right? So we could do that, which would replace her attack, right? The second card could be simply the attack one. I'll take a look at her second card and see what it is. So we can still re-roll for attack to fill out her attack. Also increase party damage by 8.8% for 2 turns. For 2 turns for every 10 points of speed. And then we've already reached the speed cap, I think. So, or like the speed requirement. Increase for 2% up to a maximum of 35.1%. I think you need to reach... Oh no, that's not capped. Wait, for every turn, for every 10 points of speed, increase by 2%. Hold up. So we have like 190. This is capped, I think. Yeah, it's capped. When used as an extra action, increase skill damage by 50%. That's a lot. And activate a guaranteed critical hit on main target. So she gets a critical hit on main target. Hence the damage multiplier. And slash like crit multiplier is one of the stats we were looking for. And then increase party attack by 8.8% for 2 turns every speed. So we need to cap speed basically. Also increase party defense by 9.8 for 2 turns for every speed. Nice. When used in extra action, grant a shield to all allies. This effect lasts. Okay, so all of that including extra action. It's not or, is it? It's also. That's fantastic. All right, and then third, increase party pierce rate. I think this is the major thing to her, increasing pierce rate So pierce rate for 2 turns for every speed, 4.3. Also increase party attack by 14% for 2. So that's also. And then when extra action, increase the main target's pierce rate. So your major damage dealer for every speed maximum. Yeah, okay. Is there more when she's okay? So highlights, increase party attack by 6.5% for every speed. Again, more 25.8. We're assuming maximum values. Also increase party damage by 25.8%. Right, also, I'll have to do the math again to see if we reached it. But I'm pretty sure we reached it. Also, when the selected ally of this highlight, or close to it. Also, when the selected ally of this highlight next deals direct damage to foes. Okay, decrease the selected foes down by 1. Well, okay, fair enough. And that's good. Her talent, when Mayumi is present, increase party's damage during extra turn by 45%. Dang. So she gets an extra action. Okay. When Mayumi is present, increase party damage dealt to down towards. Oh, so she does have a down foe model. Also, when Mayumi knocked down a foe, deal more physical damage equals 60% of attack. I might swap out the second card for an attack. Set, maybe. And then her spear, it increases her I needed the spear to get more 15 speed, so that's why I wanted the weapon in order to close the gap. When Mayumi's speed is over 100, for every 10 of speed over 100, so we got 90. Oh, up to 100%. Oh yeah, 90. So 90 times 12.5 is 100, so it exceeds 100. So we've gotten the 1, right? 90. So every 10, 9 times this. So we've reached the cap for this. After activating a skill, for every 40 stacks of total velocity, increase party damage up to 17. I'm not entirely sure what that is. So we'll keep that in mind. And then of course, the set is Reconciliation. Reconciliation gives you 6 extra speed. Right, pretty neat. And her thing is wild. Alright, so we probably start out with Shockwave. Ooh, that's fantastic. And this actually benefits, interestingly enough. And we get to see her splash. Very neat. Wait, why did this toggle the other version? That's fine. It switched versions. It's not my copy. Hold up, why does it keep switching? Maybe it's because I don't have it set as main party or something? No? It keeps toggling the alternative try. I don't think we need to use highlight, but... Let me see if it switches back to the try version. Oh no, it stays there. Oh, maybe I didn't even... It's fine. Maybe I didn't even switch properly. Oh no, it's of the try version. So it keeps flipping. It keeps flipping the character. Not that it matters. Not that it really matters. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that. Stop whispering in my ear. Just do the next one.
アクセル全開。トロトロしてたら置いて駆け抜けなさい。見てぞ。仕掛けるよ。続いて。
Her effect is really splashy. I like it. It kind of reminds me of a street graffiti, which I am most definitely someone who has done some digital art in that department. All right, so let's go here and select our character, please. And it's nuke. I think it's irrelevant. We simply nuke the heck out of it this way. These are kind of trivial, obviously. Now the question is, what do you like? So what order would it be then now? That's kind of an interesting. Huh. Who am I missing? Who am I replacing? Oh, Cord? I haven't even seen her, like, extra turn yet. But I do see the icon. Okay. I'm sure you always start off with Shockwave. We'll wait till we get to like the last copy. I don't even think the last copy will survive this. Oh, and I noticed that the indicator for Tempest or Tempest Wind was added, because I wasn't seeing the little green icon with the cherry blossom things before, but now there it is. There's an indicator, like this indicator right here. It's kind of weird when it's fluttering in rapid speed because I'm always at ×3 speed, but gotta love all the mechanical icons. Oh, it survived. Okay. So the question is, does the extra action happen right away? Okay. So what? Okay. We're certainly living in a digital age now. So what? That's 3? And then... Then what do you do? I guess you would do 3. Oh, I think you do 3 and 2, right? So 2. And I should get another turn, right? Yes. And then we do 3. So now we have both the stacks. Okay. So then... Oh, that extra turn actually counts to speed up the thing. Interesting. Oh, that's awkward. Alright, okay. I see. It doesn't work with the she doesn't, I'm not sure if she gains anything from the extra action, like if she gains any extra velocity from the extra action off of JC. Just use this right away. Let's see. That's at 100. Okay. So she gained 100 from that. How much does she gain from this? She should gain 10 after each. Alright, she's at 110. So this would be 120. And after this action, it should be 130. If it counts this. No. So it doesn't count JC's extra action off of that. Or like auto trigger of 2 mass does not add to velocity. Disappointing, but fair enough. That's a really cool. We still haven't seen her highlight yet. That's nice. I really like the street art. And then now, so then we just throw this out. And we do this. And that means that he should be in cohesion. I'm trying to think of like how to distribute the weakness. To get like knockdowns and stuff because of the extra knockdown damage. Like in other situations. Not this boss situation, but other situations. Because if I do cohesion second, then it would line up with JC's power turn with the AoE. As JC is on sweeper, which makes it 1 turn faster. It's pretty nice. Everything's built around JC and JC and Tempest win right now because that's all I have after sacrificing everything. They're the most current team I have. I think this might take this guy down without the highlight. Oh, it was close. Okay, so does that mean she's... Okay, so she still has that thing underneath. So I'm guessing I just use Shockwave now, right? To reinforce the it's been 2 turns. And then does her thing go away? Interesting. The little like effect underneath her is still there.
サンダルフォンディオニュソス受けてみろ
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞジュスティーヌ、すぐに排除します。
Alright, so that's it for the Thieves trials, right? Just to try her out. And then this stuff is for farming, so we're good. Do that later. Oh yeah, and then that's right, the gates got delayed. Now it's every 2 weeks while this is happening. So let's go collect our coins. Right, at least that will make it hurt less. It's basically offsetting what we invested, a little extra. Okay. Yeah, so let's do our Trial of Thorns. Actually, before we do that, no, we're gonna do the Chizuko thing. We're gonna do the Chizuko thing at the end. So she's right here. Well, right here. We'll see what that is about once we do our Trial of Thorns here. Alright, as far as I know, I don't think there's any change to Asura. Asura... where... Okay, I guess we'll find out. Let me guess, no strategist. Okay, I'm surprised that didn't say no strategist. Alright, so we do Nightmare. Okay, let's set our team. I don't expect to change from this. And I saw 4 targets. So let's see. Welcome to the team. And we're using sweeper setup. I don't have any sustain, so there's a chance. Cherish is gonna have to come into this game. There's a chance I would have to use Cherish. Oh, does that mean that this guy doesn't act after I take him out? They got the 4. Wait. Did those guys always summon Asura? Oh, I think we would go straight into I can do this for sure. If I was... Okay, so he would get his turn. Okay. So we'd get his turn because JC triggered it. Okay. Okay. That's okay. It's not that great because if Asura is always triggered, then we would have to do a combination. We have to do an assassin combination. What the? Oh, right. Let me guess. No strategist? Okay. So if no strategist, then it's gonna be Cherish and... Who's a follow-up? I guess it would be Marian. Then we would go like Probably something like.
期待してくれていいぞ。
So I don't know if it's
お願い。
better to force. I am still unsure if it's better to force the Asura right away.
準備はいい？アマルテア、誰も傷つけさせない。ペルソナー、するとこれでどうだ？君は何様だよ。
制裁の時間だ。見せてやろう。我らの力を。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
どうだ？行くぞ。どうだ？行くぞ。
That's concerning. The no strategist though, so that's fine. We don't know if they're gonna be able to survive with both the strategists. This is to trigger her ability. Oh, that actually doesn't work that well, huh?
やめよ
降参してももう遅い。これまでのようですね。
Okay.
う。ペルソナ。受けてみろ。
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Music.
制裁の時間だ。みんなお疲れさんだ。
That's like meh. Okay. No saboteurs. Alright, now we flip again.
私の力が任せて。準備できてるよ。我らの相手が務まるか見ものだな。
I still think trying to take out all four of them right away is probably the good way to go. So hit like a dump truck and hope that I don't get dump truck back.
いただいていく。
制裁の時間だ。見せてやろう。我らの力を。行くぞ、クリスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。いい一撃だ。ミッシッシン。パスワード解除。ギア上げてくよ。駆け抜けなさい。ビテス、私がついてるから。チャージ完了だ。ぶっ放せ。ビテス、最短距離で突っ走るよ。
No, that's a cool ability. Okay, I just wanted to see her highlight. Yeah, this second turn is really powerful, so we could definitely take out the rest. Okay, so he does have a solo target. Yeah, so this would then land on... Oh, there, Jace. So then this would land on this, and then that's probably the plan for Asura right now. So let's keep going. We have to unlock all these. No strategist. Yeah, I got turbo. Yep. That was the plan. Oh, you know. Oh no, it's more like. You got turbo on your first summon? Very nice, congrats.
誰も傷つけさせない。ペルソナスルトいただいていく。僕が相手をしてやる。
制裁の時間だ。見せてやろう我らの力を。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
どうだ、人前にやってくれ。
そうきましたか。
どうだ、
大丈夫だから。
どうだ、どうだ。
ムッシッシパスワード解除。お願いタレイヤ。倒れさせない。褒めてやる。感謝します。
してアマルテ凍りつけ。
チャージ完了だ。ぶっ放せ。降参してももう遅い。これまでのようですね。
ペルソナ矢野シークいただいていく。
見せてやろう我らの力を。ジュスティーヌすぐに排除します。
Yana Sega's at their slot is
制裁の時間だ。
instead of Dominion?
その調子でやっちゃって。
No, probably not. Probably can't push the Thor. Alright. Okay. Back to strategist.
私の力がよろしくね。任せて。我らの相手が務まるか見ものだな。敵発見です。油断は禁物かけるよ。続いて強め。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナディオニュソスいただいていく。僕が
制裁の時間だ。見せてやろう我らの力を。行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します。
行くぞ。ここで終わるのか。どうだ。行くぞ。
オッケー。ムッシッシンパスワード解除。ギア上げてくよ。駆け抜けなさいビテス。私がついてるから。チャージ完了だ。ぶっ放せ。ビテス最短距離で突っ走るよ。来なさいビテス。みんなフィットインよ。舞い踊れ強め。みんなを守って褒めてやる。強めします。
ペルソナドミニオン受けてみろ。
Okay. Yeah, that's so this would be the solution to the 40 on a second turn to wipe them out. Yeah. And then Asura will show up and then see if we don't need a single target. But this is before we escalate.
咲き誇りなさい強め。追い風を今ここに。フィスタついてるぞ。
この技じゃない。
And then we follow up with this.
ペルソナサンダルフォンディオニュソス。
And I can use Sandalphon just in case someone gets downed. Or there's a chance someone gets downed. It's not the greatest. Oh, and there we had to also look at. Oh, that did not end up triggering enough strength, speed. We didn't actually reach it on that one.
Persona. Dominion.
Yeah, so then we would.
That hurts for not having any modifiers. Like not big modifiers. So we want to not give the parasol. So the modifier with the parasol we have to avoid when we do the level 40 or the 40 thing. No strategists. Yeah, which one is the parasol? Let's see. Okay. Okay. This is the guy that is probably the hardest to take down because of the resistance. Oh no, wait. That's probably because of the parasol, now that I think about it. No, no. Oh, that's just half. That's because of critting. So do we just, I guess we would farm a early crit? Oh. Oh no, you can force him into it without actually having to take down the other. I don't think it that was lethal on the two of them. Maybe there's a chance, there's the idea to take down two of them. I'll have to look at what. Yeah, if it only takes one or two targets. Oh no, but it'd be, yeah, then we would use Assassin instead. JC and Assassin and try to take down the just two of the targets. Just so there's a decent follow-up on Asura. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, that's awkward. What does... Okay. I was curious what technique to use. So possibly JC and Assassin now. It's just... Oh, it's only 10? Alright. So now let's do our custom. Let's look. Which one is this? Sanctuary? It's Blade of Sanctuary. Hold up.
When the number of shadow falls below 3. Okay, so we only have to take down 2 of them. Well, Asura gains the special skill of the sacrifice shadows. If there are less than 2. Okay, so there's no incentive to try to wipe them out completely. We want to get rid of the 2 that gives them defense. So grants a shield to all. So not sure if we want to take down Chikokuten or I don't has no weakness, sure. Growth permanently increase. I think this one is okay for them to sack. So I think Jochuten is fine. Komokuten? Which one is this? This is the mark? I think that's okay. So these 2 will be sacked. And then I want to get rid of the parasol, right? It covers with the lowest and changes all affinity to resist, which will probably become immune if we power them up. So Bishimonten and Chikokuten is probably going to be the 2 that gets taken down, and then the other 2 will get sacrificed. I'm guessing these will modify their shields. Target with a shield from gains 60% attack. Oh, it actually doesn't, but the shield is still a problem. Increase the damage from the mark. We get blasted. And then also decrease damage taken. Oh. Dochuten is a problem. Possibly. We can't take down Asta quick enough. Which one is this? Target marked by take 50%. We might need Cherish. The number of targets marked by... That's problematic. That we can't afford to do if we're, to null, unless we're expecting to take him down. So this might be free, where we'll take down Bishimonten first, so that they don't get, his ability does not get it. And I will definitely be using JC on Assassin. What is this? Bishimonten again. We'll target the 2 shadows with the lowest HP. Oh, right away though. So I have to test if I can actually take out Bishimonten on the first cycle. Otherwise... Oh no, wait. This is Affinity. Actually, Affinity is fine.